Chapter 1 Unknown Premonition. Outside the sky, diamond-shaped, crystal-clear snowflakes fell from the sky. Lin Chi stretched out his palm and caught a frail and thin snowflake. The temperature of his body instantly melted the snowflake, leaving only a cold feeling. The memory of my previous life is slowly waking up. Now that I think about it carefully, it has been 16 years since I came to this world. I vaguely remember that on the planet I lived in those days, there were steel birds that could go to the sky, and aircraft carriers that could go to the sea. People rely on the power of technology to go to the sky and go to the earth to do anything. But this world is like Japan in the Warring States period. The development of science and technology is still like a toddling baby, which is not worth mentioning. Everyone's life is also very difficult. It's just, what world am I in at this moment? Lin Chi sighed. In the past 16 years, he has asked people around him, but there is no useful information, and there is no trace of the eastern country he once lived in. The customs of the world he saw, heard, and felt are very similar to the Japanese in his impression, but many details are somewhat different. For example, people have different hair colors and eye colors, and they are all natural. For example, Lin Chi has red hair and red eyes. At first, he thought he had traveled through time, but now it seems that he has traveled through time and space, and even the previous world is gone. Brother Chuanliu, what are you thinking? A soft and clear voice that sounded like a bonfire in winter and could warm people's hearts rang in Lin Kai's ears. Lin Chi turned his head and saw that it was a boy with dark red hair, red eyes, a scar on his forehead, and an earring on his left ear. This is his younger brother, Zaemon Tangaro, and Lin Kai's right ear has an earring that is exactly the same as Tangaro's left ear. These are family earrings that their father Kamatu Tangaro handed over to them respectively and need to be passed on. Lin Chi is very similar to Tangaro in appearance, but Tangaro's face and eyes are round and cute. And Lin Chi is a head taller than Tangaro, his cheeks are slender, and his eyes are narrower and longer. When he is angry, his eyes are as sharp as knives. When Lin Chi was called Zaemon Chuanliu in this world, he never forgot his last name, Lin Chi. It's Tangaro, my brother is thinking, this year's winter is so cold, we should be able to sell more carbon, and we can also put new clothes on you and other younger brothers and sisters. Lin Kai's family lived on the mountain, and his father, Zaemon Tangaro, died early due to poor health. The current family members include his mother, Aizi, 3 younger brothers, Takeo, Shigeru, and Liu Tai, and 2 younger sisters, Nezuko and Hanako. Lin Chi is the eldest brother, and his mother, Kui Ji, is not in good health, so he shouldered the burden of the family early on, inherited his father's previous job, and sold charcoal for a living. And Tangaro is also very sensible, and started selling charcoal with him down the mountain a few years ago. Tangaro smiled happily, brother is very kind, but today I don't want to go down the mountain, I can go by myself. Brother, you are very tired recently, don't force yourself, let me do it. My younger brother is really unusual. Recently, Lin Chi has been having a nightmare. He can't remember what happened in the dream. He only feels very sad, very painful, and endless despair and anger. Moreover, when he was awake, he always had an ominous premonition, but he didn't know the source. This put him in a bad state, but he kept it under wraps. He wants to report good news but not bad news to his family, because he doesn't want his family to worry. But I didn't expect that the kid Tangaro could see through his disguise, but this is normal. Tangaro has always surprised him. Tangaro, how did you know? Tangaro scratched his head embarrassingly, I can smell it, I can smell the uneasy smell from my brother, I guess my brother must be tired. Smell my restlessness, Tangaro's sense of smell has been surprisingly good since he was a child, much better than the best hounds. He can even smell people's emotions. According to Tangaro, when people's emotions change, they will emit various smells, which can be easily distinguished. Very easy, it's obviously difficult, okay, this is already a bit inhuman. Lin Chi patted Tangaro's head. Yes, brother is just a little tired, Tangaro, I will trouble you this time. He didn't intend to tell about that dream, and although Tangaro looked simple and weak, he was very serious and stubborn in his bones. In order not to worry him, and he is really feeling a little uncomfortable recently. This time, I had to trouble Tangaro to go down the mountain alone. When Lin Zhou was sick before, Tangaro also went down the mountain alone. He was very smart and agile, and he was basically uninjured. Lin Zhou was very relieved of Tangaro. Putting the bamboo building on his back and filling it with charcoal stones, Tangaro's small body was ready to go down the mountain with dozens of caddies of charcoal stones on his shoulders. People in this world, although living conditions are not good, but their physical functions seem to be very good. Brother Tangaro, you have to be careful, we are here waiting for you to come back. Tangaro, be careful all the way. A few cute children waved their hands, and Lin Kai's mother, Aoiji, said to Tangaro who was about to go down the mountain. Lin Chi stepped forward and patted their heads respectively. Nezuko, Hanako, Takeo, Shigeru, Rokuta, you don't have to worry too much, Tangaro is very powerful. Hearing this, Tangaro blushed in embarrassment. Brother Chuanliu, you are the best. Don't worry, I'll be right back, so you go back to your house. It's windy and cold outside. Be careful not to get sick. After finishing speaking, Tangaro went down the mountain step by step, leaving a series of footprints, which were branded on the snow and gradually buried. At this time, Nezuko and other younger brothers and sisters had already returned to the house. They were young and in poor health, and they dared not stay too long in the winter snow. And her mother, Aoie, was coughing, and she kept looking in the direction Tangaro left, refusing to go back into the house. Lin Chi pulled Kozi, Mother, go back, Tangaro has gone down the mountain by himself many times, don't worry. Az smiled softly, yes, you and Tangaro are both very sensible and mature, not at all like children of this age, so I don't need to worry about it logically. But as a mother, there is no one who doesn't worry about her children. It's just that following me is really hard for you, and I can't let you live a good life. 2. In the previous life, Lin Chi was an orphan and was always excluded by others. After entering the society, he saw the warmth and coldness of the world and had a surly personality. God closed the door to his fate, closed the window, and lost a vicious dog. He had no choice but to subdue the vicious dog with his bloody hands, and pushed open the door and window. But in this life, his mother Kozi, his deceased father Tangaro, and his lovely younger brothers and sisters all made Lin Chi feel the warmth of the world. He is greedy for this kind of warmth, and just wants to be with them forever. Because he was worried that Kozi would get sick, Lin Chi walked into the house with Kozi. No way, being a mother to your son is the happiest thing I've ever felt. Well, you are the best at talking when you are still in the stream. Haha, that will only be said to you, mother. In a few words, Lin Chi sent sunflower branches to their house, a small wooden house that stood firm in the wind and snow. Stepping into the house, Lin Chi turned his head to look in the direction Tangaro left. Tangaro, come back safely soon. For some reason, with Tangaro's departure, the ominous premonition in Lin Kai's heart became more and more intense. Cough, congratulations on discovering a masterpiece, let me brag about myself first. The new month has begun, friends who are qualified to invest, don't forget to click an investment after reading for 10 minutes. Chapter 2 Bloody Night. The sky was approaching evening, and the wind and snow outside suddenly increased. Coupled with the slightly dark sky, the visibility was basically zero. And at this time, Tangaro hadn't come back yet. On the other side, Tangaro ran out of charcoal and was running towards his home in the mountains, but the wind and snow gradually became heavier, so he had to speed up his pace. It's Tangaro, please stop for a while, it's getting dark, and the wind and snow are also heavy, Come to my place to rest for a night, wait for the wind and snow to weaken, and then start tomorrow." Tangaro turned his head and saw that it was an old man he knew. Tangaro had delivered charcoal to his family many times, so he was familiar with him. "Old man, my family is still waiting for me, so I dare not stay here." The old man smiled kindly, "Don't think so. Your own safety is the most important thing. If there is any danger in this kind of weather, Tangaro's family will only be more sad. Besides, it's getting dark, and there are ghosts haunting people at night. You'd better stay with me and leave tomorrow." Tangaro hesitated, because the old man was right, it was more dangerous for him to travel now. After thinking about it for a while, Tangaro decided to stay and rest, and go home tomorrow. This kind of thing happened in the past, mother and the others should understand. "Old man, I will trouble you, but does the ghost you mentioned really exist? I have never seen it." The old man paused, a look of reminiscence floating on his face. There was suppressed pain in the voice, and at the same time, Tangaro smelled sadness from the old man. "It's best not to meet a man-eating ghost in your life. Let's listen to Tangaro as a story." Tangaro nodded, just thinking, it's such a strong sadness. Could it be that there are such creatures as ghosts? The cabin trembled slightly in the wind and snow, making a slight creaking sound. It was completely dark outside now. There is a little candle burning in the center of the wooden house. Lin Qi and Kui Ji are sitting cross-legged facing each other, while Nezuko and the others are sleeping. Aoie was a little worried about Tangaro, and also afraid of waking up Nezuko and the others. So he said in a low voice, "Tangaro will be fine during the time of the stream, right? He has already returned at this time in the past." At the same time, the sense of uncertainty in Lin Kai's heart became stronger. Could it be that something happened to Tangaro? He forced a smile and comforted, "Don't worry, the snowstorm is a bit heavy today, Tangaro may have rested somewhere, I have had this kind of experience before, it's okay, it must be okay." These words are not only comforting Az, but also comforting himself. At this moment, Lin Qi may be more worried about Tangaro than Az. Kui Ji didn't say anything more, but it could be seen from the frowning of her eyebrows that her worry didn't subside in the slightest, but became more intense. The same is true for Lin Qi, and there seems to be a hand squeezing his heart, and he wants to vomit dully. He thought for a while, and said to Kui Ji, "Mom, why don't I go down the mountain and take a look? Although the current snowstorm is heavy, I can still walk." Aoi Ji shook her head, she didn't want Lin Qi to be in danger. Tangaro might not be able to come back temporarily because of the wind and snow, but the danger was actually relatively small, she was just out of mother's concern for the child. But if Lin Qi goes out now, it will be really dangerous. As an older brother, I am really happy to be able to care about Tangaro and the others so much. But Tangaro is not young, he is also very smart, he should be able to handle this situation, you should not put yourself in danger when there is a lot of traffic. Lin Qi smiled faintly, it's right to be concerned, because you are my relatives. But I'd better go look for Tangaro, otherwise I'll always feel uneasy. Kui Ji thought about it, she was still very relieved of this eldest son, he was obedient and sensible since he was a child, and he never let her down or worried. Then if you think it's okay to flow, go for it. Lin Qi stood up, ready to leave to look for Tangaro. However, at this moment, a creepy feeling suddenly came from behind him. This feeling is like a small herbivore meeting a ferocious predator, frightened, terrifying and depressing. Who is it? Lin Qi turned around sharply, but didn't see anyone. This feeling followed like a shadow and never faded away, it was still behind his back. "Wait, behind, Kuizi. Ah! Run quickly, don't look back." A cry of pain sounded from behind. It was the voice of his mother, Kui Ji. Although it was distorted by the pain, he could still hear it. 3. Lin Qi lowered his head, the solace of his feet were sticky, and his socks were soaked with blood. He turned around again in disbelief, and saw a terrifying scene that he would never forget in his life. Mother Koizi, Nezuko, Hanako, Takeo, Mao, and Liu Hutai. In just a few short breaths, they all lay in a pool of blood. Nezuko and the others still had a reassuring smile on their faces while sleeping. And Mother Koizi struggled, trying to stop the black shadow behind her, but unfortunately her thin body did not have the strength to stop the black shadow, so she was easily lifted up by her neck. In Lin Kai's eyes, a terrifying creature a head taller than him was standing in front of him. The face of the creature was vaguely that of a young human being, with messy black hair all over his head, but his veins were bulging all over his body, and his blood-colored eyes were full of violent emotions. His mouth is not the flat fangs of ordinary people, but terrifying fangs that are as sharp as a file. This is a ghost, who feeds on people and causes chaos in the world. I can't believe that the stories I heard when I was a child are true, and ghosts really exist. Lin Kai's heart seemed to explode at this moment. This scene finally reminded him of that nightmare. It turned out that this ominous premonition was aimed at himself and the family members in the house, and had nothing to do with Tangaro. Bastard, let her go. The blood flow instantly increased, and Lin Kai's eyes were about to burst. Facing this terrifying ghost that he had never seen before, he didn't think of running away, but picked up the axe he was using for chopping firewood beside him, and slashed at the ghost's arm holding the sunflower branch. This axe is extremely fierce. Lin Chi can guarantee that this is the most powerful axe he has made since he was playing with the axe. Lin Chi, who was a woodcutter since he was a child, is quite confident in the power of his axe. When he encountered wild wolves and boars in the mountains before, he relied on this axe to drive them back. Although the axe blade was worn out, it still shone with a cold light. But the black-haired ghost had no intention of avoiding it. He shook his head and sighed, "It's too weak. Is this the strength and speed of a child's play? So, ghosts are a better life form." He slammed on the ground, cracking the wooden floor. But Lin Kai's eyes blurred, and when he realized it, the axe in his hand had been knocked down, and the black-haired ghost grabbed his cheek and lifted him up. But Lin Chi could see out of the corner of his eye that his mother, Kuei-ji, was thrown aside by the ghost like a rag doll. Her neck had been twisted into an unnatural angle, and she was silent. "Mother!" Lin Chi opened his mouth to murmur with difficulty. The 5 fingers of the black-haired ghost grabbed his cheeks. With a little force, the sharp nails that were as sharp as knives penetrated into the skin, scratching Lin Kai's facial bones directly. The broken bones also hurt the brain. At this time, Lin Chi lost all his strength, and his consciousness began to slacken. Friends with investment qualifications should invest. This is very important to the author. Chapter 3 Demons. My lord, what should I do next? The black-haired ghost casually threw Lin Chi beside the sunflower branch, and suddenly said respectfully. At this time, on the roof of the cabin, facing the violent snowstorm, stood a man in a black patterned suit and a white top hat. The face exposed under the brim of the hat was extremely handsome. The wind and snow were blowing, but they couldn't ruffle his hair or wrinkle his neat clothes. This person's name is Oni Wusuji Mumi, the first Oni that existed thousands of years ago, and also the absolute ruler of Oni, the king of Oni. Wusuji Wuyu lowered his head slightly, with an inexplicable look in his eyes, and he didn't know what he was thinking. With a flash of his figure, he appeared in the room with his back facing Lin Chi. Anime Suji looked at his toes. It was a little red, and the place he was standing was full of red. "It's bloody, brunette, be classy." The black-haired ghost quickly knelt down, ignoring the blood and dust all over the ground. He was trembling all over, completely different from the arrogant look just now. His ferocious face was full of fear. "Forgive me, my lord. This subordinate will definitely pay attention next time." However, Ghost Dance Suji said flatly, "You have no next time." The black-haired ghost froze for a moment, and the look of fear on his face became more serious. "Grown-ups." Before he finished speaking, a thick arm came out violently from his mouth, causing the black-haired ghost to suffer unceasingly. Ghosts are no different from ordinary people in terms of pain perception. The thick arm protruding from the mouth, its big fan-like hand clasped the black-haired ghost's head tightly, and then held it down heavily. Crack! Like the sound of a watermelon bursting. The head of the black-haired ghost was pinched and exploded. Anime Suji turned sideways to avoid the splashing blood, and then searched among the dead bodies on the ground. As for the dead black-haired ghost, his body gradually turned into red-black ashes and dissipated into the wooden house in the snowstorm. Until his death, Anime Suji didn't look him in the eye once. Oniwu Suji first looked at Aoiji and Lin Chi, and then at the corpses of Nezuko and others on the other side. At this time, he seemed to see the target he wanted, and his eyes lit up all the time. This little girl, you should carry my expectations and become a ghost and live on. His target is Nezuko. Nezuko closed her eyes, and on her palm-sized face, there was still a happy smile when she was sleeping next to her family. In their sleep, Nezuko and the others had their necks broken without feeling too much pain. 4. With light footsteps, Anime Suji walked towards Nezuko. But he felt a tightness in his ankle, and then Oniwu Suji froze for a moment, and stopped. Giwasuji looked down and found that Lin Chi was holding his ankle tightly with his blood-stained hands. Hey? Are you still conscious? Giwasuji was a little strange. He was very clear about the action of the black-haired ghost just now. The 5 fingers were like steel, piercing into Lin Kai's facial bones. This kind of injury would definitely die if no one was treated. It's just that with this serious injury, he can still retain his consciousness to stop himself. You are doing it for your loved ones. Although your strength is weak and useless, I like this last struggle for your loved ones. Anime Suji said with great interest. As for Lin Chi, his consciousness has not been completely plunged into darkness, but it is still blurred, and he has lost the ability to think. But there were intermittent voices in his mouth. Don't hurt my family. Don't. The voice was faint like a mosquito whispering, but Anime Suji's excellent hearing still heard the words. He knelt down and said softly to Lin Chi. You look very miserable now, let go and go to sleep, you have no power to change all this. Remember, being weak is the greatest original sin. But Lin Chi didn't respond, and continued to repeat the words in his mouth, but his voice became smaller and smaller, and gradually there was no sound at all. Giwasuji stood up, moved his legs to break free from Lin Kai's hands, and Lin Kai's whole body was sliding under the strong force. But Lin Chi was still tight, holding on to Giwasuji's ankle and not letting go. Anime Suji tried again and found the same result as before. He shook his head, then waved his palm lightly, a cold light flashed, Lin Kai's arm, from the shoulder to the fingertips, was all shattered, and he could no longer hold Giwasuji. Even if I lose consciousness, my subconscious wants to stop me and protect my relatives. Your persistence, I haven't seen a few people have it in the 1,000 years, it really can't be ignored. I didn't have this idea at first, but congratulations, I plan to turn you and that girl into ghosts together, and work for me together in the future when you grow up. Oniwu Suji cut his wrist, a line of blood floated out from the wound, then split into 2 in the air, and floated into the mouths of Lin Chi and Nezuko respectively. I look forward to meeting you again. Anime Suji lowered his top hat slightly, then disappeared into this dilapidated house with a flickering figure. All that was left was blood, corpses, and a pair of brothers and sisters who were turning into ghosts. I'm so hungry, I'm so hungry. After a while, Lin Chi slowly opened his eyes. After turning into a ghost, his arms had fully recovered, the 5 blood holes on his cheeks, and the cracks in his bones were gone. There was no damage left on his body. Ghosts, except for some special means that can be restrained, are basically immortal. At this time, Lin Kai's consciousness was still blurred, and his body's instincts dominated him. A heart-piercing hunger came from his stomach, and at the same time, the fresh fragrance of blood poured into his mouth and nose. Veins immediately appeared on Lin Kai's face, and then, uncontrollably, his whole face was pressed against the wooden board, licking the blood on the wooden board. Lin Chi greedily licked the blood, like a beast eating. This blood is so damn sweet. Unwilling to see the blood in front of him, Lin Chi followed the blood and found the source of the blood. It was a face he would never forget, it was Kuei Ji. Blood was flowing down Kuei Ji's neck, overflowing non-stop. Seeing Kuei Ji's pale and lifeless face, Lin Chi suddenly woke up. This is me, what did you do? At this moment, what he did before was clearly displayed in Lin Kai's mind, causing him to fall into endless pain and resistance. The sweetness of the blood in the mouth also reminded Lin Chi what he had done. Lin Chi just licked his mother's blood crazily and joyfully. He tightly covered his mouth with his hands, tears welling up in his eyes. But after waking up for a few seconds, the sweet smell of blood became more intense, and the hunger in his belly was far from being satisfied. Consciousness was blurred again. Lin Kai's eyes, different from the previous scarlet red, gradually turned blood red. He tried his best to control his body, trying to stay away from Kuei Ji. But the nature of the ghost was stronger, and Lin Chi couldn't restrain himself. He let go of his hands covering his mouth, and then opened his bloody mouth, revealing the sharp fangs inside. Weeping, Lin Kai's face was full of pain and distorted, but he still slowly approached Kuei Ji. The corners of his mouth were cracked to the limit, and he was about to bite off. Chapter 4. In a blur, a memory from the past suddenly appeared in Lin Kai's mind, temporarily diluting his desire for flesh and blood. What do you want to be when you grow up? Kuei Ji held Lin Chi, who was still a child, in his arms, and asked softly. What are you going to do? I don't want to do anything. I just want to be with you, mother. When I grow up and have strength, I can better protect you, my brother and the others. Kuei Ji covered her mouth and smiled lightly, then I'll wait for Chuanliu when you grow up. By then, I'll be a little old too, so I will rely on Chuanliu for you to protect me. Lin Chi nodded, with a childish but firm tone, yes, I will definitely protect everyone. Protect everyone? 5. Sorry, I didn't make it. This memory made Lin Chi gather a little consciousness, controlled his right hand, and picked up the axe that fell in the blood. Holding the axe tightly, Lin Chi slammed the handle of the axe made of iron towards his fangs with a grim expression. Crack! Kick! Kick! Lin Kai's fangs were not as hard as iron, and he swung the axe with all his strength, leaving no strength left. As soon as it touched, the handle of the axe shattered all his fangs, and the bone fragments of the fangs mixed with a large amount of blood flowing out of his mouth, and he spit it aside. There are a lot of nerves connected to human teeth, and ghosts are the same. The moment the fangs broke, there was a piercing pain, and the pain was so intense. The pain in the body completely suppressed the desire for flesh and blood. Lin Chi panicked and moved away from Kuei Ji's body. But his feet slipped, and he fell onto another blood-soaked corpse. 6th wife. Lin Chi forced himself to calm down, even though his brain was as painful as being engulfed by flames. Pressing his heart that was about to move, Lin Chi stood up. He looked around and saw all the relatives who had been silent. Kuei Ji, Nezuko, Hanako, Takeo, Rokuta, Shigeru. My brother promised to protect you and not let you get hurt. But in the face of ferocious ghosts, my promise and persistence are just a joke. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. And Tangaro, you should still be alive. Fortunately, you didn't come back. The only thing I can feel relieved is that you are still alive. Failed to protect them well, and even desecrated the mother's body, my brother is too useless. Lin Chi fell into endless pain. When he woke up, the unbearable self-blame, fear, pain, despair, anger, all became reality. But in the Shura field full of blood and corpses, for a newborn ghost, this kind of temptation is impossible to bear. Lin Chi could feel that if he stayed here again, even for one more minute, the ghost's greed for flesh and blood would drag him into the bottomless abyss. And the shattered fangs are also recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye, replaced by an even more terrifying sense of hunger. Tears and scalding blood dripped down on the broken wooden boards. Lin Chi made a forced decision. He wants to leave here, and now he can't even collect the corpses of his family members. There is no other way but to leave like this. Tangaro, when you arrive here tomorrow, you will definitely be in pain and despair, just like me at this moment. But no matter what, you must be strong, brother believes in you. Also, you have to properly arrange the remains of the family members. Brother really can't control himself. Lin Chi stretched out a finger, and the sharp nails flicked out. He quickly carved a line of words on the wall of the cabin next to him. Tangaro, don't feel hopeless, you must live, and wait for me to find you. Time was running out. Lin Chi fought back his hunger, not letting himself look at the blood and corpses all over the floor. After finishing the engraving, Lin Chi rushed out of the door without any hesitation. His face was full of distorted hideousness formed by the confrontation between the desire of ghosts and reason. Bang! The door of the room was smashed, and Lin Chi rushed into the wind and snow, without looking back, without stopping. He didn't dare, he was afraid that if he stopped, he would no longer be able to restrain the surging desire, and would go back and eat everyone's corpses. Randomly choosing a direction aimlessly, Lin Chi went straight away from the warm family he had lived in for 16 years. Along the way, the strong wind kept blowing, and Lin Kai's neatly trimmed red hair was flying around in a mess. He galloped at full speed on the snow, enduring the constant hunger in his belly, and got farther and farther away from home. The trees in my eyes are moving back quickly. I don't know how long it has passed, maybe an hour, maybe a day. Lin Chi stopped until he could no longer smell any bloody smell. Looking around, he felt that the environment around him was very strange, only the white snow and the silent green pines. Moreover, he no longer has a home, and a sense of loneliness that he is the only one left in the world hits him. I'm so hungry. Without the stimulation of the smell of blood, Lin Chi finally regained his senses, but the hunger in his stomach was already burning like a fire, which was very unbearable. My arms were cut into pieces by that person before, and my face was also shattered. I even broke my fangs just now. But now it's fully recovered. The ghost's physique is really terrifying. Although he had heard of ghosts before, Lin Chi only listened to them as stories, and never listened to them seriously. Only now did he really know the horror of ghosts after seeing them. Forcing himself to calm down, Lin Chi tried his best to recall what happened just now. The bloody memories made him very painful, which was equivalent to sprinkling coarse salt on a bloody wound, and he was in pain. But he had to. Lin Chi knows that avoidance and fear can't solve any problems. Only by calming down and facing the bleak fate, can he find his goal. In the previous world, it seemed to be mentioned that energy is conserved. I have repaired my seriously injured body, and I have been running at full speed for an unknown amount of time. Now I must be lacking a lot of energy. This is probably why I am so hungry now. Lin Chi closed his eyes, trying hard to expel the picture just recalled from his mind. But the man in the white top hat seemed to be imprinted in his brain, and he couldn't get rid of it. Thinking of him, Lin Chi gritted his teeth fiercely, his heart filled with uncontrollable anger. I don't know who you are, nor where you are. However, I, Lin Chi, swear here that I will find you and let you experience the most painful torture in the world, in order to avenge my family's blood. Lin Kai's eyes gradually changed, and finally fixed into a firm look. 6. In this life, he seems to be gentle and sunny, with a serious and positive personality, willing to help anyone in difficulty. This is because of the warmth brought by Az, Tangaro, and younger brothers and sisters, making Lin Chi what he is today. What he wants is to be the gentle and considerate elder brother of Nezuko and the others, and the obedient and sensible son of Az and Tangaro. But now, there is only one younger brother Tangaro left, and Lin Chi dare not go to him now because he is afraid of hurting Tangaro. Lin Chi could no longer feel the warmth of the family. Tangaro, let my brother and I create a world without ghosts for you. Ask for a ticket. Chapter 5 Nezuko. In the early morning when the sky is slightly overcast, the sun that can dispel the darkness has not yet risen. Tangaro bid farewell to the old man, carried the bamboo building on his back and trotted towards his home on the mountain. For some reason, he felt an urgency to go home. Last night, he dreamed of Koizi and Hanako. Aoi had a gentle face as usual, Hanako, and the three younger brothers all looked at Tangaro with a smile. The others didn't speak, but Aozi said to Tangaro with a soft feather-like voice, Tangaro, Tangaro, mother took Hanako and they are leaving you to a new world without sorrow and trouble. Tangaro, don't be sad, don't be sad, you can live happily, that's what we want to see. Goodbye. Tangaro. After finishing speaking, Koizi took the other children, turned and left in the endless white light. An inexplicable sadness came, and Tangaro felt the urge to cry. Do not go. He tried his best to run towards the direction where Koizi left, stretching out his arms while running to reach the hem of Koizi's fluttering clothes. But no matter how hard Tangaro tried, he couldn't catch up to Aoi until he was exhausted. He could only watch helplessly as Koizi and the others disappeared into the white light. Ah, don't go! Tangaro suddenly woke up from his sleep, and after realizing it, he was glad that it was just a dream. He couldn't imagine what their life would be like without Koizi. After breaking away from the sadness in the dream, Tangaro felt his cheeks were wet, and he touched them strangely. I found that at some point, I had already shed 2 lines of tears. From the window, it was still dark outside, but the wind and snow had calmed down a bit, and we could already move. Tangaro quietly took a handful of snow from the windowsill, and then directly wiped his face with the snow, feeling refreshed. Then he put on his coat lightly, put on the bamboo basket and prepared to leave. Tangaro didn't want to disturb the old man's sleep, so he just left quietly. He left a note, and the old man would see it when he woke up. However, when the door was opened secretly, the wooden door in disrepair made a harsh friction sound. Tangaro was startled, the old man must have been woken up. Sure enough, when the old man woke up, he saw Tangaro packing his luggage and waiting at the door. The old man gave a hatch, and then asked, Does Tangaro want to go home? It's still dark now, so why don't we leave before dawn? Before the sun rises, there are man-eating ghosts haunting you. Tangaro touched his head in embarrassment. I don't know what's going on, I feel empty in my heart, and I'm a little worried about the safety of my family, so I want to go back quickly. The old man expressed his understanding. So that's the case, then Tangaro doesn't need to care about me, go back quickly. Many people don't believe it, but I can be sure that there is an inexplicable connection between relatives. Even if they are thousands of miles apart, they will occasionally feel it on a whim. Hearing this, Tangaro became even more worried. Did something really happen to Aoi and the others? That's why I have such a dream. When the old man said this, he seemed to think of something, and the old man suddenly sighed. Well, when my son had an accident, I was having nightmares several days in advance. If I could have reacted earlier, maybe I could have prevented all that. Tangaro, let's go. In a person's life, only relatives are the most important. Tangaro hurriedly responded, even though he was very anxious. He closed the door for the old man contemptuously after going out. Noticing Tangaro's movements, the old man smiled knowingly in the room. For such a gentle and kind child, fate will definitely treat him kindly. However, fate does not treat kind people kindly. On the contrary, fate always likes to push people to the point of desperation, and then watch that person struggle to survive in despair, and never tire of it. After a while, Tangaro trotted to the halfway up the mountain, which was already close to his home. However, Tangaro's nose quivered slightly, and he smelled a scent. This seems to be the smell of blood. Suppressing the uneasiness in his heart, Tangaro quickened his pace, hoping that his guess was wrong. In the flying snow all over the sky, there was a small figure running against the wind and snow, staggering on the white snow, desperately running. Along the way, the smell of blood became more and more intense, and there was already some fishy smell lingering in the nostrils. Tangaro was very reluctant to believe it, but past experience told him that the smell of blood came from the direction of his own home. Nezuko, Hanako, Liutai, please don't let anything happen to you. With a sense of luck, Tangaro kept running in a panic. Until he saw his own home with his own eyes, the warm wooden house that protected them from the cold in the wind and snow. At this moment, the door panel had been broken into scattered pieces of wood, and blood could be seen faintly on the snow. In his haste, Tangaro tripped over a stone and fell on the snow. Not paying attention to the pain in his body, Tangaro ran into the house scrambling. But the bloody scene in front of him was like a sharp knife, splitting Tangaro's entire world. 7. Ah! 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 Mother, Nezuko, Hanako, Takeo, Shigeru, Rokuta. Tangaro suppressed his tears and checked one by one, and found that the 6 people in front of him were silent. He collapsed to his knees on the ground, with big streams of tears pouring out of his eyes. Under the great grief and pain, his heart seemed to be crushed, making Tangaro breathless. Just when Tangaro was about to faint from grief and pain, he suddenly saw Nezuko's shoulders tremble slightly. Nezuko! As if he saw the light in the darkness and grasped the straw for life-saving, Tangaro ignored Nezuko's blood-stained clothes and hugged Nezuko in his arms. Nezuzi, that's great, my brother will definitely save you, hold on. There is no time, just now I almost thought that Nezuko was dead, she must be seriously injured, but there is still a possibility of survival. Mother, and brothers and sisters, I'm going to save Nezuko first, you wait for me to come back. Time is running out, Tangaro only intends to take Nezuko down the mountain to find a doctor, and then come back to pick up the remains of his relatives. And at this moment, Tangaro spotted a line of writing on the wall out of the corner of his eye. The handwriting was hurried and messy, but Tangaro could still tell that it was his brother's handwriting. Tangaro, don't feel hopeless, you must live, and wait for me to find you. It turned out that brother Chuanliu was still alive, but why did he abandon everyone and leave? Because he was too worried about Nezuko's injury, Tangaro stopped thinking about it and put it aside for the time being. He just wanted to take Nezuko to see a doctor quickly. After looking at the other people's corpses reluctantly, Tangaro put Nezuko on his back and rushed out the door. Regardless of his exhaustion, he ran down the mountain desperately. It's just that he didn't see that Nezuko's eyes were still closed behind her, but her small face gradually became ferocious, with blue blood vessels exposed through her pale skin. Chapter 6. The time goes back to the time when Lin Qi escaped from the corpse of his family. Lin Qi looked up at the sky, but he couldn't see anything clearly. The wind and snow were strong, disturbing the clouds and making the sky unpredictable. Coupled with the fact that his consciousness was chaotic and fuzzy before, and he didn't know how long he had been running, now he couldn't tell what time it was at all. The moonlight sprinkled on the snow, and the crystal snow repeatedly reflected the moonlight, making everything around it bright even though it was still night. I heard from the old people that ghosts are immortal, they are only afraid of the Sunday. When the sun rises and the sun shines brightly, no matter how strong a ghost is, it will turn into ashes and dissipate in the world. If the wind and snow stopped suddenly, and it happened to be daytime, and the sun shines, I'm going to die. I wanted to find out where I was and what time it was, but the hunger in my stomach broke out again, interrupting Lin Kai's thoughts. As a last resort, Lin Qi bent down and grabbed a handful of snow and put it in his mouth. The cold snowflakes turned into ice water in his warm mouth, and then flowed down his throat. Lin Qi only felt a burst of coolness go straight from his throat into his stomach, which weakened the burning hunger in his stomach a bit. But in the next second, a feeling of nausea came, and his stomach was also churning, not accepting the incoming snow water. So, not long after eating the snow water, Lin Chi spit it out again. This hunger has not weakened, but has become stronger. Lin Chi was helpless. Ghost, can't you eat anything but people? It doesn't eat people and has no strength, but energy is conserved. Even if it is immortal, ghosts should go into a dormant state due to exhaustion of energy. I have no strength. How can I seek revenge from the murderer? How can I kill ghosts? Could it be that I can only choose to eat people? At this time, Lin Chi is no longer the gentle and kind brother he used to be when facing his family. Now, he doesn't resist cannibalism too much. As long as it is not your own family, in order to gain strength, to find the murderer and avenge the family. Lin Chi doesn't mind cannibalism. No, you can't eat people at will. If you want to eat, you must find evil people to eat, or only eat people who have been attacked by other ghosts and have died. Otherwise, if I meet Tangaro again one day, how can I face him? Even if it is to eat evil people, it is really a last resort. If there is another choice, Lin Chi will definitely not choose to eat people. Don't say it's just a surly personality, no matter how vicious a person is, he won't choose to eat his own kind. That's not called a villain, but a pervert. Although his body has become a ghost, deep in Lin Kai's heart, he still regards himself as a human being. When I came, the footprints left by stepping on the snow had been filled by new snowflakes falling from the sky. Lin Chi looked around and found that this snow world had no direction at all. The heavy snowstorm that was still falling also made him lose the ability to distinguish the direction. I can't waste time, I can already feel my body getting weaker and weaker, and I really want to fall asleep. Seriously injured, coupled with the extremely fast long-distance journey, and since Lin Chi had only licked the blood of some sunflower branches since he became a ghost, he is now extremely weak. Although he has the physique of a ghost, the surface of his body is intact, even stronger than before. But in fact, every cell in Lin Chi is screaming for energy nourishment, otherwise they can only stop turning far away, until one day they are reawakened by flesh and blood. Feeling that his own situation is not optimistic, Lin Chi can no longer just stand still and think and regret and blame himself. Now, I need to find food to feed my hunger and shelter from the Sunday. Unable to distinguish the direction, Lin Chi had to choose a direction at random, and walked quickly while thinking about what he should do in the future. But when it comes to brisk walking, his speed is equivalent to that of a normal person trotting. Even if it is a newborn ghost, even if it is weak without eating, its physique is far better than that of ordinary humans. 8. After all, ghosts are predators who feed on humans. As he was on his way, Lin Chi was still counting silently in his heart. After walking like this for about half an hour, he stopped. Twitching his nose, Lin Kai's eyes immediately had a large amount of blood densely spreading out. He had no choice but to take a deep breath, let the cold air enter his lungs, and calm down his violent mind. This familiar feeling made him finally suppress the desire in his heart. Call. This smell is the smell of blood. There is also a ferocious, tyrannical, and chaotic smell, it must be a ghost. The same family, roughly the same talent. Tangaro's sense of smell has reached the point where he can smell people's mood. Although it is far inferior to Tangaro, Lin Kai's sense of smell has always been much better than normal people. Now that he has become a ghost, Lin Kai's already good sense of smell has become even more sensitive when all the functions of his body have been enhanced. Although it is still not as good as Tangaro today, but he already has the level of smell that Tangaro had when he was a child. Ghost. Lin Chi clenched his fist fiercely, and his sharp nails pierced deeply into the flesh, but at this moment, he completely ignored the stinging pain. Before Kiwasuji appeared, Lin Kai's head was severely injured by the black-haired ghost. At that time, he was seriously injured and didn't see Kiwasuji's face, but only vaguely felt Kiwasuji's existence. That person can turn me into a ghost, but I can feel that I don't have the ability to turn other people into ghosts. Does this mean that only that person can create ghosts, or that only a certain group of ghosts can create other ghosts? But no matter what, guys who can make ghosts must be very rare. Just follow this line of thinking and act first. Lin Kai's guess is close to 10. Only Oni Wusuji has the ability to create ghosts. Wait for me, one day, I will find you. At this time, Lin Chi made a decision, he was going to find the nearby ghost. Not only was he stimulated by the smell of blood, but also because he wanted to find traces of anime Suji. In Lin Kai's mind, there must be a connection between Oni Wusuji and ghosts. As long as he keeps looking for traces of ghosts, he must have the opportunity to learn about Oni Wusuji. Moreover, as long as it is a ghost, Lin Chi doesn't want to let it go. The blood of ghosts has some inheritance of knowledge. This is why Lin Chi understands that he cannot create ghosts. And the inheritance of this ghost also made him understand the essence of ghosts the moment he became a ghost. That is the endless greed for human flesh and blood, the endless desire for killing. No matter how kind and harmless that person was when he was a human, as long as he turns into a ghost, he will distort all the goodness of a human being. Violence and tyranny are the nature of ghosts. And Lin Chi, unlike other ghosts, he felt that he seemed a little special. Although the desire for flesh and blood still exists, human rationality has not faded away. Ghosts, the body is a ghost, and the heart is also a ghost. But Lin Chi, whose body is a ghost, has a human heart. Tangaro, I promise to create a ghost-free world for you. Let's start with this ghost. By the way, ask for tickets. Chapter 7 Black Spike. From the age of 11, Lin Chi helped his father Tangaro chop firewood, and insisted on carrying a small bamboo building on his back to sell charcoal with Tangaro. Later, Tangaro passed away early, and he didn't want his younger brothers and sisters to be troubled. When the image shop saw them growing up, Lin Chi took on all the heavy work by himself. He also often goes into and out of the forest alone to find some fresh and delicious non-toxic wild fruits for his family to eat. During this process, Lin Chi also encountered many beasts. There are boars, bobcats, and wolves. However, relying on Lin Kai's agility and agility acquired through training, as well as his natural fighting spirit, he has never been afraid of these beasts. Only that otherworldly beast named Ghost made him fall to the ground without any resistance. Let me see how strong this ghost's body can be. He clenched his fist and made a creaking sound. Although Lin Chi was very hungry and lacked energy, he could still clearly feel the powerful power contained in this body. The power of a ghost, coupled with the fighting consciousness that he already had when he was a human. Lin Chi felt that he should be able to deal with ordinary ghosts. But he still doesn't know that what he will face soon is not an ordinary ghost. Searching for the scent, Lin Chi stopped in front of a cave on the side of a mountain after more than 10 minutes. The cave is very hidden on the outside, and is covered by some tall bushes and weeds. If it is normal, Lin Chi may not be able to find it. But the sweet and rich smell of blood coming out of it, like a bright candlelight in the dark, has already made Lin Kai's eyes red with blood, and he almost couldn't bear it and rushed in directly. Fortunately, Lin Chi had a certain amount of psychological preparation and resistance after experiencing the torment in the Shura field when he was born, so that he could barely suppress his impulsive thoughts. Looking at the claw marks around the cave, it should be a bear cave. This ghost seems to have robbed someone of their winter home. It's really bad. In the forest, the last thing Lin Chi wanted to meet was a bear. 9. The bear's nose is very sharp, and it can track the scent of several kilometers around, and the burst speed is also very fast, and it can climb trees. No one would want to face such a predator. Before, Lin Chi had also dealt with bears several times, and he was always in awe of the power of bears, and every time he avoided them from a distance. However, in the face of ghosts, such terrifying creatures that shouldn't exist, the bear, who is the overlord of the forest, can only be reduced to a victim, The moonlight was bright, but it couldn't enter the cave at all. The bare hole in front of Lin Kai's eyes is like a ferocious beast that wants to eat its blood, and it chooses to eat people. However, ghosts have night vision in their eyes, which is a bit like felines. As long as there is a little light, you can see the surroundings clearly. In Lin Kai's eyes, the pitch black hole to human beings is completely exposed, without any secrets at all. Ghost, if it doesn't distort the mind, must eat human flesh and blood, and cannot touch the sun, then it can really be called a perfect creature. Lin Chi tried his best to slow down his breathing rhythm, and stepped into the cave without hesitation. From the outside, the cave looks like a hole that only one person can pass through, but after entering, it becomes more and more spacious as it goes deeper. No wonder there are ghosts and bears robbing the cave. This place is spacious enough, and the entrance of the cave is relatively hidden. You can stay here during the day to avoid the sun. It is a very suitable cave for living. Lin Chi couldn't help but have the idea of occupying it. The cave was relatively deep. After walking more than 10 meters inward, Lin Chi stopped at the place where the smell of blood reached its peak. He clearly saw a ferocious figure, with his back turned to him, tearing apart a broken corpse. The blood that flowed out was still steaming, so it was estimated that he had just died. The corpse was lying horizontally, and the ghost was facing the middle of the corpse, greedily gnawing on it. From this angle, Lin Chi could see the face of the corpse. This is a young child, perhaps only 12 or 13 years old, and his small face is full of condensed and stiff pain and despair. Before he died, he didn't know what kind of despair and fear he had experienced. Uninvited guy, don't you know that you can't trespass on other people's hunting grounds? Hanja stopped eating after hearing heavy breathing behind him. He picked up the fresh heart in his hand, and said to Lin Chi behind him in a fierce tone. Like wild animals, ghosts have a strong sense of domain, and Hanja was very upset when other ghosts broke into his home. But Lin Kai's breathing became heavier, and his eyes seemed to be glued to the delicious corpse. The excitement of being so close at hand made it difficult for him who had been hungry for a long time to bear. Lin Chi needs a little time to resist the temptation to get used to the blood, so as not to lose his mind again and be dominated by his body's instincts. And Hanja turned around, observed Lin Chi for a while, and asked in surprise, Are you being patient? Hanja has a not burly but very vigorous body. He bears his upper body, revealing lean muscles covered with blue blood vessels. There were 3 hideous claw marks on the left and right sides of his face, and his waist was simply surrounded by animal skins. This look is full of wild power. In Hjanja's hands, there was still a slightly trembling heart, which made Lin Kai's breathing even heavier. And Lin Kai's reaction aroused a strong interest in Hanja. It looks like this. It turned out to be a newborn ghost with human memory. It seems that the Lord has appeared nearby. I really hope to see him again. Unfortunately, I am not strong enough to follow him. Hanja handed the heart forward. Little devil, you really want to eat it? Come here, as long as you come and get it, I will give you this heart. Originally, ghosts are very protective of food, but at this moment, Hanja has a lot of playfulness. It's rare to meet a newborn ghost. Obviously wanting to eat, but being restricted by human memory, the appearance of hesitating and refusing to eat people is ridiculous. It's really interesting when the newborn ghost is struggling with his thoughts. However, there is one thing wrong with Hjanja's thinking. Lin Chi is not caught in a mental struggle, but is disturbed by the struggle between the instinct of the body and human rationality. There is a big difference between the two. Little devil, how long can you last? Newborn ghosts, if they have human memory, will generally struggle for a while, but soon, their distorted hearts will drive them to feast on flesh and blood. Hanja firmly believed in this, because he came here like this at the beginning, but he only hesitated for less than 30 seconds before letting go of his own nature and happily devouring human flesh. So he wanted to see how long the ghost in front of him could struggle. To Hjanja's delight, within 30 seconds, Lin Kai's footsteps moved. He stared at the heart in Hanja hand, and slowly, with red eyes, walked towards Hanja step by step. Hanja laughed loudly, "That's right, as a ghost, eating people is a matter of course, so why hesitate about mother-in-law? Come, take this heart with your own hands, open your heart, and eat it. Although it would be a pity to give the delicious heart to others." But Hanja wanted to witness the transformation of a ghost with his own eyes. "It's like looking at my original self. I have received the short message from the website, and the investment and votes have increased. Chapter 8 Let's fight. Yes, just come and eat it like this." Seeing Lin Chi getting closer, Hanja showed satisfaction. And Lin Chi stared at the heart frantically, as if he couldn't wait to snatch it away and devour it. 10. Hanja took a step forward, and directly handed his heart to Lin Kai's body, so he was very close to Lin Chi. "Eat." But Lin Chi raised his head suddenly, looking up with horror. Hanja, who had been observing Lin Chi, also felt his heart tighten. "Is there someone from the ghost-killing squad hiding on it?" Following Lin Kai's gaze, Hanja raised his head violently. But to his surprise, he scanned the top of the cave carefully, but he saw nothing, not to mention the members of the ghost-killing squad, not even a ghost. Then why did this kid suddenly raise his head? Hanja, who was raising his head, couldn't help but have a question, but he quickly reacted. "Fuck, I was cheated." Hanja, who had just realized that he had been tricked, immediately restrained his body and prepared to defend. But he was always one step slower. He only felt a sharp pain in his chin. Hanja's head received a heavy blow from Lin Chi, and there was a dull impact sound and dense bone cracking sounds. Taking advantage of deceiving Hanja, Lin Chi went from bottom to top, clenched his fist with his right hand, and hit Hanja on the chin with a heavy uppercut. In his previous life, in order to survive, Lin Chi boxed with others for a period of time. Although he was beaten badly by others, he got a lot of money and learned some related knowledge. The chin is one of the three most vulnerable parts of the human body. The other two parts are the liver and the back ear. When the back of the chin is hit hard, the brain can't help but become blurred, and even directly fall into a faint. And if the liver is hit hard, it will directly suffer serious internal injuries. Even if it becomes a ghost, these places are relatively fragile. Lin Chi understood this, so he shot all his shots at the vulnerable parts of Hanja's body. With a fierce uppercut, Spike's entire head was thrown back abnormally. And the powerful power belonging to the ghost directly smashed Hanja's jaw bones, and the bone stubble pierced the skin. Compared with the terrifying power, the ghost's physical defense is much weaker. Maybe it's because it can restore immortality infinitely, so it doesn't add evolution points to the defense. Hanja's eyes darkened, his mind was spinning and his mind was in chaos. He wanted to fight back, but he couldn't control his body. But if Lin Chi succeeds in one blow, it is of course beating the dog in the water, and it will be unreasonable. Stretch out your arms, reach out and grab Hanja's entire head directly, straighten his head that is leaning back, and then forcefully push Hanja's head down. At the same time, Lin Kai's right leg bent upwards, and his hard knee hit Hanja's head with enough force to smash the boulder. Boom! It was as if a watermelon had split open violently, splashing red and white all over Lin Kai's body. He kicked Hanja's head with a fierce and sharp knee, smashing it to pieces. "Hey, it's over for now." After the fierce and seamless combo, Lin Chi heaved a sigh of relief. Then he kicked Hanja's headless body aside, ready to eat a few mouthfuls of poor people who were hunted by Hanja, and then figured out how to deal with Hanja. Killing ghosts is very difficult. Although I don't know whether the corpse was good or bad, and I don't know how much fear and despair it had when it was dying. But for the power to act, there is the power to avenge the enemy. Lin Chi also had to eat people. But just as Lin Chi took 2 steps forward, Hanja's voice full of anger came from behind. "My uncle, I haven't felt this level of pain for a long time. The head was blown off, but it was very, very painful. Looking down, the red and white things splashed on Lin Kai's clothes were turning into ashes and disappearing. He turned around and saw that Hanja had stood up at some point, and the original headless body was being repaired from the neck up at a speed visible to the naked eye. With the squirming of flesh and bones, his mouth just finished repairing. Lin Kai's eyes froze, feeling a little annoyed. He made the mistake of empiricism. Lin Chi only knows that ghosts have a strong recovery ability. After he himself became a ghost, he recovered his broken fangs, and recovered from the injuries caused by the black-haired ghost while in a coma. But how long did it take him to recover? No. So Lin Chi doesn't know how strong the recovery ability of ghosts is. So using his past experience, he took it for granted that blowing Hanja's head off would have severely injured the other party. Even if it can recover, it should take a long time. After all, the brain is very important to people. However, how can ghosts use common sense to speculate and measure? In just a few breaths, Hanja could move freely. This kind of mistake cannot be made again in the future. How can it be enough to crush his head? At least his whole body must be crushed. Hanja and Lin Chi rushed towards each other at the same time, and they fought together head-on. Little ghost, I don't know how long you have been a ghost. I'm a ghost who has lived for decades, and age is a symbol of a ghost's strength. Hanja never cared about Lin Chi, not to mention that ghosts are very difficult to die. The power gap between Lin Chi and his newborn ghost is very large. Being attacked just now was just a trivial matter. As long as the neck is not cut off by the sun wheel knife, so what if the head is blown off? 11. Little ghost, you are a newborn ghost, how can you fight with an old ghost like Hanja? However, just after handing over, Hanja became a little bored. Because Lin Chi is as slippery as a loach, no matter how fierce Hanja's attack is, he can't catch him. Hanja is not good at speed. And Lin Chi was silently estimating the strength and speed of Hanja, trying to judge the strength of the enemy. The black-haired ghost back then, but his hair came first after the attack, Lin Chi didn't see anything, his face was already pierced and lifted up. That black-haired ghost is not a bit stronger than the ghost in front of him. But the unknown enemy made the black-haired ghost not even have a heart to resist, just knelt down and died. Lin Chi sighed in his heart, the gap is too big. Hanja's strength and speed are stronger than Lin Kai's, and he is also pressing Lin Chi step by step. However, this level is still within Lin Kai's tolerance. However, if you want to gain the upper hand in the battle, you can't go on like this. Hanja is not stupid. Although Lin Chi has been hiding, Hanja is also compressing his living space. If you keep hiding, you will only avoid the inevitable. Lin Chi needs a turning point that can turn the battle situation around. And he has already figured out how to create this turning point. At this time, the black wolf's fangs turned into claws and grabbed Lin Kai's heart fiercely, but Lin Chi, who had been dodging back and forth, paused and slowed down a beat. Hanja was overjoyed, the feeling that the other party kept playing hide and seek and didn't fight you head-on was really terrible. Although if this continues, the other party will only be forced to death, but this process still makes Hanja unhappy. He prefers head-to-head combat. Seeing the opportunity, Hanja tried his best to prevent Lin Chi from reacting and running away again. His claws became more fierce and sharp, and the sharp nails were stretched a little longer, and the tips of the nails shone with a cold light like the tip of a knife. At the same time, Lin Chi smiled at him. "Idiot, you've been tricked again." Then Lin Chi was unexpected by Hanja, and he had no intention of avoiding it at all. Not only did he not hide, but Lin Chi stepped forward and actively sent his heart into Hanja's hands. Puff! The sharp claws were like a body, bringing up a handful of blood. Lin Chi couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. "I am confidently asking for votes and investment, the signing contract has been sent out, and now the investment can get more returns. Ghost Slayer Exchange Group 8741535599. If you are interested, please add it. There are many beautiful pictures of Nezuko _. No one cannot be tempted by Kamado Nezuko, no one. Chapter 9 Beheading. Ghost, since he can ignore S injury, then the heart is not fatal to the ghost. Lin Chi is willing to have his heart pierced in exchange for a more favorable advantage. The black wolf's fangs and sharp claws pierced Lin Kai's chest, just as he was about to pull it out to cause another injury. Enduring the severe pain, Lin Chi took another step forward, and at the same time, a mouthful of blood sprayed directly onto Heilanja's face, covering Heilanja's eyes. Fuck, I'm not so insidious, dare to fight openly. Heilanja shook his head vigorously, trying to shake off the blood on his face. One of his hands pierced Lin Kai's chest, but his other hand was not idle, and he grabbed Lin Kai's neck fiercely based on his feeling. If Heilanja grabbed his neck and twisted his head off, then Lin Chi would have no room to resist, and Heilanja would not give him time to recover. Lin Chi didn't want to touch head-on. Now that Heilanja's vision is blurred, the attack route is not so tricky, and the speed is a few beats slower, but Lin Chi quickly grabbed the wrist. Then he used Heilanja's strength to lift it up slightly, causing Heilanja's attack to lose its aim. At the same time, Lin Kai's right hand pointed like a knife, and slashed at Heilanja's arm stuck inside him. After seeing Heilanja easily recovering from the headshot damage, Lin Chi immediately understood a truth: a ghost should not be afraid of being injured when dealing with a ghost, because to a ghost, although it hurts, any injury is harmless. Heilanja didn't expect that this newborn ghost would have such vigor and insidious attack methods. He only felt a sharp pain in his right arm from the lower arm, and then the entire elbow was turned over. His arm bones were broken, and now Heilanja's entire right arm is limp and has no strength. What Heilanja hated most in his life was Lin Kai's way of fighting, playing tricks and tricks. It is right to fight head-on, head-to-head, regardless of whether you can fight or not. The bloody head-on battle is what Heilanja expects. Little devil, you managed to piss me off. The gap in strength cannot be made up by small means. I will tear off your limbs, cut off your head, and burn you to ashes when the sun comes. Heilanja didn't plan to use all his strength to deal with a newborn ghost. In this hunting field, there were originally 2 ghosts occupying together, but somehow a ghost hunter from the ghost killing team came, and that ghost hunter was quite powerful. The other ghost was instantly killed by the ghost hunter. At that time, Heilanja was watching from afar, and he was really terrified after seeing the result of the battle, because he also wanted to trouble the ghost hunter, but fortunately, he was preempted by another ghost. It stands to reason that he should leave this hunting ground and avoid that ghost hunter. But for some reason, subconsciously, Heilanja has been reluctant to leave. Even if his life is in danger, he is unwilling to leave. During this period of time, the ghost hunter has been living in the small town below, preventing Heilanja from moving rashly, and that small town is his main source of food. That is, last night a child lost his way due to the snowstorm, so Heilanja could have a full meal. If I use all my strength, I will be hungry again. I hope that ghost hunter leaves quickly. Blood Ghost Art, Swordsman Prison. 12. Heilanja is not an ordinary ghost. He has already mastered the Blood Ghost technique, although he is not very proficient just now, but it is more than enough to deal with a newborn ghost. A huge chopping knife with a length of 1.5 meters and a width of more than 20 centimeters appeared in Heilanja's left hand. The iron-clad handle of this knife was sharp and prismatic. Because the distance was too close, and the left hand was outstretched, he couldn't cut Lin Chi. Heilanja directly smashed Lin Kai's side face with the handle. Hearing the whistling wind, Lin Chi was startled. He turned his head quickly, trying to avoid the gouging of the knife handle. But this knife suddenly appeared in Heilanja's hand. The handle was not short, and it was too close to Lin Chi. Because he didn't expect Heilanja to know the vampire technique, Lin Chi fell directly into a disadvantage. Combat is what it is, changing rapidly. Lin Chi tried his best to dodge, but was still hit by the sharp iron-clad knife handle. A terrifying hole appeared on the right side of his face, and the skin and muscles around his face were torn off. The head was severely injured, and Hanja directly kicked Lin Chi away. Lin Chi, who was kicked away, hit the cave wall, and his whole body was in great pain. As soon as he fell to the ground, Lin Chi immediately adjusted his body to get up. But Hanja didn't want to give him this chance, and the giant chopping knife slashed at Lin Kai's head fiercely, cutting off Lin Kai's head directly. Then Hanja bent his legs and kicked Lin Kai's head up in front of him, pierced Lin Kai's head sharply with the knife, and nailed him to the wall. As for Lin Chi, he fell into the shock of being beheaded for the first time. If it wasn't for the severe pain in his head, but he was still conscious, and he could still see Hanja's happy laughing expression, Lin Chi almost thought he was dead. Hey, if you still want to fight with Master Black Spike Fang, wait for death. Hanja looked at Lin Chi sarcastically, trampled off the limbs of Lin Kai's headless body lying on the ground, and sat on it directly. Lin Chi didn't speak, the feeling he had now was very strange, but it was a terrible experience to be able to see his headless body being trampled off. So, am I so weak? I still want to create a world without ghosts. Tangaro, my brother is so useless. In fact, Lin Chi has done a good job. If a newborn ghost wants to fight a ghost that has lived for decades, let alone kill the other party, it is impossible to even cause harm. And Lin Chi was able to use some means and tactics to blow up Hanja for the first time, and broke Hanja's arm once, which is already an amazing record. Hanja sat on Lin Kai's headless body. He was too lazy to straighten his own bones, so he directly tore off his left arm, and after a few breaths, the intact left arm reappeared. Hey, kid, I kindly gave you some food just now, but you didn't eat it, how do you feel now? It's time for the victor's taunt. But Lin Chi remained expressionless and said nothing, because he was still unwilling to give up. Now he is trying to connect with the body, trying to manipulate the body. He could feel that although his head and body were separated, there was a faint connection between the two. And under Lin Kai's active induction, the connection is strengthening, and it feels like it won't be long before he can directly control his body. Baby, I'm talking to you. Speak up, wasn't it amazing just now? Hanja slightly grinned at the corners of his mouth, revealing a vicious smile that did not leave any trace. Lin Kai's ignoring attitude didn't anger Hanja, because Hanja had an amusing idea. He looked at Lin Chi, and didn't do anything else. After 3 minutes, Lin Chi was finally able to completely control his body. He was going to restore his limbs secretly first, and then explode. There should be more beatings. However, Hanja suddenly laughed out loud. Chapter 10 Blood Ghost Art, Blazing Feather. Hanja laughed and said, ha ha ha, don't think about it, I won't give you a chance, I will kill you now. As you are now, your head has been nailed to the wall by my knife, and it will take a long time to recover your body from your head. But you want to control your body remotely, don't be stupid, I didn't stop you just now, I just wanted to give you hope and make you despair. I'm a ghost who has lived for decades, and it's not that I haven't been beheaded before. How could I not know about your little tricks? Are you desperate? I thought I had a chance just now, but I didn't expect you to be seen through by me long ago. I gave you a chance, but you are useless. Haha, die in despair. While speaking, Hanja stepped forward, and the knife that nailed Lin Kai's head turned into blood-colored energy, and Hanja took it back into his body. Hanja held Lin Kai's head with one hand, and slammed it hard against the solid rock of the cave wall. He wanted to hurt Lin Chi until the sun rose, and let the little devil suffer to death. The continuous heavy blows made Lin Kai's consciousness lose, and the sense of body control he had finally obtained disappeared. But at this moment, a gentle voice faintly came from Lin Kai's ear. During the flow, don't forget to breathe. In his vague consciousness, Lin Chi remembered the teachings of his father Tangaro. At the age of 11, Lin Chi insisted on going up the mountain with Tangaro to cut firewood. Tangaro refused several times at first, but after seeing Lin Kai's insistence, he took him with him. And trekking in the mountains is very hard. Although Lin Chi has a firm mind, but his body is small, and his physical strength will soon be exhausted. But he still stubbornly followed Tangaro's footsteps closely. That's when Tangaro stopped and looked at Lin Chi amusedly. "Little guy, if you can't do it, go back." Lin Chi pursed his lips. "No, I can do it." Tangaro froze for a moment, then smiled at the corners of his eyes, knelt down and touched Lin Kai's head, and helped him tidy up some messy collars. Then he said in a gentle tone, "When the river is flowing, don't forget to breathe." Lin Chi rolled his eyes. "Dad, I'm breathing all the time. If you don't breathe, you will die." Tangaro flicked his finger on Lin Kai's forehead lightly. "You boy, how dare you roll your eyes at me?" 13. Lin Chi giggled. "I'm telling the truth, no one would forget to breathe." At this time, Tangaro's restrained smile said in a very serious tone, "When the stream is flowing, listen carefully." Sensing Tangaro's seriousness, Lin Chi tilted his head and listened carefully with his ears. "What did you hear?" "I heard the whirling of leaves being blown by the wind, and some birdsong passing by. By the way, I heard my stomach growling just now." Tangaro was helpless. "If you're hungry, just tell me, and I'll take you down when you're done. Aoiji should be cooking." He became serious again. "When flowing, you have to remember that everything in this world breathes, and there are laws to be found. And human breathing is chaotic, but if you can master the correct breathing method, you can do many things beyond the limits of the human body. You remember the rhythm of my breathing, this is our family's breathing method, Kagura, the god of fire. You and Tangaro, in the future, you want to pass on Kagura, the god of fire, and our family's earrings." After finishing speaking, Tangaro closed his eyes and motioned Lin Chi to pay attention to his breathing. In Lin Kai's feeling, Tangaro's temperament changed drastically at this moment. Vitality, spirit, enthusiasm, burning. There is even a trace of tolerance. Tangaro, who has always been in poor health, now gave Lin Chi a feeling of infinite vitality and enthusiasm, tolerant of everything and nurturing everything. This feeling is very strange. And Tangaro's breathing rhythm was also recorded by Lin Chi. Then Lin Chi directly tried the god of fire Kagura breathing method, but as soon as he took a big breath, he was choked with tears and snot, and almost couldn't catch his breath. Tangaro opened his eyes, patted Lin Chi on the back, helped him straighten out his breathing, and then teased, "Did you feel the gaze of Lord Vulcan?" Lin Chi rolled his eyes again. "I only felt the gaze of Lord Death." "Dad, you lied to me, right?" Tangaro laughed loudly, and when the smile stopped, he said seriously again, "Dad didn't lie to you at the time of Chuanliu. Now that you are still young, your body can't bear the god of fire Kagura breathing method, it is very domineering. When you grow up and your body is strong enough, don't forget to breathe, and don't forget Kagura, the god of fire. This breathing method, you have to firmly remember it in your heart." Lin Chi rarely saw Tangaro so serious. Although he thought Tangaro was teasing him at the time, he still nodded solemnly, expressing that he would firmly remember Kagura, the god of fire. When he saw the obedient and sensible Chuan Lu, Tangaro sighed insignificantly. "It's a pity that Dad can't accompany you when you grow up. My time is approaching. I can already feel it. You and Tangaro, both of you are more talented than me. Sooner or later, you will be able to truly master Kagura, the god of fire. As for my father, I will take the lead in meeting Lord Vulcan. Yeah, since when did I forget to breathe? I can feel that even though my father has passed away, he is still helping me. Your soul is looking at me in the sky right now. I'm sorry, I forgot to breathe and didn't protect my family." In a trance, Lin Chi seemed to see Tangaro. Tanjiro sighed slightly, then he gently patted Lin Kai's head as usual. If you want to say sorry, it should be me. I'm sorry, because of me, Chuanliashi had to shoulder the heavy responsibility, and Chuanliashi fell into self-blame and regret. Don't blame yourself and feel guilty when you're in trouble. I never blamed you, and the same goes for your mother, younger brothers, and sisters. We only hope that you can live a good life. Even if you become a ghost, you must stick to your heart. During the flow, don't forget to breathe. The voice became weaker and weaker, and Lin Chi knew that Tanjiro had left and turned into a star in the sky again, watching him. Father, I will not let you down. In the hands of Hanja, Lin Kai's head was repaired again, and it hit the wall again and exploded. Seeing Lin Kai's painful expression, Hanja never tires of it. But at this moment, Hanja found that Lin Kai's expression was no longer painful but peaceful and calm. At the same time, there was a strange sound around Hanja. What's that sound? It sounds a bit like the breathing method of the swordsman of the ghost-killing squad. At the same time, on Lin Kai's bloody head, the eyes that had been dull all the time became brighter and brighter. God of Fire Kagura. Blood Ghost Art, Blazing Feather. Seeking investment again. Chapter 11 Tomioka Jiyu. Back to Tanjiro again. Tanjiro ran all the way with Nezuko on his back. He didn't dare to stop in the slightest, lest he delay the time and Nezuko would never wake up again. As long as Nezuko is still warm, brother will not give up on you. Neduzi, you must persevere, brother will definitely save you. Just, what happened the night I wasn't there? Tanjiro regretted not going home last night. If he had been at home, maybe he could have resisted the unknown creature together and kept his family alive. 14. When I was sleeping soundly, what despair did you all go through? There is a mountain road going down the mountain ahead, which is narrow and without any protection, and next to it is a vertical mountain wall with a height of 10 meters. When Tanjiro usually passes by here, he is always cautious, afraid of accidentally slipping and falling down the 10-meter-high mountain road. Now, the snow is more slippery than usual, and Tanjiro's vision is blurred by the howling wind and snow, so it stands to reason that he needs to be more careful. But Tanjiro can't, he can't slow down, Nezuko is still waiting for a doctor to come. The long time running made Tanjiro extremely exhausted, his heart beat faster, his breathing was heavy and rapid, a large amount of cold air flowed down his throat to his lungs were so cold that it hurt, as if countless steel needles were passing through. No, but no matter how painful the body is and how difficult the road is, I have to run faster. There is still a long distance from the town. I must hurry up. Neduzi, I will not let you die, I will save you, my brother will definitely save you. But Tanjiro, who was focused on fighting the pain in his body, didn't notice that Nezuko's hanging hand moved suddenly. The smooth and round nails that Tanjiro trimmed for her are slowly growing longer, and the tips are becoming sharper. Tanjiro, who didn't realize it, continued to run hard, but within a few tenths of seconds, Nezuko's movements became bigger and bigger. Suddenly, Tanjiro felt something strange about Nezuko behind her. He turned his head and found that Nezuko, who was originally unconscious, was staggering and straightening up. Nezuko. Tanjiro looked happy, but before he could stop, Nezuko let out a ho-ho sound. Then she tried her best to open her lips, revealing 2 sharp fangs, and bit down on Tanjiro fiercely. Tanjiro was startled. Nezuko's appearance is very similar to the ghost mentioned in the story. He hastily dodged. However, when evading, Tanjiro slipped and lost his balance. Together with Nezuko, his whole body fell from the side of the mountain road. Bang! Tanjiro and Nezuko landed at the same time, making a dull sound. Not long after, Tanjiro stood up in a daze. Because of the heavy snow at night, the place where Tanjiro fell was covered with snow. The thick snow formed a cushion, and Tanjiro was not seriously injured. But even so, Tanjiro felt sore and dizzy all over, as if all the bones in his body were broken. Vaguely, Tangaro just looked up and saw Nezuko standing there. However, before he could react, Nezuko rushed over directly, but instead of asking Tangaro to hug him like before, he threw himself on Tangaro, opened his mouth and bared his fangs, and bit Tangaro. Nezuko seems to have lost her mind. At this time, Tangaro pulled out the axe he carried with him, and hurriedly held both ends in front of him. Nezuko tightly bit the wooden handle of the axe and pressed down hard. Nezuko, I'm Tangaro, what's wrong with you? Nezuko remained silent, just let out a meaningless low roar. At the same time, Nezuko's body seemed to grow a bit bigger, and at the same time, the strength from Nezuko was getting stronger and stronger, which made Tangaro bear it a bit can't live. Even though he was unwilling to admit it, Tangaro had already confirmed in his heart that Nezuko had become a ghost. Nezuko, I'm an older brother, you must still remember me, right? Brother believes in you, don't become a ghost, cheer up. After a stalemate for a while, 2 drops of water dripped onto Tangaro's cheeks, which were Nezuko's tears. At some point, Nezuko was already in tears, and the tears flowed down onto Tangaro's face. Finally, Nezuko regained some sanity, but at this moment, Tangaro saw a cold light, and the target of this cold light was Nezuko's neck. Tangaro let go of the hand holding the axe, and he pulled Nezuko's body with unknown strength, then closed his eyes tightly, lowered his head and hugged Nezuko tightly in his arms. It was originally aimed at Nezuko, but turned towards Tangaro, and Hangong hurriedly lifted up, cutting off many strands of Tangaro's hair. At this time, Nezuko had regained part of her sanity, and no longer attacked Tangaro, but struggled in his arms. And Tangaro slowly opened his eyes and looked up, seeing the person standing in front of him. A pair of long, narrow, cold, and merciless eyes, and a feathered jacket with half red and half yellow, green, and orange alternating. This is Tangaro's first impression of Jiyu Tomioka. Later, Tangaro saw the sword in Jiyu's hand, holding the sword. This must be a very dangerous man. Why, you want to protect ghosts, aren't you afraid of ghosts? Tangaro hugged the struggling Nezuko tightly, and said loudly. I'm not afraid, what do you want to do? You are not allowed to hurt my sister. Tomioka Yoshiyuki was silent for a while, then said softly, is that your sister? Yoshiyuki Tomioka could clearly see that Tangaro's body was trembling constantly, he was obviously very scared. Sighing insignificantly, Yoshiyuki Tomioka slowly raised the Japanese sword, and then rushed towards Nezuko with a flash of his body. Tangaro hurriedly hugged Nezuko, and tried to protect Nezuko with his body, but felt empty in his arms. Tangaro looked up again and found that Nezuko had been locked by Tomioka Yoshiyuki's wrist with one hand, and she was under control. She kept struggling in pain, but she couldn't make Tomioka Yoshiyuki tremble. Tomioka Yoshiyuki's eyes were extremely calm. My job is to kill ghosts. Your sister is a ghost, so I will kill her. Tangaro stood up in a panic, and begged, no, although Nezuko has become a ghost, she has never eaten people. My home. There is still a smell, violence, chaos. That person must have killed everyone and turned Nezuko into this. That person deserves to be killed, Nezuko is innocent. Yoshiyuki Tomioka slowly raised his hand holding the Japanese sword. But she's a ghost. 15. Tangaro's tears kept flowing, he was afraid of the person in front of him, so he killed Nezuko like this. Tangaro doesn't want to lose Nezuko. No, I will save her, I will turn Nezuko back into a human being. Become human again, Tomioka Yoshiyuki shook his head, no, a ghost is a ghost, and it is impossible to become a human again. At the same time, the knife in his hand was a little closer to Nezuko. No, you can't let him kill Nezuko. Tangaro said loudly, look for it, even if I don't have it now, I will keep looking for a way, I will definitely find a way to turn Nezuko into a human. However, Yoshiyuki Tomioka stopped talking. His eyes remain unchanged, his heart to slay ghosts is extremely firm, the sun wheel knife in his hand is about to touch Nezuko's neck. Chapter 12 He's fierce, but gentle. Tangaro trembled, and suddenly knelt down towards the ground, even sticking his head on Yukainen. Please, please don't kill Nezuko. I have nothing left to lose. My family, my elder brother left without saying goodbye, my mother, younger brother, younger sister, all died in the hands of ghosts. Now I only have Nezuko left, please don't take her away from me, I have nothing more to lose, Nezuko is my everything. Seeing Tanjiro who was kneeling on the ground, trembling and crying, Tomioka Yoshioki's plain face gradually turned dark and became fierce. Why kneel down? Why ask for mercy? Don't beg for mercy like a weakling. Why did you protect your sister in your arms before? What you did should be to pick up your axe and strike at me instead of betting on other people's kindness and mercy. I was able to kill you and your sister just now. Didn't you want to turn your sister into a human? The ghost may have a way. If you go and beg the ghost for mercy, the ghost will give you the way. No, it's impossible for a ghost to help you, and neither will I. After finishing speaking, Yoshiyuki Tomioka ignored Tanjiro's confused and painful eyes, and stabbed the Japanese sword into Nezuko's heart, making Nezuko cry out in pain, but he couldn't struggle. Sighing in his heart, Yoshiyuki Tomioka saw his weak self in Tanjiro. At that time, it was Sato who was like the eldest brother, always protecting himself behind his back. However, due to their own weakness, incompetence, and cowardice, in order to protect himself and everyone else, Sato died in the hands of ghosts. Don't cry and don't despair, this is not what you should do now. If your family members die, your elder brother may turn into a ghost and escape, and your younger sister may also turn into a ghost. You must be in great pain. I understand all this. If I could have come one day earlier, your family might have been saved, and you would not have been in such pain. But what has happened can no longer be changed, and time cannot be reversed. What you need now is to become stronger and make yourself stronger, instead of using your current appearance to hope for pity from others. Be angry, let anger be your driving force, move, change your weak behavior, attack me in your own way. Let me see how far you can go. Yoshiyuki Tomioka's face was gloomy, and he was about to stab again with the Japanese sword in his hand. His appearance is as cold as a 1,000-year-old iceberg, but his heart is as gentle as water. Seeing Nezuko's painful struggle, Tanjiro, who realized that pleading was useless, stood up abruptly, and he stretched out his hand and threw a stone at Yoshiyuki Tomioka. Tomioka Yoshiyuki did not stab Nezuko again, but swung the handle of the knife, knocking the stone into the air. At this time, Tanjiro had already picked up the axe on the side, ran into the shadow of the thick blue shirt, walked around the blue shirt rooted in the mountain, and approached Yoshiyuki Tomioka. Then he swung his axe and charged straight at Tomioka Yoshiyuki. Seeing this scene, Yoshioka Tomioka was extremely disappointed. He said sharply, "Stupid, can you hit the enemy with emotion? You can be angry, but you must also maintain rational thinking. He kind of hates iron but not steel. How can he defeat ghosts with emotion?" Tanjiro threw a stone over again, and when Tomioka Yoshiyuki blocked, he rushed towards Tomioka Yoshiyuki. Tomioka Yoshiyuki raised his Japanese sword with a gloomy face. When Tanjiro leaned forward to chop Tomioka Yoshiyuki, he punched Tanjiro on the back with a chisel under the hilt of the knife, and directly knocked Tanjiro down on the ground. Land. The huge force made Tanjiro fall facing the snow. His body was exhausted very early, and his heart was always in a state of shock and torture, and now he passed out directly. Hey? Where's the axe? At this time, Tomioka Yoshiyuki felt something was wrong. He didn't find the axe in Tanjiro's hand. At this time, Tomioka Yoshiyuki's heart tightened, and then he tilted his head slightly. From the air, an axe slashed into the tree next to Tomioka Chiyuu's head, shaking off some snow. For a moment, Tomioka Yoshiyuki understood the cause and effect. When Tangaro stepped into the shadow of the blue shirt, he threw the axe upwards at Yoshiyuki Tomioka, and at the same time threw a stone to attract his attention. When rushing over, he deliberately posed in the posture of swinging an axe. His posture just now, with his hands covered by his body, deceived Tomioka Yoshiyuki that he was still holding an axe. Do you want to give this axe a chance to defeat me after you are knocked down? Good, really good. What Tanjiro did just now is what Yoshiyuki Tomioka wanted to see. Courage is not recklessness, courage requires resourcefulness. And Nezuko, who was captured by Yoshiyuki Tomioka, was full of anger after seeing Tanjiro being knocked down to the ground and fainting. Her body suddenly became a little bigger, and her strength also became stronger. Under Tomioka Yoshiyuki's ignorance, he broke free from Tomioka Yoshiyuki's control, and kicked Tomioka Yoshiyuki at the same time. Tomioka Yoshiyuki blocked with the blade of his sword, and was kicked back a few meters by a huge force. No, that child is in danger. 16. After kicking Gyuhu Tomioka away, Nezuko stretched out his sharp claws towards Tanjiro on the ground. Gyuhu Tomioka stretched his legs to stop him. But he suddenly stopped in a daze. Because Nezuko didn't make any further moves, she stood in front of Tanjiro, her sharp nails gleaming coldly, and she growled threateningly at Yoshiyuki Tomioka. Ghost, are you protecting humans? Yoshiyuki Tomioka has seen many examples of relatives becoming ghosts. Someone once asked him not to hurt the ghosts who became relatives, just like Tanjiro today. Fu Gang couldn't bear it, and then agreed to the plea, but the man was devoured by the ghost turned by his relatives. Hungry ghosts don't care if you are relatives or not, they just devour all human beings around them, anyone. The girl in front of me was stabbed by me just now and it took a lot of energy to heal, and when she turned into a ghost, she also used up energy. She must be hungry and want to go crazy now. But even so, the ghost girl resisted her hunger, and stood firmly in front of her brother, wanting to protect him and prevent him from being hurt by herself. This is the first time Yoshiyuki Tomioka has seen such a thing. It turns out, can ghosts really maintain their sanity in the face of hunger and blood? Nezuko grimaced, opened his fangs and stretched out his sharp claws and rushed towards Tomioka Yoshiyuki. Tomioka Yoshiyuki did not use the Japanese sword, but simply slashed on Nezuko's neck with a hand knife, knocking him out. When Nezuko was unconscious, Tomioka Yoshiyuki tied a green bamboo tube to her mouth to prevent her from violently hurting others. After waiting quietly for a while, Tanjiro woke up and saw Nezuko who was still breathing beside him, and his heart that had been hanging was finally relieved. At this time, Yoshiyuki Tomioka was leaning against a tree. He said to Tanjiro, "Do you want me to spare your sister?" Tanjiro froze for a moment, then struggled to sit up and said in surprise, "I think, Nezuko will never eat people, please let her go." Yoshiyuki Tomioka left the tree he was leaning against, and he slowly approached Tanjiro, then looked down at him, and said seriously, "Then I need your guarantee, when your sister can't control herself and turns into a cannibal ghost, you have to behead her with your own hands, and then commit suicide to apologize." Tanjiro was silent for a while, and then solemnly promised, "If one day, Nezuko eats someone, I will kill her with my own hands, and use my own life to apologize to the person who was killed." Nezuko has been so kind since she was a child, she definitely doesn't want to hurt others, she definitely doesn't want to become a cannibal. Hearing the answer he wanted, Yoshiyuki Tomioka said softly, "Your sister, she protected you just now. Do you want to turn her into a human, and gain the power to fight ghosts? Go to the foot of Sagiri Mountain, find a man named Rindaki Sakenji, and ask him to be your teacher. Let's say Tomioka Jiu will let you go, he will accept you and teach you how to kill ghosts. Oh, by the way, don't let your sister be exposed to the sun. The ghost will die if exposed to the sun. Take her away before the sun comes out." After talking for a while, Tanjiro embarked on the road to Sagiri Mountain with Nezuko on his back, and also embarked on the road to becoming stronger and slaying ghosts. Is Tomioka Chiyuu? You are so gentle as hell, but you have to pretend to be ruthless. I will firmly remember. At this time, Tangaro already understood Tomioka Yoshioki's good intentions, and couldn't help feeling grateful. Call for the gentle Tomioka. Chapter 13 Sunlight Wings. Under Heilanja's unbelievable gaze, Lin Chi stood up unsteadily. At the same time, behind Lin Kai's headless body, a pair of huge white wings spread out to both sides. The single wingspan of this pair of blazing white wings is more than 3 meters. The wings trembled slightly, as if celebrating his new life. Heilanja looked at Lin Kai's head in his hand, and found that Lin Chi was also looking at him. Impossible, how could a newborn ghost use vampirism? My black spike's talent, even the Lord praised it, and promised that if I master the vampire technique proficiently, he would give me the title of sixth of the last string and allow me to follow him. You are a newborn ghost who dare not even be eaten by humans, how dare you can use the blood ghost technique so quickly? You, how dare you do that? Heilanja, who was burning with jealousy, erupted. Vampire, swordsman. The strangely shaped chopping knife appeared in Heilanja's hands again, his eyes were blood red, and even the 6 claw marks on both sides of his cheeks became blood red. Heilanja, who lost his mind, threw Lin Kai's head forward, raised the chopping knife high, and swiftly chopped it down with a sharp sound of wind. He wanted Lin Chi to taste what it was like to have his head split in the middle. However, a deadly sense of danger came from beside him, going straight to the back of his head and the back of his heart. This feeling is like the terrible feeling of death that he felt when he faced the sunlight after he became a ghost. Every cell in his body was screaming for Black Spike to avoid. The situation was critical. Heilanja had no choice but to give up the plan to attack Lin Chi, and rolled in embarrassment to avoid the unknown attack behind him. After Heilanja got out of the crisis range and readjusted his body, he looked back. I saw Lin Kai's body, holding his head and pressing it on the neck that fell above the body, and then the flesh and blood were stitched together instantly. Lin Chi was complete again. It feels so good to connect the head with the body. Heilanja turned his head again and found that there were 2 hot white feathers stuck on the wall, which were gradually dissipating. The fatal feeling just now came from these 2 feathers. At this time, Heilanja became startled and uncertain. He suppressed the violent fighting desire in his heart and asked Lin Chi. What's the matter with your vampire technique? Why do you give me the feeling of facing the sun? Lin Chi said calmly, what does it have to do with you? You were very proud just now, but now, do you still want me to feel hopeless? On the surface, Lin Chi was extremely calm. But in fact, he meows himself and doesn't know what's going on. 17. When using the god of fire Kagura to breathe, Lin Kai's original idea was to use the breathing method to greatly improve the body's functions, and then suddenly burst out of the restraint of Heilanja. However, when breathing in Kagura, the god of fire, a wonderful change occurred in his body. It may be that the ghost's body operates the human breathing method, which will produce some deviations. 2 groups of inexplicable, homologous energies connected to his blood were rapidly growing and expanding along with his breathing. And the location of this energy is 1 point above the butterfly bone on his back, close to the 2 sides of the spine. Next, the pair of huge and gorgeous blazing white wings broke out of the cocoon with a high posture through the skin of Lin Kai's back. Lin Chi knew at that moment that this was his blood ghost technique, Chi Yu. At this time, a strange silence fell between Heilanja and Lin Chi. On the one hand, Heilanja was suspicious of Lin Kai's blood ghost technique, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt that it seemed to be wings made of sunlight. Feeling the sense of deadly threat from the blazing white wings, Heilanja didn't dare to move rashly. And Lin Chi is getting familiar with his wings curiously. He stretched out his hand to touch the blazing white wings, but it felt very hot, and his fingers were burnt black. My blood ghost technique, is it indistinguishable from the enemy? What's going on? Why am I hurt too? From the current point of view, Lin Chi cannot touch this wing at will. Although it is his own blood ghost technique, it will also burn him. Although the blazing white wings newly appeared on him, they are like Lin Kai's hands and feet, they can be easily manipulated, full of spirituality, without any sense of stiffness. He tried to flap his wings, but unfortunately, after flying crookedly for more than 10 centimeters, he almost fell to the ground. Without any experience in flying skills, even if he had wings, he really couldn't fly. I didn't expect that what people have been pursuing in the previous life is to grow huge wings and fly without tools. After I become a ghost, I have the opportunity to realize it. However, Lin Chi believes that one day he will be able to successfully fly into the sky. Hanja looked at Lin Chi, who was flapping his wings indiscriminately, and a little inspiration suddenly flashed in his mind. His wings are definitely related to sunlight, if you tell that lord about it. Haha, that lord will be overjoyed, maybe he will reward me with a lot of blood to make me stronger. It's even possible for me to become the upper string who is under 1 ghost and above 10,000 ghosts. There are many things that I dare not think about. The more Hanja thinks about it, the more excited he gets. Little devil, wait for your Uncle Black Spike to come back, and I will bypass you this time. Lin Chi, hey. He never imagined that Hanja would want to run away. After saying this, Hanja turned around and ran wildly without hesitation. He didn't want to fight with Lin Chi. The most urgent thing now is to tell that lord the news that this newborn ghost has wings of sunlight attribute. Lin Chi didn't know what happened, he only saw that Hanja's face turned green and pale for a while, and finally showed a hysterical smile that was disgusting and deadly. What are you running for? Seeing Hanja running away, Lin Chi subconsciously chased after him. Although I don't know what happened, but no matter what, as long as the enemy can't achieve what he wants, it will be beneficial to him. But just after Lin Chi ran 2 steps, Hanja, who had fled just now, ran back again, with an angry and distorted expression on his face. Hey, you run away for a while and come back later, so whether to fight or flee, what do you want to do? This ghost gave Lin Chi great pressure just now. But now, no matter how I look at it, I feel that he is a bit mentally retarded. Hanja clenched his fangs tightly, and said unwillingly, if it wasn't for dawn, the sun outside has already risen, how could I run back and forth? Lin Chi suddenly realized that it was so. When he entered the bear cave and entangled with Black Spike endlessly, the sun hidden under the night had quietly poked its head out, emitting light and heat. So, you have no way to escape now, and there is no way out. In just an instant, the atmosphere between Hanja and Lin Chi became chilling. There must be a wound in the struggle between the two, and only one ghost can step out of this cave tonight. Run away? Are you underestimating me? Hanja breathed heavily, his eyes tearing open. Just now, I was easily beheaded and my limbs were broken by myself. After awakening the vampire, did you think you could suppress me? I am Black Spike, and I have fought ghosts and ghost hunters for decades. I don't know how many people or ghosts who don't know the heights of heaven and earth have died in my hands. Little ghost, even if your blood ghost technique is extremely special, I won't be afraid of you. That being the case, let me be a little troublesome, tear off your limbs again, and take you to find that adult myself. Whether you can evolve from a 2-watch beast to a 3-watch beast depends on your tickets and collections. Chapter 14 Ghost Argument. This kid's blood ghost technique seems to be a long-range attack method. I can't let him distance himself, but get close. Hanja's body went down and down, forming a weird posture that was almost touching the ground, and then kicked the ground with his legs and splashed a few pieces of gravel. His whole body was like an arrow flying from the string, clinging to the ground and rushing towards Lin Chi. As soon as Hanja moved, Lin Chi understood Hanja's thoughts. He retreated violently, and started fighting with Hanja in the small bear cave space. With the thought of Lin Chi, the huge blazing white wings on the back flapped back, and then slammed forward. As soon as the dozens of blazing feathers left the wing body, they turned into energy feathers made of blazing white energy, sharp, and carried solar energy that made Heilanja's heart skip a beat. But Heilanja was shocked. He was not afraid. No matter how weird your blood ghost technique is, if you can't hit me, you won't succeed. 18. Even if it hits a little bit, can it kill me directly? The black spike moving against the ground seemed to have transformed into a boneless poisonous snake at this moment, its body twisted back and forth strangely, dodging almost all Chi-Yu. Only one blazing feather pierced Heilanja's shoulder, making him scream out in pain with a distorted face as if he had been burned by a branding iron, but the injury was actually not serious. The other blazing feathers stuck to the ground and slowly disappeared into nothingness. Lin Chi was silent. Heilanja guessed that he would have this long-range method from the time he attacked with Chi-Yu. Then, the strange movement of the black spike close to the ground greatly reduced Chi-Yu's room to play. Of the nearly 60 Chi feathers, only one hit the black spike, and it was also avoided. Heilanja had lived as a ghost for decades, so he looked down upon Lin Chi for his surprise attack at the beginning, and then it could be said that he pressed Lin Chi and beat him violently, or pressed his face against the wall and rubbed it back and forth. After Heilanja was really serious, Lin Chi still felt a lot of pressure even after awakening the blood ghost technique that could restrain ghosts. Chi-Yu is very restrained against ghosts, but the consumption is not small. I'm so hungry, my stomach feels like it's on fire, I just fainted like this. Turning into a ghost consumes energy, and repairing the body also consumes energy, and using vampires consumes the most energy. As for Lin Chi, he hasn't eaten a bite of meat until now. When Lin Chi just obtained the blood ghost technique, Lin Chi was so excited that he even temporarily forgot about his physical exhaustion. But after the excitement faded away, only the weakness that went deep into the bone marrow remained. To be able to fight like this with Heilanja has already depended on firm will. Lin Chi remembered Tangaro's words before his death. During Chuanliu, Tangaro was someone else, so I entrusted them to you. As the eldest brother, you must take good care of them. Yes, Tangaro is still alive, I still have to take care of him, not to lose consciousness, I have to fight. Lin Chi took a deep breath. Kagura, the god of fire. I don't know if it's because the body structure has changed, or if it's just the way it is. When using Kagura, the god of fire, Lin Chi felt extremely painful all over his body, as if every muscle fiber was twisting and cracking, as if being thrown into a torch to burn. However, this brought him powerful strength and speed, as well as a high fighting spirit. Perhaps, Kagura, the god of fire, has inspired my potential, but the body is not so easy to bear. The fiery white wings flapped, although Lin Chi couldn't fly, but it also greatly increased his speed, and he went straight to Heilanja. He jumped up, and the chi feather frantically fanned upwards, forming a downward force. At the same time, with the help of the falling momentum, Lin Kai's heavy legs swung down, like a battle axe to the head of Heilanja. Lin Chi is not afraid of close combat. It's going to be a quick fight. With a happy expression on his face, Heilanja stretched out his hand and slapped the ground forcefully, creating a pothole, then turned his body to the side, avoiding Lin Kai's heavy legs. Bang! Lin Kai's leg hit the ground, and the ground cracked, and a spider web-like crack of more than 2 meters spread out around the contact point. Heilanja's chopping knife slashed directly at Lin Kai's right leg. Lin Chi didn't dodge, but sprang out a sharp claw from his fingertips, and grabbed Heilanja's shoulder. Puff! The sharp claws pierced Heilanja's shoulder and then tore it violently. Lin Chi tore off Heilanja's left arm directly. And Heilanja's chopping knife also directly cut off Lin Kai's right leg, causing him to stagger and almost kneel to the ground, so he had to use his right wing to prop up the ground to maintain his balance. Next, Heilanja didn't hesitate at all. Just after cutting off Lin Kai's leg, he drew back the chopping knife and slashed directly at Lin Kai's waist. Lin Chi grabbed the blade with one hand, and ignored the crazily flowing blood, the other paw clawed at Heilanja's eyeball. Hanja turned his head to avoid it, but was still pierced through one eyeball. The battle between ghosts and ghosts is so cruel, blood and broken limbs fly together. The body quickly becomes tattered, and then quickly repaired. Both ghosts wanted to end the battle as soon as possible, so they started trading injuries for injuries at the same time. Now it depends on who can't hold on first. Lin Kai's face became more and more ugly, he seemed to be unable to bear it, and then he said furiously, "Bastard, if it weren't for the energy consumption of Chi-Yu, I accidentally used too much just now and you hit it, how could it be like this? Fighting with you has already screwed off your head." Hanja laughed loudly, "Little rascal, just mastered the blood ghost technique and used it indiscriminately. How powerful do you think you are? Why don't you want to eat people? People are so delicious. You can smell the corpse in the cave. It tastes so delicious. As a ghost, do you still want to become a human? You can't go back, ha ha ha." Lin Chi stretched out his fangs, ruthlessly tore off a large piece of flesh from Hanja's arm, and spat it aside. At the same time, Hanja cut his stomach open, exposing the internal organs under the skin. But the two ghosts didn't feel any pain at this time, they just attacked each other crazily to cause more damage. While beating, Hanja sneered, "Don't think of human beings so noble, and don't think of ghosts as evil. In the natural ocean, tiger sharks will cruelly hunt seals, and seals will also hunt penguins, tear open the penguin's belly and play with it, and eat it after it dies in pain, but the same is true for penguins. Way to treat small fish. Aren't human beings also cruel and ruthless, and they like to disembowel their prey, and even roast live charcoal to make food? As for ghosts, compared to human tiger sharks, it is only natural to eat people. All of this is nothing more than natural selection of the fittest, and it is nothing more than natural evolution. Since you have become a ghost, follow your own racial nature. If you don't eat people, you are just a freak who is neither human nor ghost. Humans can't tolerate you, and ghosts will want to kill you. You can't be human, ha 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 ha." Hanja wanted to use words to shake Lin Kai's heart, the battle situation was anxious, whoever was shaken would immediately fall into the disadvantaged. But what Hanja said was not just nonsense, it was a truth he himself recognized, so it had a strong appeal. Lin Chi was silent, Hanja's words were not unreasonable, but what he said was wrong. Chapter 15. Finally killing the evil ghosts. There is a dark side in human nature, which is undeniable. Even saints inevitably have dark thoughts. But those shining points in human nature are the divine brilliance that really needs attention and cannot be ignored. Kindness, persistence, bravery, loyalty, tolerance, tenacity. These countless shining points are like countless bright stars hanging on the night, and Yai's brilliance dispels the darkness. And ghosts with twisted minds, greedy, cruel, violent, selfish, lies. They only have an extremely ugly quality, as if all the goodness in human nature has been removed, leaving only deep evil, and these evils form ghosts. 3 parts of human nature have not yet been learned, but 7 parts of animal nature have been deeply rooted. 19. You are a chaotic and evil ghost who only follows the animal nature in your heart. How can you have the qualifications to discuss with me the principles of heaven and justice, human relations, and natural operation? Black Spike. You are also a ghost, do you really think of yourself as a human? However, Lin Chi regards himself as a human being, turns into an evil ghost, and uses his human heart to drive out the ghost body. My butcher knife will only be raised against the cannibal evil ghost. Hanja is now in a rage. Is he still animalistic? Ghosts are higher level creatures than humans, and they even compared me with a beast. There is a flaw. Lin Chi keenly developed the abnormality of Black Spike Fang. In battle, unnecessary emotions are very deadly. Anger and fear are not to be tolerated. Only by launching appropriate attacks rationally and resisting the opponent's ultimate moves rationally can one win the battle. Chi-Yu, Skyward Blade. In the previous melee battles, Lin Chi never used the Chi Yu, but only used it to speed up or take advantage of the situation. This is not because the Chi Yu really has no energy and cannot be used. It was Lin Chi who wanted to paralyze Hanja, quietly waiting for Hanja to relax his vigilance against Chi Yu, and waiting for Hanja to show his flaws. During the battle, Lin Chi seemed to be transformed into a cold and ruthless fighting machine. Although he acted crazily and exchanged injuries with Hanja, he did not fluctuate much in his heart. There is another way to use Chi Yu, but if he uses it lightly, he will only be avoided by Hanja, and the serious injury is drizzle. Therefore, Lin Chi had to make a final decision, and the moment he used Chi Yu, he could decide the battle situation and end the battle. He pretended to be angry, just to give Hanja a message that it would be difficult for him to use Chi Yu again. Fortunately, Hanja was fooled. The god of fire, Kagura, has already caused Lin Kai's bones to make the sound of being overwhelmed. If Hanja did not show his flaws, but fought against him in a crazy but cautious manner, then Lin Chi would be helpless. But fortunately, the opportunity has come. Under the fury of Hanja, he relaxed his vigilance against Chi Yu. Although he was exchanging injuries for injuries before, Hanja was always paying attention to Lin Kai's Chi Yu. Whenever there was any movement, he would retreat. But now, Hanja almost gave up defense completely, and attacked Lin Chi with all his strength. After giving up cautious defense and turning to attack with all his strength, Hanja's ferocious claws grabbed Lin Kai's neck mercilessly, at a tricky angle and very fast. The sharp nails directly pierced Lin Kai's neck from the knuckles, causing Lin Chi to suffer unceasingly, while the black wolf teeth showed fierce eyes, and were about to violently tear Lin Kai's neck off. However, at this moment, his eyes suddenly lit up, and a sharp white light cut down. Hanja subconsciously raised the chopping knife to stop him, but the chopping knife didn't have much strength in a hurry, so it was cut directly. In an emergency, Hanja tilted his head, feeling that something cut him, and the next second, half of his side seemed to be on fire, and the left paw holding Lin Chi also lost strength and loosened weakly. You can't use the vampire technique anymore. Lin Kai's throat was ripped off, and he said in a hoarse voice, "Of course I lied to you. Idiot, you have been tricked by me 3 times. If we were similar in strength, you would have died 3 times already." As soon as he spoke, blood came out of his throat. Lin Chi quickly stopped talking, and just looked at Hanja with inexplicable eyes. From the left shoulder to the right side of the waist and abdomen of Hanja's body, there is a white light shining slightly. Lin Chi stretched out his hand and pushed, and Hanja's body turned into 2 irregular pieces and fell to the ground. Hanja's huge wound surface was scorching black, and there was no blood to save it, which was the high temperature damage carried by Chi Yu. Just now, when the black wolf teeth grabbed Lin Kai's neck, the white wings on Lin Kai's back, which were like decorations in close combat, stood up high and fast at an extremely high speed. The sharp-edged feathers are densely arranged, and then, like a huge 3-meter-long white-winged knife, it slashes fiercely at Hanja's head from top to bottom, trying to split Hanja in 2 from the middle. Half. However, Hanja's reaction was good. He tilted his head to avoid the head, but the ending was already doomed. This just gave him an extra breath of time. Hanja crazily mobilized energy and physical strength to repair his body, but the injury of his body being cut in half couldn't be repaired casually. Not to mention that Lin Kai's blazing feather attack contained a strange solar energy, which made him miserable and weakened the recovery effect of Black Spike Fang. With one hand on the ground, Hanja struggled, while the other hand grabbed the chopping knife next to him, trying to gain time to recover. But Lin Chi learned his lesson this time. He didn't give Hanja a chance to recover, and the white Chi Yu cut off again, this time towards Hanja's neck. Hanja, who was severely injured, was powerless to resist. Before he raised his knife, the white blazing feather had already cut off his neck. At this time, Hanja's body froze and he completely lost his strength. His body is turning into black and red ashes. This feeling, am I going to die? How could it be? There is no sunlight, and I was not beheaded by the sun wheel knife, why would I die? The blazing feather of this newborn ghost has the same lethality as the sun wheel saber. However, why am I no longer in pain, but as warm as when I was bathing in the sun when I was a human? So, is the sun so warm? I have forgotten the feeling of bathing in the sun for a long time, no wonder that adult is so persistent. I remembered why I had been guarding this town and didn't want to leave. I'm sorry, Nanako, I still didn't wait for you in the end. Under Lin Kai's surprised eyes, the black wolf fang was turning into black-red ashes. Lin Chi didn't know what happened. What happened? My blood ghost technique, can these blazing white wings kill ghosts? Great! I thought that only sunlight could kill ghosts, but as a ghost, I am also afraid of sunlight. This is very inconvenient. Now, I have more confidence in dealing with ghosts. At this moment, Lin Chi didn't know the existence of the sun wheel knife. At this time, a strong instinctual impulse came from the blazing white wings behind Lin Chi. This impulse was a bit like wanting to eat. As soon as Lin Kai's mind moved, he followed the instinct of blazing wings. In an instant, a suction force came from the blazing white wings. The black-red ashes from the black fangs flew into the blazing white wings like swallows returning to the forest. Lin Chi turned pale with shock. What the hell? Don't eat indiscriminately. 20. This is a ghost, what should I do if there is a problem with eating? At this moment, the blazing white wings shone brightly, and a stream of sad memories flooded into Lin Kai's mind. Chapter 16 Nanako, I'm sorry. Hey Hanja, let's go see Xiaogui. Hanja, who was still a child of 7 or 8 years old, turned his head and saw that it was the girl Nanako who grew up with Hanja. Nanako is the same age as Hanja, but a head taller than Hanja. Hanja's physical development is slow, and children of the same age like to call him a short winter melon that can't grow up, exclude him, and are unwilling to communicate with him. Only Nanako likes to play with Hanja, and only Nanako is Hanja's friend. Hanja replied casually, okay, let's go together after I take a shower. Hey, take a shower. Ah, Nanako, turn your head away quickly, I'm still taking a shower. Hanja was very shy, he quickly squatted down, only showing half of his head, spitting bubbles. Nanako smiled, I said, Hanja, you are a boy, why are you shyer than me? Hanja showed his head, pretending to be calm and said, who says I'm shy, I'm just. By the way, I just thought that if someone finds out and you watch me take a bath, Nanako will not be able to marry in the future. I am thinking of you. Nanako's eyes narrowed slightly, and a narrow smile appeared on her small face. Well, if I can't get married in the future, Hanja, you can come and marry me. If it's Black Spike, Nanako will be very happy. Hanja, are you willing to marry me in the future? Hanja stammered a bit, looking at Nanako with a bright smile like the sunshine in March. He really wanted to say yes, but the little boy's self-esteem made him hesitate. Let's talk. Nanako didn't ask, but threw Hanja's clothes to him. Here, let's go and see Xiaogui. After Hanja got dressed, Nanako took Hanja's hand and went to Lanli Mountain behind the town, which is where Lin Chi is now. Hanja looked at the sky, the sun was shining brightly and the birds were singing lowly. He reached out his hand to block a ray of sunlight. The sun is so nice today, it's warm on people's bodies, I like it very much. Nanako and Hanja's small bodies were moving in the Lanli Mountain with ease, and they got into a bush in a short while. There is a small den in the grass, and there is a little wolf cub whose eyes have not been opened yet. Look, Xiaogui seems to be a little bigger than yesterday. Hanja shook his head, no way, I look the same. Nanako knocked on Hanja's head unhappily, idiot, if I say yes, there is. Hanja covered his head and shouted, Hey, it hurts, it just hasn't grown up, let's reason. Nanako raised her small fist again, and turned around demonstratively, don't reason with girls, hey Hanja. Black Spike gave in, okay, okay. Nanako leaned close to Hey Hanja, and said in surprise, do you see that Xiaoguai's eyes are very similar to yours? Hey Hanja was helpless, it hasn't opened its eyes yet, so it doesn't look like it, I protest. I said like, no refutation is allowed, protest is invalid. Well, my little boy really looks like me. That's right, I like Black Spike even more. Half a month later, Nanako's parents took Nanako to move to a distant relative's house. Nanako shed tears, and said to the dumbfounded Hey Hanja, I'm leaving, you must remember me, and take good care of my little boy. Wait for me, when I grow up and come back to find you, marry you, and be your bride, Hey Hanja, you must wait for me. After finishing speaking, Nanako got into the carriage with her parents. Hey Hanja froze on the spot, looking at the carriage that was drifting away, his pretended strength could no longer hold up, and the tears flowed down wantonly like the water of a decision. He chased the carriage and shouted, Nanako, I will definitely wait for you to come back here. I am willing to marry you when I grow up. I am very willing, really, really very willing. Only when you lose it will you understand how valuable it is. Black Spike's voice gradually dissipated in the wind, and it's unknown if Nanako heard it. And the carriage that Nanako was sitting in also completely disappeared from Hey Hanja's sight. He choked up, fell to the ground and cried bitterly. Nanako, I will take good care of my little boy. You have to come back early and marry me. The next day, Hey Hanja was alone with some raw milk to feed Xiaoguai. The sky was getting darker and darker. Hey Hanja left a bit late today, it was getting dark. This journey was also extremely silent, without Nanako's company, Hey Hanja felt unprecedentedly lonely. Fortunately, our little boy can accompany me. I will take good care of my little boy until you come back, Nanako. But just as he pushed through the bushes, Hey Hanja found a pair of green wolf eyes staring at him. It was a big wolf that was shaped like a calf, and Xiaoguai was crawling on the belly of the big wolf to drink milk. Is this Xiaoguai's mother? Hey Hanja had guessed the identity of the big wolf, but the big wolf didn't know Hey Hanja. It managed to find the lost cub, and it was impossible to expose it to danger. The fangs were exposed, and then the sharp claws slapped on the left and right sides of Hey Hanja's face respectively. The sharp wolf claws left 3 terrifying claw marks on both sides of Hey Hanja's cheeks, revealing the pale bones. Blood spurted out, and Hey Hanja, who was seriously injured in an instant, fell to the ground, his eyes darkened. Nanako. The big wolf walked towards Hey Hanja slowly, and was about to bite down on Hey Hanja's neck. What a poor child! 21. At this time, under the bright moonlight, a man wearing a white top hat suddenly appeared in Hey Hanja's field of vision, from nowhere. Giwasuji's figure flashed, crushing the big wolf's neck and throwing him far away. He squatted down gently, and said softly to Hey Hanja, little guy, do you want to live? Hey Hanja's eyes glowed again, think, I have to wait for someone else, I can't die. Ghost Mai Suji lightly pressed the brim of his hat, as you wish, but there is a small price. A few strands of blood fell into Hey Hanja's mouth, and from that day on, he became a ghost. Hey Hanja, who turned into a ghost, lost the consciousness of being a human being, and also forgot Nanako, Xiaoguai, and all relatives. But even if he became a ghost, he never forgot to stay here and wait. Even though Hey Hanja didn't know why, his subconscious told him not to leave here, but to wait forever. This waiting for unknown reasons has lasted for 67 years. Until today, Hey Hanja, whose head was beheaded by Lin Qi, recalled everything. And Lin Qi, as a bystander, witnessed Hey Hanja's life. In the endless white light, Lin Qi remained silent, not knowing what to say. A ray of white light condensed into Hey Hanja's appearance when he was 7 or 8 years old. He walked up to Lin Chi and sat down with his arms around his knees. Thank you for reminding me of everything, the sunshine that day was so good, I miss it so much. We are all the same, we are all people who are played by fate, but you are still alive, and if you are alive, you still have a chance. Take my strength, take my blessings, and go find that lord. That lord, whose real name is Guiwu Suji Wumi, is the ancestor of all ghosts. Ghosts are not allowed to call his name directly, otherwise there will be a curse to kill him, you must remember. The small price he said was an unbearable pain for me. If you have a chance, you can ask him for me, are you really happy to be a ghost? Hanja showed sadness on his face, ask the readers for me, if you don't vote, don't invest, whoring for nothing, are you really happy? Crazy hint. Chapter 17 A Ghost broke the shackles. After finishing speaking, the white light began to dissipate slowly, and was recovered by Chi Yu. As if he didn't notice the dissipating body, Hanja stared blankly ahead. Nanako, I'm sorry, you must have been looking for me for a long time. Sorry, I forgot about you. Lin Chi was silent for a while, facing the ghost who had beheaded his head and fought frantically with him. He slowly spit out a word, okay. The white light in his vision faded, Lin Kai's consciousness returned to his body, and he turned his head to look behind him. There is an extra pair of rust-colored wings. Under the blazing white wings, they are shorter than the blazing white wings, but overall they are also very long, with a wingspan of more than 2 meters. After trying to flap these 2 pairs of wings, Lin Chi flew up crookedly. This time, he was able to reach the top of the cave. But it didn't take long before he couldn't control himself and almost fell headlong. However, Lin Chi felt that he was only a little bit closer to being able to fly. Black Spike. I accept your power, and I promise to ask him for you personally if you have any questions. Is Kiwasuji innocent? You are innocent, but you want to make others miserable. Also, Hanja, can you tell me what a ghost is? Unfortunately, no one answered Lin Chi. The current Lin Chi, after Chi Yu absorbed the black and red ashes transformed by the black wolf fang, was full of energy and full of physical strength. The hunger that seemed to knock him to the bone and suck the marrow had all disappeared, and the remnant body in the cave was still emitting the smell of blood, but it could no longer make Lin Chi feel impulsive. After swallowing Hanja's body, Lin Chi felt that he would not be hungry for a long time. His physical condition has finally been enriched to the peak: physical fitness, strength, agility. All aspects have been greatly enhanced. But Lin Chi was struggling in his heart. Because he sympathizes with Hanja very much, sympathizes with this ghost. Ghost? What kind of creature is it? Are they really all twisted and evil beyond redemption? Before, Lin Chi thought that only he had undergone a mutation, maintained his rationality as a human being, and was able to actively restrain his desire to eat people, while other ghosts were extremely evil. But now, his determination was shaken, because after seeing Hanja's life, he inevitably felt sad for Hanja. Is there a sad memory behind every ghost? Is every ghost like me, who was turned into a ghost after experiencing the unbearable pain of life and losing his loved ones? Is it possible for ghosts to be pitied and saved? The blazing white wings and rusty wings dissipated into the air, leaving only 2 pairs of small wing marks on Lin Kai's back skin. Maintaining the vampire technique is quite exhausting. With a bang, Lin Chi lay down on his back regardless of the dust and gravel all over the ground. He silently looked at the rough top of the cave, and the messy thoughts in his heart could not be calmed down. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west. After 3 ups and downs, a field mouse broke into the dark bare cave, and it slowly moved towards the cave following the smell of blood. It has been hungry for several days, even if there is a sense of oppression that makes it tremble, it has to take risks, in order to survive, to find the source of the bloody smell. After moving to the depths of the cave, the wild mouse squeaked excitedly, because it found a corpse with most of its flesh and blood remaining. As long as it tore off a piece of flesh and then quickly slipped away, it could avoid the pain of starvation. But as it ran towards the corpse, it suddenly saw two lights ahead. Then the world was spinning, and someone lifted it up with its tail. 22. Those 2 points of light were Lin Kai's eyes that had recovered their spirits. Little thing, cannibalism is not allowed. I'll let you off this time, let's go. Lin Chi has the habit of carrying food with him. There are several glutinous rice balls in his pocket, and he looked through them. Only one glutinous rice ball is not stained with blood. He put the wild mouse down, and put the glutinous rice ball in front of the wild mouse, indicating that it can take it away. This wild mouse is also full of spirituality. Although it was shivering from the terrifying aura of Lin Chi, it also understood Lin Kai's kindness. It bit the lotus leaf that wrapped the glutinous rice ball, and quickly dragged the glutinous rice ball that was about the size of its body out of the cave. It was only at the head of the cave that the wild mouse turned back, paused for a while, and then jumped into the woods biting the glutinous rice balls and disappeared into the night. Lin Chi stood up slowly, stretched his waist, and the previous confused look disappeared. After 3 days of thinking, Lin Chi had an answer to his question that satisfies him so far. Evil cannibals are never worthy of pity or forgiveness. It's not the ghost named Hanja that makes me feel sad, but the little boy who is waiting for King Mei to return. Ghost, as long as you eat people, you will never go back. No matter what the reason is, all evil ghosts that eat people should be killed. Fate turned me into an evil ghost when I encountered misfortune, but it also gave me blazing white wings that can kill evil ghosts. Then let me be the seraph of the ghost of the end. The goal of creating a ghost-free world will never change. In fact, Lin Chi was a little scared in his heart, because what he thought before was to eat the wicked and the dead. But now he understands that the newborn ghost may still have some humanity, but no matter what the reason is, as long as it eats people, the ghost will grow and grow stronger. Eating people, regardless of whether they are evil people or not, Lin Chi will irreversibly become a cannibal that he himself cannot forgive. At that time, how could I have the idea of cannibalism? It seems that when Lin Chi first became a ghost, although Lin Chi had a heart, the ghost's instinct was still subtly changing Lin Kai's thoughts, trying to push him into the abyss of degeneration. But fortunately, after using Kagura, the god of fire, the natural instinct of the ghost seemed to be burned and swallowed by the sun and the fire, and it had disappeared invisible. Lin Chi doesn't have to worry about being changed by the nature and instinct of ghosts and doing things that go against his heart. Moreover, there seemed to be an invisible shackle in the body, which also shattered and disappeared at the same time. Could it be the curse of Oni Wusuji? Forget it, it's better not to try it lightly. Walking to the side of the broken corpse, Lin Chi knelt down, covered the small face of fear and pain with his hands, and then stroked it gently, so that the fear and pain disappeared, leaving a peaceful look. At this time, the rust-colored small wing imprint on Lin Kai's back was trembling slightly, as if he was painfully repenting. Lin Chi said softly, "Don't feel guilty, none of this was your original intention. All the sorrows and misfortunes are all due to that evil ghost named Gui Wu Suji Wu Mi." The sound echoed in the cave, but no one answered. After a while, Lin Chi gathered up the stumped limbs, and walked out of the cave with the relatively complete body in his arms. Lin Chi buried the body in a flat open space, then looked up at the bright crescent moon and the starry sky. Maybe next year, there will be beautiful and delicate flowers here. Touching the earring on his right ear, Lin Chi now misses his family very much. It is said that everyone will turn into a star after death, and then look at their descendants in the night sky. Father, everyone, you are also some of the stars, look at me now. I did it. Kagura, the god of fire, washed my body and mind, and let me break the shackles of ghosts. Now, I'm going to look for Tangaro, bless me all the best, bless Tangaro is still alive. Now Lin Chi can already be sure that he will not hurt Tangaro. And this world full of evil spirits is too dangerous for ordinary people, Tangaro needs his protection. Chapter 18. A butterfly bathed in the moonlight. Under the cover of night, Lin Chi galloped down the forest. He learned from Hanja's memory that the town ahead was called Shikiao Town, which was much more prosperous than Lin Kai's previous town at the foot of the mountain. He wanted to find Tangaro, but Lin Chi didn't know where it was. He needed to go to Shikiao Town to inquire about it, so as to confirm his location, and then went to the previous town to look for Tangaro. At a bright creek with moonlight reflection, Lin Chi stopped. He will lower his head and slowly cast his eyes on the clear mirror-like stream. Lin Chi was very reluctant to see a ferocious and vicious ghost face. Hey, it's okay. After seeing his appearance at the moment, Lin Chi heaved a sigh of relief. The face reflected on the surface of the stream still looks roughly the same as before, except that his face is sickly pale, and he looks a little weak and weird. But after Lin Chi opened his mouth, he could see a mouth full of sharp fangs. This fang should be controllable. His nails can become as sharp as a blade with a single thought, but they can also be restored to their original shape at will. Fangs, it should be fine. Concentrating on the fangs, Lin Chi tried to put the fangs away. After a while, the shape of the mouth full of fangs slowly changed into smooth teeth, but two fangs were difficult to completely change, they just became smaller and shorter, and then they became firm in Lin Kai's mouth. Do not want to change. Well, it looks a bit like a little tiger tooth, and it's pretty good looking, so I'll keep you. Originally, Lin Chi wanted to smash it into pieces to see if he could control it when he recovered, but after seeing its shape, he thought it was acceptable, so let's keep it. Looking at the dusty and brown blood-stained clothes and body with some distaste, Lin Chi jumped directly into the stream, and the clear stream immediately became cloudy and dark. There were vaguely a few small fry floating on their bellies. Lin Chi patted his head in embarrassment. 23. Sorry, I didn't expect to be so dirty now. After sincerely apologizing to the little fish, Lin Chi directly sank his head into the stream, feeling the cool stream flowing around him. There seems to be a relatively large pool under this creek. Go there, the stream is too shallow, it's boring. The water here can only reach Lin Kai's chest, and the two sides are a bit narrow, less than 2 meters. Although it is enough for a bath, it is not enough for Lin Chi to fully release his body's vitality in the water. Now he always feels that he has endless energy all over his body, and there is nowhere to vent his energy. Black Spike gave him a lot of strength, but Lin Chi still needs some time to digest it as his own. Submerging directly into the water without showing his head, Lin Chi quickly swam towards the pool in Hanja's memory. He really liked the feeling that his whole body was in the water, which allowed him to temporarily forget all his troubles. Occasionally, he got out of the water to take a few breaths of air, and after 10 minutes, Lin Chi swam to the pool. Hey Hanja, do you have any misunderstanding about the water pool? Ha ha ha, this is obviously a lake. Lin Chi looked around, the lake surface was shimmering, and occasionally there were a few big fish jumping up, as if they were looking for the non-existent dragon gate. Lin Chi laughed, and entered the lake from the tributary. He dived into the lake and didn't stop until he dived to a depth of about 10 meters. A big carp more than 1 meter in length slowly swam past Lin Chi. Lin Chi raised his playfulness, he pulled the tail of the big carp in a vicious way. Frightened, the big carp flicked its tail violently, and then slumped swim forward. From that night, Lin Chi laughed heartily for the first time. The water pressure at a depth of 10 meters is not weak, but the heavy pressure and responsibility on his body seemed to be relieved now, making Lin Chi feel extremely relaxed. Let's compete who is faster. Lin Chi speeded up suddenly in the water. The ghost's physique was really strong. He rushed towards the big carp like an arrow off the string. The big carp sensed the danger, lost its way in panic, and then swam quickly towards the lake. Lin Chi chased after him. Don't run away, come and play with me. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer. Lin Chi stretched out his hand and was only a knuckle away from catching the tail of the fish, but the big carp flicked its tail again and rushed out of the lake. It turned out that Lin Chi and the big carp had reached the surface of the lake during the chase. However, although the big carp jumped up, Lin Kai's speed was even faster. After jumping out of the lake, Lin Chi caught the big carp in mid-air. "Caught you!" But before falling into the water again, Lin Chi suddenly felt a gust of wind, which gently circled around his neck, and then suddenly went up, cutting off a strand of his temple hair. "Hey? What's the matter with the wind?" Lin Chi looked up, and there was a butterfly-like figure, bathed in moonlight, looking down at him. In a trance, facing the bright moon, Lin Chi seemed to see large swaths of holy light. The next second, Lin Kai's face was hit hard, and he was stepped back into the water by the figure. The big carp also came out, and swam back to the depths of the lake in panic, vowing that he must swim deeper. "Hiss, it's a woman, and she hasn't got any clothes on. How could this kind of thing happen to me? I'm in trouble now." Because he was kicked into the water, after falling into the water, Lin Chi choked, and he quickly surfaced in discomfort. At this time, on the same water surface, a pair of very strange eyes met Lin Kai's. People in this world have strange eyes and hair colors, but Lin Chi swears that these eyes are the most strange and beautiful pair he has ever seen. On the delicate face, the eyes are gradually purple from bottom to top. At the place where the purple is the most intense, there is an invisible dividing line, and above the dividing line, it is off-white. In Lin Kai's feelings, these two eyes are incomparably beautiful and charming. "If you look again, I will gouge your eyes out." Lin Chi was a little fascinated, and even his voice was extremely gentle. "Just what did she say?" Lin Chi asked subconsciously. "What?" Then he felt a pain in his eyes, as if someone had poked him with a finger, but it was not serious. It hurts, I heard it, I don't want to watch it." Lin Chi hurriedly covered his eyes and turned around. He also realized that he had made a mistake. Just now, he seemed to be staring at the girl with an idiot face for a long time. Although Lin Chi swore that he was only attracted by those beautiful eyes, and did not look elsewhere. But the moonlight is bright, the lake is also very clear, and there is a milky white body looming under the water. Who would believe him? Butterfly Ninja's hand holding the sun wheel saber was behind her back, trembling slightly. She is a little ashamed and angry now, and really wants to slash Lin Chi in front of her. But without feeling the definite ghost aura on him, Butterfly Shinobi would not be able to attack innocent ordinary people. "Humph, don't move, don't believe in running away, and don't think about turning your head to peek, I'll settle the score with you later." At this time, Lin Chi had already sensed the danger, and that gust of wind gave him a chill. With his body on his back now, he really didn't dare to move. "Yes." Butterfly jumped up reluctantly, only bringing up a few strings of water drops, and lightly touched the lake surface with its tender white toes. After a few jumps, it jumped onto a tree on the shore. Except for the sun wheel knife, which she also took with her when she took a bath, all her clothes and hair accessories were placed on the tree. Chapter 19 is called Butterfly Ninja, a powerful gentle girl. "Okay, you can turn around, go ashore, let's talk." The voice is still gentle and pleasant, but Lin Chi always feels that there are some malicious intentions in it. Butterfly stands on the tree by the bank, her eyes are slightly narrowed and the corners of her mouth are smiling. She is wearing a feather weave that looks like butterfly wings, and there is a mint-colored butterfly-shaped hairpin with dark purple edges on the back of her head, fixing her hair into a curly hairstyle for night parties. Lin Chi turned around in the lake, and quickly swam towards the shore. In fact, he didn't want to go there. Escaping was his real thought. However, his strong intuition told him that escaping was more dangerous. 24. Because now it seems that the smiling girl on the shore is a monster. Unlike the state where he was a little dazed when he bumped into Butterfly Ren taking a bath just now, at this moment, Lin Chi already felt the strangeness of the other party. First of all, it's not close to the shore, but in just a dozen seconds, the girl arrived at the shore and got dressed. Lin Chi thought that this speed was far from being achieved. And the wind that wrapped around his neck just now that he thinks about it, it should be the knife wind. If she had been intentional just now, my head would have been chopped off. Also, the girl stepped on my face and poked my eyes. I didn't feel guilty and didn't want to hide, but I didn't see clearly. Can humans be so powerful? She is the powerful ghost hunter of the ghost killing team in Hilanja's memory. I have to be more careful. Lin Chi walked onto the shore slowly, and stared at Dai Dai. Lin Chi saw that the other party didn't intend to speak, but just looked at him with a gentle smile, which made Lin Chi feel more stressed. He broke the silence first. Hi, I didn't mean to offend just now, and I never thought that there were other people taking a bath in the lake in the middle of the night. When I was in Xiaozayam and Chuanliu, I was a traveling adventurer who had just arrived nearby. Butterfly held back the corners of her mouth, revealing a sly smile. My name is Butterfly Ninja, and I'm a ghost hunter. Traveling adventurer? Then you must know many different cultural customs. Actually, I also envy the life of a traveler. Can you tell me about what you saw and heard during your trip? The man in front of him must not be an ordinary person. The clothes he was wearing were tattered and full of battle marks, but there were no wounds on his body. Just now he galloped towards the surface of the lake in the water, and the power he carried was even stronger than that of ghosts. And he gave me a weird feeling, a bit like a ghost, but very different from a ghost. Just now, I almost killed him as a ghost, traveling adventurer, I don't believe it. Lin Chi laughed and said, what have you seen and heard? That's too much, I can't finish it for 3 days and 3 nights. For example, I have been to a country where their princess was extremely beautiful and kind-hearted, but she was envied by the queen and had to escape from the palace. However, she was helped by 7 dwarves and found her own white horse. Prince, expel the queen together. Butterfly covered her mouth and smiled lightly, that's really a good and complete story. She didn't believe Lin Kai's words at all, the story he made up was full of loopholes. Then Lin Chi added, no, the matter is not over yet. After being married for a long time, the Prince Charming changed his heart to a more beautiful girl, and the princess became a vicious queen who was jealous of the beauty of other girls. Butterfly Shinobi nodded, well, this ending is more likely to be true, but it's still a story. Lin Chi said indifferently, you treat it as a story, it is a story, you treat it as reality, it is reality. This ghost hunter named Butterfly Ninja is a very dangerous person to him. And the feeling of being a little fascinated by Butterfly Ninja disappeared without a trace because of the threat to his life. Well, generally speaking, it's over before I start liking it. At this time, Lin Kai's eyes blurred, and the Butterfly Ninja in front of him had disappeared. At the same time, a gust of fragrant wind came from behind. Lin Chi turned his head to see that Butterfly Ninja was already close to him, looking into Lin Kai's eyes almost face to face. Lin Chi could feel Dai Dai's breath hitting his face, it was hot and itchy. But he didn't feel ambiguous, only felt a biting chill. The difference in strength is too big. I thought she was overestimated, but I still underestimated her. I was still in front of my eyes just now, but I couldn't see her movements at all. Chuanliu, right? Your storytelling ability is really bad. Tell me, who are you and what are you doing here? Ordinary people can't have your physique, but in the ghost killing squad, I don't have any impression of you. Tell me about your background. It's best to satisfy me this time, otherwise you will be in danger. Terrible, terrible. The power of Butterfly Ninja has surpassed Lin Kai's imagination. He felt that if he revealed his identity as a ghost, the other party might kill him at the first sight. How did this human girl who looked only 15 or 16 years old come to be so powerful? Lin Chi was silent for a while, then casually said, well, I was just joking. Actually, all my family members were killed by ghosts. After exercising my body, I traveled alone for a long time, and came here looking for news of ghosts. I was a little tired just now, so I went into the water to relieve my mind, and ran into you by accident. Finding ghosts for revenge is my real purpose." These words were half true and half false. Lin Chi said it more casually, but the memory of that night inevitably resurfaced again, making his eyes full of sadness. Butterfly was stunned, and then fluttered away from the body. The previous inquiry was because Dainin was worried that Lin Chi was related to ghosts. Although Dainin could not be sure, she always felt that Lin Chi was a bit like a ghost. At the slightest hint of doubt, you cannot let your guard down. But no matter what the origin, those eyes full of sadness cannot be faked. Dai could not believe his own judgment. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bring up your sadness. However, you still don't want to trouble ghosts. This kind of professional work should be done by professional people. Ghosts are very dangerous. As compensation, if you peeked at me taking a shower, I'll pretend it never happened." 25. Reminiscing the saddest and most painful things is like adding salt to the wound, and now Butterfly Ninja feels a little guilty. Lin Chi had no choice but to say, "Hey, when did I peek at you taking a shower? I said I didn't mean to offend you." Butterfly covered her mouth and chuckled again, but she didn't reply. She just scanned Lin Kai's body up and down with meaningful eyes, then turned around, beckoning Lin Chi to follow. A narrow voice rang in Lin Kai's ears. "The figure is good, but no matter how good the figure is, there is no need to expose it so much. Come with me, change your clothes, and find a place for you to rest by the way. There is a town called Shikiao Town in front of you. Come on, aren't you tired after driving for a long time?" Lin Chi looked down. He was also wearing clothes when he went into the water, and now he was on the shore. His whole body was wet and his clothes were sticking to his body. The clothes sticking to his body let his body outline be seen at a glance. But Lin Chi stood still. Dai reluctantly turned his head and looked at him, wondering, "What's wrong?" Updated in the middle of the night. I didn't expect it. Ha ha ha. Chapter 20 Ready to leave. Lin Chi smiled awkwardly. "It's nothing, I just thought of something sad." "Really? Don't be sad anymore. Cherishing the present is the most important thing. This night is relatively cold, and you will get sick and catch a cold wearing wet clothes. Come with me quickly. This girl named Butterfly Ninja is so powerful beyond imagination, but she is really gentle. I actually wanted to hurt such a gentle girl." Just now, Lin Chi was actually thinking about whether he could injure Butterfly Shinobi by attacking from behind, and then he would take the opportunity to escape. But the gap in strength made him give up this idea, but even if he only had an idea, Lin Chi felt a little ashamed of himself. Alas, if he behaves strangely now, it won't be easy to hide it anymore. Apart from following obediently, Lin Chi can't think of any other good way. Sighing inwardly, Lin Chi had no choice but to follow Dainin's footsteps, not daring to arouse her suspicion. "I can only take one step at a time, why am I so unlucky? When you get to Shikiao Town, find a chance to sneak away." Following behind Butterfly Ninja dejectedly, after a while Lin Chi and Butterfly Ninja came to Shikiao Town together. It is very quiet here, every house has its doors and windows closed, and there is no light in the house. Butterfly explained, "People in the town have reported that there seem to be 2 ogre ghosts appearing nearby. Moreover, they have attacked the town very frequently recently, causing the town to become panic-stricken. They dare not go out at night, and they dare not even light the lights, for fear of attracting ghosts." Lin Chi showed hatred. "Evil man-eating ghosts, all of them should be killed. This Shikiao town is much larger than the village at the foot of Lin Chi Mountain, and the people in the town know a lot, at least they know the existence of ghosts." Unlike Lin Chi, he didn't know that ghosts were not scary creatures in the story until his family members died at the hands of ghosts, but actually existed in reality. Butterfly reached out and patted Lin Kai's shoulder. "Hey, don't be so irritable, what if there are good ghosts?" This statement is a bit inconsistent with the identity of the ghost-killing team, but Lin Chi did not refute it. because he felt that Dai Dai Ren seemed to be insincere, and there was an inexplicable smell from her body. Hey? It's strange, it seems to be the smell of mood swings, a bit like what Tangaro described to me before. It turns out that my sense of smell is already better than Kami Tanjiro. It's just, what kind of emotional smell does Butterfly Ninja emit from her body? Lin Chi has not smelled a similar smell from other people, and without a reference, there is no way to confirm it. And Butterfly Shinobu's gentle expression has a very powerful deceiving power. Even Lin Chi couldn't tell what she was feeling now, but in short, she didn't really sympathize with ghosts. After passing through 3 houses, when passing by the door of the 4th house, Butterfly stepped forward and knocked gently on the door. After a while, the door opened slightly, and someone looked over vigilantly through the crack. When Butterfly Shinobu saw someone coming, the vigilance in his eyes turned into welcome. The door opened, revealing a stooped old man, who was holding a 4 or 5-year-old boy by the hand, bowing to Butterfly Ninja. "It's Butterfly Ninja, what's the matter with my house?" Butterfly Ninja hurriedly supported the old man's shoulders, preventing him from bowing. "Mr. Hayes, what are you doing? Stop being so respectful, I can't stand it." The old man Chang Gu bent his body and pulled the child next to him. "Ji Yang, why don't you kneel down and thank Dai Dai Ren, she is the one who killed the evil spirit and avenged your parents." The little boy Ji Yang was still ignorant at first, but after hearing about his parents, tears started to roll in his eyes. He knelt down. "Thank you sister, thank you for avenging my parents." Seeing this scene, Dai Dai sighed slightly, then pulled Ji Yang up, and said to the old man Chang Gu, "Mr. Chang Gu, I have a friend who has no place to live. Can he live with you first?" The old man Chang Gu nodded again and again. "Yes, I will make his bed right away." Lin Chi stepped forward and stopped the old man Zhang Gu. "Don't bother you, I'll clean it up myself in a while." It can be seen that Dai Dai will leave after a while, so Lin Chi is already thinking of sneaking away. As soon as Dai Dai endured it, Lin Chi would run away, leaving this gentle but powerful girl. Although she has a good impression of Butterfly Ninja, but she is a member of the ghost killing squad, and she is powerful, so she is definitely not an ordinary ghost hunter. Once Lin Chi was exposed, he wouldn't bet on whether the simple friendship between the two would work. He learned from He Lanja that the ghost killing team only used the sun wheel knife to talk to ghosts. And with Butterfly Ninja's strength, he didn't even have a chance to escape. But when it was said that it was a sun wheel knife, Lin Chi thought of his Chi Yu, which seemed to have the same function as the sun wheel knife. He really wanted to find another ghost to try, whether Chi Yu could still behead him. After explaining some safety precautions to the old man Chang Gu, Butterfly Ren said to Lin Chi, "I have killed an evil spirit, but there should be another evil spirit on Lanli Mountain. Tonight, I'm going to Lanli Mountain to kill that ghost. Just rest here, and I'll come to you tomorrow after I finish dealing with that ghost." 26. Don't you want to take revenge on ghosts? With your strong physique, it should be easy to join the ghost killing team. In the ghost killing team, you can get the most professional training, teaching you how to kill ghosts. I will recommend you to participate in the trial of the ghost killing team. When you pass, we will be colleagues. Oh no, once you pass, we will be subordinates. Lin Chi, T? What the hell are superiors and subordinates? But Butterfly Ninja has disappeared in place like the wind. The evil ghost of Lanli Mountain, you should be talking about Black Spike. Her trip is destined to be a waste of time. Lin Chi took the clothes handed over by the old man Zhang Gu, stretched out his hand and tore off the tattered old clothes, and then put on new clothes, which fit well. The old man Zhang Gu looked at Lin Chi in a daze, and 2 lines of old tears suddenly flowed down. Lin Chi didn't know why, so he asked, "Mr. Hayes? What's wrong with you?" Elder Zhang Gu's voice was a little choked up. "It's nothing, it's just that I'm old and my eyes are not working well, so I can't see clearly. You look exactly like Noka in this outfit." After asking Elder Changwu, Lin Chi learned that Noka was the son of Elder Changwu, who was killed by a ghost a few days ago when he and his wife went up the mountain to collect herbs. A little silent, Lin Chi said, "I'm going to take a look around Shiqiao town, so I won't go into the house to sleep, you go first." The old man Chang was a little worried. "It's not safe at night, it will be bad if you meet a ghost. Young man, your face is so pale, you can see that your body is weak and you don't have much strength. You will definitely not be able to escape if you meet a ghost." Lin Chi. "Mr. Hayes, I'm with Butterfly Shinobu. How can I be afraid of ghosts if I can follow her?" The old man Zhonggu thought about it, and this young man is probably not an ordinary person, so he handed Lin Chi a pair of keys. "Come back early, don't be too late." Lin Chi hesitated a bit, then took the key and replied, "Don't worry, I'll just go shopping for a while." But these words were to deceive the old man. Lin Chi was already planning to leave. "Here, it is not a place to stay for a long time." Chapter 21 Sister, I will find him. Lin Chi didn't follow the direction he came from, but walked a small path according to Heilanja's memory. At the end of the path, you can also walk out of Shiqiao town. After walking for a while, Lin Chi stopped because he saw a familiar yet unfamiliar house. This is Heilanja's former home. After Heilanja became a ghost, driven by his subconscious, he came back. Unfortunately, Heilanja's parents happened to be at home. When they saw Heilanja's father, who had been looking for him for several days, went up and slapped Heilanja, tilting his head. Then Heilanja's father knelt down and hugged Heilanja, choked up and said, "Stinky boy, where did you go? Do you know how worried we are? In the future, you are not allowed to go up the mountain alone. If you want to play, father will accompany you." Heilanja rested his head on his father's shoulder. He felt that this person was very familiar to him and made him feel at ease. But, what attracted Heilanja even more was the aroma of flesh and blood on this man. He opened his mouth and was about to bite it off, but the inexplicable feeling that was still vaguely made him hesitate and struggle. While hesitating, blood suddenly splashed on Lang Fang's face. Black Spike turned his head stiffly, his father's headless body still kept the posture of embracing him. At this time, Giwasuji appeared in front of Heilanja, and in his hands were the heads of Heilanja's parents. "Heilanja, you just became a ghost and you are very hungry. Come on, here is the food prepared for you, eat it." Heilanja's eyes flickered with struggle, but after more than 20 seconds, the remaining humanity completely disappeared, and Heilanja fell on his father's body, stretching out his fangs and tearing fiercely. Oni Wusuji watched from the side, and let out a chuckle. "Heilanja, I look forward to your growth." Then Oni Wusuji disappeared again, only waiting for the right opportunity to summon Heilanja to do things for him. Looking at the dilapidated old house, Lin Chi pushed open the rotten wooden door, stirring up a circle of dust. There seems to be a big wine cellar under the yard of Heilanja's house. The area of his house has been deserted for a long time, and no one has come here. I'm hiding here. Butterfly Shinobi probably won't find out. In fact, according to the conditions, Lin Chi would rather stay in the bear cave in Lanli Mountain, but now, Butterfly Ren went to Lanli Mountain to investigate, and Lin Chi could not return there. And now that the sky was getting brighter, he didn't want to be burned to death by the sun, so he decided to temporarily hide in the wine cellar of Heilanja's house. Stepping over the broken tables and chairs all over the floor, Lin Chi walked slowly into the yard. He searched for a while, and found an inconspicuous iron cover by the wall. Lin Chi gently pulled, but did not pull, and there was a keyhole on the iron cover, but after so long, where did Lin Chi find the key? Taking a deep breath, Lin Chi clasped the edge of the iron cover with both hands, and began to exert strength all over his body. Boom! The old iron cover was lifted vigorously by him, revealing the stairs under the iron cover. Lin Chi looked at his hands, and there were already bruises on them. He didn't need to look in the mirror to know that he must have a hideous face now, and he looked like a ghost. As long as I use all my strength, I won't be able to control my body, and I will inevitably return to the appearance of a ghost. Lin Qi adjusted for a while before restoring his body to a human appearance. Holding the iron cover in one hand, he walked into the wine cellar, then pulled down the iron cover firmly inside, and recovered it. The butterfly is like a dancing purple butterfly, moving at high speed among the branches of trees in Lanli Mountain. She tapped the treetop with her toes, causing the treetop to tremble slightly, and then appeared 10 meters away. At this speed, she looked at the ground, searching for any suspicious signs. Soon, Butterfly Ninja discovered the cave of Black Spike. She landed lightly on the ground, put her right hand on the scabbard of the sun wheel knife, and walked into the cave slowly. 27. 5 minutes later, Butterfly walked out of the cave. The traces here were created in a very short period of time, as if two ghosts were fighting for the territory. It's just that there are new ghosts coming to Lanli Mountain. The people in Shikiao town are really in a lot of trouble. I have to find out these two ghosts and kill them all. Butterfly Shinobi was about to leave, but a small dirt bag caught her attention. Pulling through the grass, Butterfly Ren found traces of overturned soil on a ground. This is... In the cave, Butterfly Shinobu also smelled an indelible bloody smell. She knew that someone must have been killed by a ghost, and perhaps eaten by a ghost. However, next to the ghost's lair, there was a new simple tomb. Dai was a little surprised. She went deep into the cave again, carefully checked all traces, and walked around the cave after she came out, refusing to let go of any abnormalities. After connecting all the traces together, she seemed to have made something remarkable. It seems that there was a new ghost who came here looking for the smell of blood, and then defeated the evil ghost that existed in Lanli Mountain. But for some unknown reason, the new ghost didn't eat the human corpses left over from the evil ghost's hunting. On the contrary, he even buried the corpses. What on earth is it? Do such ghosts really exist? No, it's also possible that I made a mistake in my judgment. Could it be that the Lord sent other members of the ghost-killing squad? But as long as there is a slight possibility, there is a slight possibility that the ghost gave up cannibalism, and took the initiative to bury the corpse in compassion. Then I must find that ghost. Butterfly whistled and waited quietly in place. After a while, she heard the hoarse crow call. Quack! The summoning crow from the Demon Slayer squad came, and it flew to Ninja Butterfly's shoulder, looking at Ninja Butterfly with its head tilted. At this time, Butterfly Ninja took out a note and wrote on it, "Master, have you sent other ghost hunters to Lanli Mountain? Or, did any passing ghost killers behead the ghost from Lanli Mountain?" After stuffing the note into the bamboo tube next to the summoning crow's legs, Butterfly sent the summoning crow into the air. "Go, bring me the reply from your lord. This matter may not matter to other ghost hunters. But for Butterfly Ninja, it is a major problem that cannot be ignored." Butterfly Shinobu always had a gentle smile on her face, even if there was no one around, she still smiled like this. "Because, my sister said before she died that she likes to see Dai Ren's gentle smile the most." "Sister, maybe your dream can really come true." Butterfly Ninja really wanted to hear her sister's reply, but in this dark forest, except for the sound of wind and trees, and the occasional chirping of birds, beasts, and insects, no one answered Butterfly Ninja. "If the Lord only sent me to Lanli Mountain alone, and there are no other members of the ghost-killing team passing by, then my guess is very likely to be correct. Sister, I will verify and search one by one, if there is such a ghost. After confirming that there is no evil of ghosts, I will try my best to become good friends with him or her." Being friends with ghosts and getting along peacefully with ghosts, sister, you must be very happy. Chapter 22. Today's moon is extraordinarily bright, as if covering the world with a thin layer of silver veil. Oni Wusuji stood on the top of an attic with his hands behind his back. His whole body was bathed in the moonlight, looking strange and mysterious. The moonlight is cold and cold, but it can't compare with the sun that warms the body and mind. The only thing I can't get is the Sunday. Ghosts are extremely greedy, and Ghost Dance Suji is even more so. As the first Ghost King, the first ghost, Oni Wu Suji possesses power beyond imagination. As long as he wants to, there is nothing he can't do. However, 1,000 years have passed, and Oni Mai Suji, who feels himself to be on the top of the world, also has a fatal weakness. The sun, the rays of the sun that even ants and rats can wantonly enjoy, but Kaiwa Suji can't be contaminated at all. Looking up at the night sky, Oni Wu Suji said lightly, "All ghosts, get active. We have been silent for a long time. Black Death Mao. Children's Mill. Yi, seat. Half-day dog." Behind Gui Wu Suji Wu Mi, there are many ghost shadows flickering. Subordinates are here. Gui Suji had deep eyes, and said softly, "You four, go to the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, respectively. Spread my will to the ghosts. Each of you pick some ghosts yourself, and go to slaughter a town with 1,000 people in each direction. It's time for the ghost killing squad to be busy for a while. They have been so idle recently that they have been tracking my whereabouts." 4 ghost figures of different shapes jumped out of the shadows and half-kneeled on the ground. "Yes." As if thinking of something, Giwasuji added, "By the way, Uozuo, when you go west, take a trip to Lanli Mountain." 28. In Lanli Mountain, there is a kid named He Lanja who has been around for decades. He is a good seed. His blood ghost technique has the shadow of He Si Mao. I have a little impression of him. But he seems to have been beheaded by members of the Ghost Slayer squad recently, which makes me very dissatisfied. It is also the reason why I want to slaughter 4 towns. Can the Ghost Slayer squad kill you wantonly? Even the few hobbies I have, will the ghost killing squad destroy them? You don't have to look for the town yourself. I remember that there is a stone bridge town on the Lanli Mountain, so let's destroy it. Among the 4 ghost images, the ghost named Uozuo has short hair intertwined with pink and red, golden pupils, and pale skin. This is a handsome young man with countless dark blue banded tattoos representing sinners all over his body. His nails are blood red, he is wearing a purple short shirt, and there are strangely shaped rosary beads hanging on his ankles. Uozuo stood up slowly. He didn't know what the spoiled interest was that Gui Wu Suji Wuzan said, but it didn't matter. He just bent down slightly, respectfully said, "Okay, my lord." But after hesitating for a while, Uozuo tentatively asked, "Can you let the women in that town go?" Giwasuji was not surprised. He said indifferently, "Uozuo, you still have your own principles, and dare to raise them to me. I like you very much, but, if I say no, what will you do?" Uozuo was silent for a while, and said firmly, "Of course I follow your will, sir, and don't let anyone go." Giwasuji nodded in satisfaction. "Uozuo, you abide by your principles very much, but in the end, the principles still succumb to my orders, which is what I really like. You know, I've always been tolerant of you guys. This time, just act according to your own ideas." Uozuo showed gratitude in his eyes. "Thank you, sir." Gui Wu Suji waved his hand. "Go, there are others, let's take action too. Some places have forgotten the existence of our ghosts. Start today, get active and enjoy killing to your heart's content." After the words fell, all the ghosts behind Giwasuji Wuyu disappeared, and the peace was restored here, and he fell into deep thought alone. "Yubayashiki family, do you want to eradicate me that much? Speaking of which, we are still in our own family. For 1,000 years, newcomers replaced old ones, but you have always organized and commanded the ghost-killing team and opposed me everywhere. Sooner or later, I will find your residence and end your sad reincarnation." Oni Wu Suji jumped down from the top floor and walked towards his home. "My daughter is about to wake up, she will cry if she doesn't see me. Thinking of his lovely daughter, the corners of Kibusuji's mouth slightly raised, and his gloomy mood improved a bit. Uozuo randomly ordered 4 ghosts and took them to Shikiao Town. Shikiao Town is not too far away. With the speed of a ghost, it can be reached in about 3 days. U4, after arriving in Shikiao Town, the men will kill and eat whatever they want, but the women will let them escape, and none of them are allowed to move, understand? A ghost named Yukao with black and grey metallic cold light all over his body said strangely, Uozuo, you don't want to kill women, you don't want to eat women, so you can't stop us from doing it, right? My lord means that you can let those women go, but there is no requirement for us to follow. Young women with thin skin and tender flesh are my favorite. You can't just deprive me of my hobbies just because of your likes and dislikes. The other 3 ghosts did not speak but waited and watched, wanting to see Uozuo's reaction. Except for Oni Wusuji Wuken, no ghost can hold back all the other ghosts. Ghosts are brave and ruthless, and without strength, they have no right to speak. Uozuo's golden pupils lit up slightly, looked towards the fairy, and then punched. Boom! There was a loud noise, and Du Cao's upper body was completely crushed to blood, and the other 3 ghosts all shrank their heads, shocked by Uozuo's violence. Slowly, the flesh and blood of Du Cao's upper body gradually recovered. He quickly knelt down, Lord Uozuo, I was wrong, please forgive me. Seconds admit it, although he has always heard that 12 ghost moons are extremely powerful, but he has never seen it himself, so he is always a little unconvinced. Today, Du Cao knows that, as the Shangxian San's Uozuo, killing him is like killing a pig and dog. Before he can react, his entire upper body is blown up, and Du Cao is still proud of his defense. Uozuo snorted coldly, whoever refuses to accept, whoever opposes, can challenge me to a bloody battle, and if he defeats my ghost, he will be the new Shangxian San. But if you don't have that strength, it's best not to question my order. My principles, you must abide by. It's a bit troublesome for a ghost to kill a ghost, but I don't mind trying to kill a ghost. Fairy trembled and dared not speak any more. Uozuo looked at the 4 ghosts indifferently, let's go, if you delay the order of the adults, none of you will survive. After the words fell, the 5 ghosts galloped towards Shikiao Town. Lin Chi walked into the wine cellar. There were rows of oil lamps fixed on the wall beside the wine cellar, but the oil inside had dried up and could not be used. But Lin Chi doesn't need these, the darkness can't cover his eyes. He could see everything in the wine cellar clearly. It's a nice place, I'll just stay here. After avoiding the sun tomorrow, I will leave immediately. Although I haven't found out the news of the original Shanjiao town, this is the only way to go. With a light leap, Lin Chi jumped onto several large wine vats, and punctured a relatively small wine vat. He wanted to taste the wine. Well, thank you for your support. Recommendation tickets and investment come here again. Chapter 23 Drunkenness. It's been a long time since I've had a drink. It's a mistake to drink, and I'm afraid I'll vomit all of it. 29. To be honest, after experiencing all this, Lin Chi felt helpless, confused, desperate, painful, desperate. If it wasn't for the feeling that the souls of his family were watching him, if it wasn't for Tangaro making Lin Chi feel at ease, if it wasn't for the great revenge that has yet to be avenged. The biggest possibility for Lin Chi is to walk into the sun, feel the warm sunlight for the last time, and then end himself. He really wanted to get drunk now, but the ghost couldn't eat anything else, so he probably just vomited after drinking. Hey Lanja, just borrow your wine and let me see if I can forget my troubles for a while. Lin Chi was not reconciled to the small hole poked out on the wine jar. He stretched out his hand and tore it off, and directly tore off all the sealing paper. The rich and mellow aroma of wine scrambled into Lin Kai's nose. Hey Lanja has lived as a ghost for more than 60 years, and his wine cellar has never been opened after he became a ghost. Lin Chi is the first guest of this wine cellar in decades. And the wine that has been sealed and brewed for decades must have a taste that ordinary wine can't match. Speaking of which, this is the first time in my life that I drink alcohol. Father, you have always said that alcohol is a drink that only adults can understand. I am still underage and cannot drink, but today I am going to disobey your instructions. Also, what you said is wrong. It's not that adults can drink and understand wine, but people who have experienced a lot can drink and understand wine. Father, you may not know that I am actually not from this world. Including the age of the previous life, I am already in my 30s. According to this, I will be fine if I drink a little wine. The memories of the previous life did not affect Lin Chi too much, because those memories were gradually awakened. When he was a child, Lin Kai's memories seemed to be sealed away, and he slowly awakened after he was more than 10 years old. But these memories serve no purpose other than to make him understand something. Lin Chi has a bad memory and poor studies, and he doesn't know mathematics, physics, and chemistry. Nor can he be like other senior traversers who know astronomy and geography at the top and trivial matters at the bottom, and can promote the progress of civilization or directly change the world by himself. Lin Chi can't do it, he feels that he is not that good. He originally thought that in this world, just being an ordinary person with a warm family would be enough. Moreover, he likes people in this world very much, they are all pure. Unlike the previous world, it made him feel very strange. In his previous world, animals wore clothes like humans, humans exposed their bodies like animals, children matured like adults, adults immature like children, women behaved like men, men behaved like women, it's ridiculous. Laughing dumbfounded, Lin Chi no longer thinks about the things in the previous world, which have no effect on him. This first altar of wine, I respect my father for teaching me, even though you have passed away, you are still helping me. Lin Chi held the edge of the altar with one hand, raised his head, and lifted the wine altar. The wine flowed down the side of the altar in large streams. Lin Chi opened his mouth, and the wine flowed down his throat and directly into his stomach. The wine tastes mellow and fragrant. This is a good wine. But Lin Chi only had a spicy and bitter feeling, which was very similar to his mood at the moment. Without any pause, Lin Chi finished the jar of wine. But to his surprise, the feeling of nausea and vomiting did not come as expected. Could it be that ghosts can drink? How strange! Do not care. Lin Chi, he also drank alcohol in his previous life, and his drinking capacity is really impressive, not to mention high alcohol liquor, even ordinary beer. His face turned red after just one glass, and then he walked messy, a little out of control of the body. Feeling a little dizzy, Lin Chi had no choice but to say, "This has turned into a ghost." I wanted to take advantage of the ghost's strong body to drink more, but I didn't expect to get drunk so easily. Get drunk when you get drunk. For this second pot of wine, I would like to respect my mother for your meticulous care for me. This is the warmth I have never felt before. Lin Chi tore open a jug of wine again and drank it all up in an instant, his eyes were already darkened. For the third jar of wine, I respect Tangaro for your trust and admiration for me, the eldest brother, but I have failed you. After drinking another jar of wine, Lin Kai's body was staggering, and he was about to fall off the big wine jar on the base. He tried his best to control his body to prevent himself from falling to the ground, reached out and opened another jar of wine. This fourth altar of wine, just respect myself. I have never given up hope. As long as there is a little light in this endless darkness, I will chase after her desperately. With a bang, Lin Chi still fell to the cold ground and fell asleep soundly. Maybe, it's not because he was drunk, but because his spirit really needs a good rest. Butterfly endured a full circle around Lanli Mountain, but he didn't find any ogre ghosts who might still be hiding. Maybe I have already left here, but it may be too tight to hide. I will stay for a few more days and look for a few more days. If I can't find it, I can only leave first. Humph, I will bring the members of the ghost killing team over here. I don't believe I can't find you, a stinky ghost. Butterfly had seen Hanja before. At that time, she had just cut the neck of another evil spirit with the sun wheel knife. The evil spirit mocked her for not being strong enough and cut off her neck. In the next second, the wisteria flower was poisoned, and the evil spirit died in agony. While fighting the ghost, Butterfly Ninja found Hanja, but she couldn't spare her hands. When she was free, Hanja had already slipped away, and Butterfly Ninja couldn't do anything about it. But Black Spike's scarred face left a deep impression on her. Dai Ren's intuition told her that this ghost would not leave here easily. Looking for ghosts in the middle of the night is very boring, and the beauty sleep is wasted again. Ghosts come and go at night, and people usually rest at night. It is really hard to look for ghosts all over the mountains. Butterfly endured a little emotion. She planned to go back first, and then sleep until 5 or 6 in the afternoon before coming out. Not long after, Dai Ren ran back to Shikiao town. She passed by the door of the old man Zhonggu, thinking about whether to go and see Lin Qi. Forget it, he should have fallen asleep so late. I will go to him tomorrow and ask him if he would like to join the ghost-killing squad. Dai Ren couldn't imagine that Lin Qi had already hid elsewhere in the same town, and was drunk and fast asleep like a pig. This town is not small, and the Lang Ye's family also fell into disrepair decades ago. Not many people remember it, and there may be no one who knows the existence of the wine cellar. At least, Butterfly Ninja couldn't find the wine cellar. Walking past the gate of the old man Changgu's house, Dai reluctantly went to a room vacated for her by the mayor. She took off her feathers and coats one by one, and lay on the bed with only her inner clothes on, and soon fell asleep. 30. And the sun wheel knife was tightly held in her hand, and she would not let go even when she was sleeping. At this time, the two people who were sleeping did not realize that the danger was already on the way. Who would have thought? I still update in the middle of the night. Chapter 24 Wake Up. Time, PM. In winter, the days are short, the sun sets less quickly, and the sky is already dark at this time. Dai, who was sleeping comfortably, got out of bed reluctantly, and was going to continue to look for ghosts in the mountains, but she was a little uneasy if the evil ghosts were not eliminated. But when she plans to go to Changgu's house to see Chuanlia first, she can let him follow her to look for evil spirits together at night, so that he can get acquainted with ghosts in advance. Butterfly Shinobu hears news that surprises her. What? You said he was eaten by a ghost during the stream. Hearing the old man Zhonggu's words, Dai bulged his eyes. Could it be that when I went up the mountain to investigate, that ghost sneaked into the town? Hey, it's a pity. He has potential. Little Huya is very cute and has a good figure. Butterfly couldn't help blaming herself a little. She felt that Chuanlia was already so miserable. She wanted to find ghosts to avenge her relatives, but she died before she could succeed. This was also related to her failure to deal with the evil ghosts efficiently. The old man Changgu sighed. Yes, Master Butterfly Ninja. Mr. Zayaman Chuanliashi, he said last night that he would go around Shikiao town first, and wanted to know about our town. I reminded him that there might be ghosts at night, it's not safe. But Mr. Zayaman Chuanliashi didn't listen to persuasion. He said that he was a friend of Master Butterfly Ninja and had the ability to deal with evil spirits. But, alas, a good young man just disappeared. Butterfly asked, then when you saw Chuan Lu, was he killed by a ghost? The old man Zhonggu shook his head, that's not true. But he said he would come back after a while, but I haven't seen anyone for a long time. I also searched around the town and asked many people, but unfortunately they all said that they had never seen him. You said, what else could this be if it wasn't captured and eaten by a ghost? It's all my fault. I didn't stop him. It's not good for young people to be too proud. Butterfly replied softly, maybe. After chatting a few more words with the old man Zhonggu, Butterfly said that he was going to kill ghosts on the mountain, and left Zhonggu's house under the old man Zhonggu's instructions. Walking slowly, Dai Dai could not bear to think about the old man Zhonggu's words, thoughtfully. Did you really get eaten by ghosts while flowing? Or, you are avoiding me, why are you doing this? Butterfly Ninja, as one of the 12 pillars of the ghost-killing team, naturally has an extremely vicious vision. Just seeing Lin Kai's performance in the water, one can know that he has the ability to fight ghosts. She felt that although Lin Chi didn't have a sun-wheel knife and couldn't kill ghosts, he shouldn't be killed by ghosts simply. And after asking other people, they also responded that they didn't hear the sound of fighting, so the question is, why did you choose to leave quietly? Is it because I don't want to join the Demon Slayer squad, but because I want to move freely? Or is there another reason? Dai Dai couldn't bear to think about it for too long. She was quite interested in Lin Chi, but she didn't pay attention to it. In the gradually darkening sky, Butterfly Ren went up to Lanli Mountain again, trying to find the dead black spike. This is not to blame Butterfly Ninja, but ghosts usually leave some traces of ashes on the ground after death, whether they were killed by the sun-wheel knife or burned to death by the sun. But Lin Chi completely absorbed the black and red ashes of Heilanja, and Butterfly Ren subconsciously believed that Heilanja was still alive. I hope I can find him tonight. I can't stay here for too long. There are other tasks to do. If you haven't found it this time, look for another day and leave the matter to other swordsmen. Among the branches of the night, there are butterflies passing by. Another day passed, and Dainin went to Lanli Mountain as usual, but this was the last day. No matter whether she could find the ghost or not, she planned to leave tomorrow. And Lin Chi also slept long enough in the wine cellar. When it's flowing, wake up. When it's flowing, wake up. People in this town need your help, wake up quickly. Remember, we must help them, and don't let the suffering that happened to us happen again. Lin Chi frowned, he didn't sleep peacefully. In his sleep, he seemed to hear the voice of Kuei Ji constantly. Eyes slowly opened, Lin Chi woke up after sleeping for 2 days. He rubbed his aching head and stood up. Hiss, how long have I been asleep? Lin Chi was a little confused about the time, he only felt that the sky was dark and the sun and the moon were dark, and it must not be a long time. At this time, Lin Chi looked at the empty wine jars beside him, and sighed. Drinking is really a waste of time. I planned to find my way home in 1 day, but now I don't know how long it has been, but it must be more than 1 day. Lin Chi felt that time was a little tight, he really wanted to see Tangaro immediately. Tangaro was already his only family member. At this time, Lin Chi didn't know that Nezuko had turned into a ghost and survived. 31. Hey? What is this? Inadvertently, Lin Chi discovered that there seemed to be a rather strange place by the wall. In the wine cellar of Heilanja's house, the walls are rough but smooth overall. However, Lin Chi accidentally saw a protruding brick on the wall. This brick was blocked by the wine jar before, but after he took down the wine jar and drank, it happened to be exposed. But the protruding range of the brick is very small, ordinary people's eyesight is not as good as Lin Kai's, so it is difficult to find it. Lin Chi stepped forward and knocked on the wall. Dong dong dong. Does this sound like a solid wall? Thinking of the protruding brick again, Lin Chi immediately thought of what to do. It seems that past life memories are still useful, so many spy movies are not for nothing. Lin Chi put his palm on the brick wall and exerted a little force. Sure enough, as the strength increased, the brick made a crackling sound, and slowly sank down. Under Lin Kai's curious eyes, the wall trembled slightly. In a few breaths, the wall vibrated more, and gradually, a gap appeared, connecting the top and the ground. A large swath of dust rose up, blocking Lin Kai's sight, but he was not in a hurry, and slowly waited for the answer to be revealed. What's in here? Heilanja, it seems that your family is not simple. Along this gap, the wall parted from the middle to the sides, revealing a small compartment. Lin Chi took a deep breath, blowing away all the dust that blocked his sight. He took a closer look and found that the compartment was very small, it was only used to store one thing, it was not as Lin Chi had imagined, and it might lead to other places. In the middle of the compartment, the only item inside is placed. This thing looks like a long and slender strip, simply covered with a white cloth. Lin Chi didn't see what it was. He slowly stepped forward and lifted the white cloth. Call. The white cloth flew up, revealing the objects it was protecting. That is a sun wheel knife with a scabbard attached, and the exposed handle is engraved with simple patterns, which is very beautiful. Lin Chi seemed to see that there was a sun wheel knife that had gone through many battles with its owner. After the owner passed away, it was kept as a souvenir by the owner's descendants, and there was no chance to drink ghost blood again. It was lonely and silently lying in the scabbard, quietly waiting to be unsheathed again. Wu Mi's women's clothing is so beautiful. There are still 6 chapters left and you want to see the author's women's clothing, you have no chance +_+. Chapter 25 I can only play with axes. Sunlun knife. If it weren't for some of the memories of Hanja, Lin Chi would never know that there is such a weapon as the sun wheel knife. Ordinary weapons are used to slay ghosts, can injure ghosts, and can slash ghosts. However, even if you cut the ghost into pieces and hammer the ghost into flesh and blood, you can't kill the ghost. Ghosts, physically stronger than the strongest beasts, have all kinds of weird blood ghost skills, and they can't be killed yet. The gap between humans and ghosts seems so powerful, so desperate. But in the dark and suffocating era, the members of the ghost-killing squad did not give up. They fought against the evil spirits with their own flesh and blood with perseverance. Moreover, they are constantly looking for new materials to cast weapons. After countless failures, the sun wheel knife came into being. The sun wheel knife made of special material jade steel can cut other parts of the ghost's body with the same effect as ordinary weapons. But if the head of the ghost is cut off, the strange power from Yugong will completely kill the ghost. After the appearance of the sun wheel sword, the talents of the ghost-killing team really had the power to fight against ghosts, and they became stronger and stronger. It takes 10 to 15 days to make each sun wheel knife, and it requires all the hearts and minds of the knife forger. Moreover, jade steel is rare, and only official members of the demon-killing squad can own the Japanese knife. Lin Chi picked up the sun wheel knife in surprise, there is actually a sun wheel knife hidden here. Lin Chi carefully recalled the memory of Hanja, but he couldn't find any relevant information, so he stopped thinking about it and concentrated on the sun wheel knife in his hand. In the history of Lin Chi and Hanja, even Hanja's parents don't know. One of the ancestors of Hanja hundreds of years ago was a ghost hunter of the ghost-killing team. He killed more than ordinary evil spirits in his life, which is already a good achievement. But during a certain ghost-slaying operation, his team encountered the last moon of the 12 ghost months. Everyone died in battle, only he escaped with serious injuries, and then returned home with his ultimate body. Before he died, he told his family, "In this life, I have killed many evil spirits. Although this is not worth bragging about, indirectly, I can also save many people. However, you must seal up this sun wheel knife, and don't tell anyone about my deeds. My whole life, including my insignificant life, is dedicated to the ghost-killing squad, no, it is dedicated to human beings. At this dying time, let me be selfish for the sake of my family. I don't want my children and grandchildren to join the ghost-killing squad. Even if they are adults who are pillars in the ghost-slaying squad, few of them can start well and end well. You guys, just live as ordinary people. The chance of encountering ghosts is small after all. The chances of ordinary people surviving are many times greater than those of the ghost-killing squad. After all, the casualty rate of the ghost-killing team is %. On the first day I joined the ghost-killing team, I had already foreseen my death, but I don't regret it, I just hate myself for not being strong enough to kill more evil ghosts. 32. My lord, you should understand. I hope you don't blame me for being selfish. I really don't want my relatives to die on the road to killing ghosts. Since then, the sun wheel knife has been quietly lying in this small compartment of the wine cellar, and has never seen the sun again. Until today, Lin Chi found the sun wheel knife. With a bang, the sun wheel knife was pulled out by Lin Chi, as if time had left no trace on it, and the blade was still shining with a cold light. Lin Chi cut his finger with a sun wheel knife, and with a little force, the skin was cut open and blood flowed out. This knife is really sharp. A ghost's body is very hard. When he just became a ghost, Lin Chi felt that his body was much tougher than that of ordinary people. After gaining the power of the black spike, his skin was as tough as cowhide, and it was difficult to cut with ordinary swords. Today's round knife is indeed a weapon used by ghost hunters to fight ghosts. Having the sun wheel knife is very beneficial to Lin Chi. First of all, having a weapon is definitely better than exchanging wounds for wounds with his bare hands. And although his blazing feather can also slay ghosts, it is not a weapon after all, and it is not convenient to use. Blood ghost art is more auxiliary, and it plays a decisive role in basic abilities such as strength, speed, and moves. And weapons, of course, are also very important. When fighting Hanja, if he had a sun wheel saber, it wouldn't be so difficult. However, after Lin Chi swung the sun wheel knife a few times with full expectation, he was full of anger and said, "I don't know how to use knives." Yes, Lin Chi can only wield an axe. And compared to the slender and introverted knife, he prefers the heavy and fierce axe that makes people tremble at the first glance. Hatchet, long-handled axe, he has even tried the heavy and huge mountain-breaking axe. As long as he holds the axe-type weapon, he has an inexplicable sense of familiarity with it, as if he should be born with an axe. Although it was taught by Tangaro at first, in the end, even Tangaro praised Lin Chi for using the axe. He also knows how to chop, cut, chop, wipe, smash, hug, and cut the axe without a teacher. Maybe, I used to have a past life called Cheng Yaojin. No, it's not right, I'm not only good at 3 tricks. Lin Chi had a bit of a headache. Luck finally got better, but he didn't know how to use the sun wheel knife. He seemed to hear the mockery of luck. I gave you a chance, but you are useless. At this time, the small rust-colored wing imprint on Lin Kai's back trembled, sending some message to Lin Chi. After a while, Lin Chi RUO thought, so, can this still be the case? He looked at the sun wheel knife in his hand, and there was a look of apology in his eyes. Sorry, in order to better kill evil spirits, I have to change your shape. I hope you like your new look. Rylandeo remained silent, without any movement. Lin Chi, since you don't speak, I'll take it as your consent. No way, he really doesn't know how to play with knives. Moreover, the sun wheel knife seems to be customized according to the ghost hunter. Lin Chi held it in his hand and waved it, feeling indescribably awkward. You can't use this sun wheel knife. If he was asked to use this sun wheel knife to kill ghosts, it would be better to kill ghosts with his bare hands. The power of Black Spike obtained by Lin Chi not only includes increased physical strength, but also he can use Black Spike's vampire technique, Sword Prison. The Sword of Soldier's Prison is indeed a very good blood ghost art. First of all, the Sword of Soldier's Prison can change into a weapon suitable for ghosts according to the wishes of the ghosts. After continuous warming, the weapons will become harder and sharper. Weapons. This is the case with Heilanja's strangely shaped chopping knife. Not only that, but the weapons that the swordsman prison changes out of thin air are very weak at the beginning, and may not even be comparable to the ghost's nails in terms of hardness and sharpness. But the most important thing is that the sword prison can absorb other weapons to improve the performance of a certain desired weapon, and also make it have the characteristics of the original weapon. Moreover, the weapons prison also has its own space, from which weapons can be taken out of thin air, and there is no need to carry them anymore. At that time, Lin Chi suffered from the unexpected loss of this weapon prison space, his head was beheaded, and he almost died in the hands of Hanja. However, the sword prison cannot absorb ordinary iron weapons, but only weapons with certain peculiarities, such as the sun wheel sword made of jade steel. Moreover, only the first absorption can fully integrate its performance, and then only the same type of weapons can be absorbed, and the increase in power is very small. The main thing is to keep nurturing, otherwise Hanja would have made his chopping knife invincible long ago. So, obediently become an axe. How did you discover this book? If you don't mind the trouble, please comment. The ghost characters are blocked and the author is a little panicked. Again for votes and investment. Chapter 26 The Black Cleaver. Swordsman Prison Melting Soldier Flame. Throughout Zheng's life, the rust-colored wings spread out behind Lin Chi, exuding the chilling aura of iron and weapons. Afterwards, a deep grey flame burned on the rust-colored wings. Lin Chi moved his mind, and after the wings trembled slightly, blossoming fireworks flew down and attached to the sun wheel knife. In the grey flame, the entire blade of the sun wheel saber is constantly distorting and melting, and is slowly weakening. This flame seems to have a special ability, and it is very powerful against metal. Lin Chi stretched out his hand to touch it, but he couldn't feel any temperature. It seems that the melting flames of the weapon prison can only be used on weapons, and cannot be used as an attack method. It's not scientific at all. It's unscientific to be able to melt tough metals but not be able to cause harm to people. However, even creatures like ghosts exist, so there is no science to speak of. Since becoming a ghost, Lin Kai's 3 views have been constantly refreshed and changed. Here we go. After half an hour of smelting, the sun wheel knife turned into a ball of liquid the size of a fist. At this time, Lin Chi moved his mind again, and used the ability of the sword prison to generate soldiers from the void. Swordsman Prison, create soldiers. In Lin Kai's eyes, a 1.7 meter long axe gradually emerged from the air. The 1.7 meter axe is already called a giant axe, and it is also the most violent and vicious axe that Lin Chi can use. But it looks a bit unreal, not like a real thing. 33. Under the control of Lin Kai's mind, the metal liquid transformed by the sun wheel knife gradually spread and covered the axe, especially the axe blade, which was covered by the liquid transformed by jade steel. After a while, the giant axe no longer felt illusory, and completely condensed into a real thing. This axe is definitely a murder weapon. It looks extremely domineering, and ordinary people will feel chills when they look at it. The top end of the hard grey metal shaft is the blade, with 2 long blades on both sides. On the left side, it is a circular arc blade with a thick blade. There is no doubt that it can easily cut off the head of the evil spirit. On the right side, there is a straight blade at an angle of 45 degrees to the axe shaft. The inner side of the straight blade is also sharpened, and there is a small bend at the end. This kind of axe blade structure can chop and cut, and the straight blade at a 45-degree angle can hook the neck of the ghost and cut it off directly. The tip and tail of the axe shaft also have sharp blades shining with cold light. Okay, this kind of murder weapon is the weapon I want, ha ha ha. Compared to it, the sun wheel knife is too thin. Lin Chi was already thinking about how he would use this axe to chop off Guiwu Suji's head. Oh! Lin Chi suddenly grasped the shaft of the axe with both hands, raised it high and swung it down heavily. The arc-shaped blade of the axe sank into the ground in an instant, shaking the ground. Weighing the huge axe in his hand with satisfaction, Lin Chi was very happy. The only downside is that the axe is still a bit lighter. It looks huge and domineering, but in fact it is only condensed by a sun wheel knife. Although it has the bonus of the sword weapon prison, it is still very light overall. It is light to play with this axe with the strength of a ghost. It doesn't feel that good, but I can continue to strengthen it when I have the opportunity to find more solar knives in the future. One day, Ghost Mai Suji, I will split you apart, flesh and bones. Lin Chi continued to play with it like a new toy, and became proficient in it. This axe was made according to his wishes. Except for the weight, he was very satisfied in other aspects. It's just that I feel that there is something missing. By the way, I can't call it like an axe. I need to give it a name. Lin Chi was a little troubled, he was always called a waste material. Your predecessor was the Sun Wheel Knife, so why not just call it the Sun Wheel Axe? The Sun Wheel Axe, the Sun Wheel Axe, the Sun Wheel, what a woolen axe. The Sun Wheel Knife is obviously so nice, it sounds like a powerful and handsome weapon, but the Sun Wheel Axe, why does it sound so reckless? At this time, Lin Kai's aura suddenly exploded, and the whalebone, open. Well, this appearance is quite similar to the one in the game I played before, so. Black Cleaver, you will be called Black Cleaver from now on. In fact, it's not like it at all. It's just that he really doesn't know how to name it. Lin Chi held the black cutter in his hand, and couldn't help but feel happy. The name sounds deep and powerful, and it has a good meaning. Black cutters, cut black, cut dark, cut ghosts. Black Spike, thank you for your gift. Receive. The black cutter is too big, and it is very inconvenient to hold and carry, which is not as good as the Sun Wheel Knife. However, Lin Chi has the space of the sword prison, which solves this problem very well. The black cutter turned into blood-colored energy and poured into Lin Kai's rusted wings. He could feel that the black cutter was lying quietly in the space of swordsman prison, waiting for his call, and beheaded the ghosts with him. Retracting the rusted wings, Lin Chi raised his head. It's time to leave. Butterfly Ninja, I don't know if we can meet again in the future, I hope we won't be enemies by then. Butterfly Ren's eyes left a deep impression on Lin Chi, which he will never forget. Yuozuo stood on a thick cypress tree outside Shikiao town, looking at the quiet town in the night, his eyebrows frowned slightly. Yuozuo was the fastest. He had arrived in Shikiao town for a while, but he didn't make a move, but waited calmly from the tree looking at Shikiao. And the other 4 ghosts are still going here, but it won't be long before they arrive. The weak, ordinary people who can be crushed to death like ants, I don't want to take action, bullying the weak will get nothing. But adults have orders, and I have to obey. It's more interesting to fight against the members of the ghost-killing squad. Yuozuo, he worships the strong, and is awed by the strength of Oni Wusuji, but at the same time he worships the strong. Yuoza also hates the weak and is unwilling to fight the weak. What he looks forward to is to fight against the strong to temper himself, constantly gain new strength, and making himself stronger is his only pleasure. Getting stronger is his obsession. Moreover, as a ghost, Yuozuo never kills or eats women. This is his principle, and he even dares to fight for Giwasuji Wu. Cruel. An inexplicable brilliance flashed in the golden pupils, and Yuozuo decided not to take action himself, and handed over the matter of destroying the town to the 4 ghosts. These weak people, let you solve it. Although the 4 ghosts are not very good, they only kill people, and it is still possible to kill a town. Moreover, the strange-shaped ghost named Gyokao is a century-old ghost. Very hard. The 4 of them should be able to solve it very well. If the purpose of killing is for killing, the ordinary people in these towns may not be enough for them to kill. It's just that what I ordered is not to attack women. I don't know if they will abide by it. After all, I don't have the binding force of an adult. Yuozuo was a little worried. He was not worried that the task would not be completed, but that there was a ghost who would not obey his order and kill the women in the town. You guys, it's best not to make me angry. Which night owl gets first? Ask for votes and investment. 34. Chapter 27. At this time, Dai Ren was still looking for ghosts on the mountain unhappily, while Lin Chi had already lifted the iron cover of the wine cellar and jumped out. It's time to leave. He continued to run along the path. At the end of the path, he could walk out of the town and enter the driveway, from which he could reach most of the human settlements. However, there are many forks in the driveway. Although there are signs, the signs are not clear and clear. Only businessmen who often drive on the road will know exactly which towns those fork points are. Originally, he wanted to inquire about the former Shanjiao town in Shiqiao town, but he only asked Old Man Changwu, and Old Man Changwu shook his head and said he didn't know. Go to the driveway and find some merchants who are pulling goods and taking away goods. Ask them and they will know how to get back. After thinking about it, Lin Chi had already reached the end of the path. But he was a little dazed. Kuei Ji's words seemed to be a little clearer in the dream, but he still couldn't hear clearly. In a daze, a black figure opened its fangs and rushed towards Lin Chi from the side. Boy, let's take you as an appetizer. Lin Chi, hey! He leaned back to avoid the pounce, and at the same time hit the black shadow's jaw with a backhand punch, sending the black shadow flying. This tough feel. Ghost. There is a fire burning in Lin Kai's heart. Ghost, I saw a ghost again. Do you want to attack this town? If it wasn't for the fact that this ghost happened to attack Lin Chi as an ordinary person, innocent passers-by might have died by now. The veins on Lin Kai's face instantly popped out, and his fangs protruded from his mouth. That black shadow was also one of the 4 ghosts, and he named himself Maguire. Seeing Lin Kai's change, Ma Gui was stunned. So you are also a ghost, no wonder you reacted so quickly. Your human form is so well maintained, I'm so envious. Maguire is thin, with bluish-gray skin outside his body, and he can't control it. It's strange that Lin Chi can maintain a human appearance. And Lin Chi, suppressing the fire in his heart, slowly revealed a ferocious smile. Yes, brother, what are you doing here? I haven't been here for a long time in this hunting ground. At this time, the anger must be suppressed. The appearance of this ghost surprised Lin Chi from Heilanja's memory. Ghosts generally don't run around, but stay in their own territory. This Lanli mountain has not passed by other ghosts for more than 10 years. After all, they are all ghosts, and Ma Gui's vigilance towards Lin Chi has indeed been relaxed a lot. Your hunting ground. We are following the orders of that adult to come to destroy the town. I heard that a kid named Heilanja was beheaded by members of the ghost-killing squad. In addition to some other reasons, that lord was very upset and wanted to destroy 4 human towns. But how can that little devil, Hide, be able to get the attention of that adult? Lin Chi clenched his fists. I see, can I join? I also want to join this killing feast. It turned out that it was indirectly caused by yourself. The voice in the dream is still not real, but Lin Chi has roughly guessed it. Koizi, do you want me to protect this town? Don't worry, I won't let it go. Because you can't directly call Oni Wusuji by its name, in the mouth of the Oni, you always call him that adult. In fact, the death of Heilanja was just a critical point, and the blue bana flower was never found, so Wusuji was already a little anxious and angry. He wants to make the ghosts come alive, so as to pull the vitality of the ghost-killing team and distract them. Save them from hindering the ghost he sent to find the blue bana flower. Although it is said that he is the original ghost, and also possesses tyrannical power, but to be honest, Oni Wusuji is very timid and afraid of death. Especially after being almost beheaded by the Rihu swordsman and running away in despair, Anime Suji was always a little wary of the Ghost Slayer squad, and had been searching for the headquarters of the Ghost Slayer squad, but he couldn't find it. No, I had received news before, but just passed by, but the buildings were empty, leaving only empty buildings. Anime Suji can roughly grasp the location and condition of the ONI, and the closer the distance, the clearer the grasp. Face to face, he can even read the minds of ghosts. And his concern for Heilanja is not just because he feels that Heilanja is a bit similar to Hei Mao's potential. It is because he accidentally discovered that Heilanja is a descendant of the ghost hunters of the ghost-killing team during his travels. In fact, Ghost Dance Suji is very boring most of the time. In the long years, he didn't have much interest except for looking for the blue flower of the other side. And seeing others miserable is one of Anime Suji's many hobbies. Ghost Wuji Suji is very much looking forward to the scene of turning the descendant of the ghost hunter into a ghost, and then letting him fight the ghost hunter. Whether Black Spike was killed, or he killed the ghost hunter, Anime Suji could take pleasure in it. But, Hanja was actually beheaded without his knowledge, which also meant that Gawa Suji couldn't see what he wanted to see with his own eyes. This made him a little unhappy, and thinking of the annoying guys like the ghost killing squad, he decided that it was time for the ghosts to actively appear in the human field of vision. Maguire stuck out his tongue and licked his cheek. Want to join this feast? Of course you can. There are so many people, the four of us can't handle it, it doesn't matter if you add one. In a town with more than 1,000 people, even if they all obeyed Uozuo's order not to kill women, there would still be hundreds of corpses left behind. The food intake of ghosts is also limited, so it is unrealistic for them to eat hundreds of people at once, and ghosts seldom store corpses, they prefer fresh dead people. Lin Chi laughed and said, "Are there only 4 ghosts?" The Maguire grimaced, "No, there were originally 5 of us. But Uozuo, he doesn't know why he doesn't want to make a move, and he restricts us from killing women and eating women. It's really disgusting. However, in order not to kill a woman, he dared to fight for it from the adults. He is really brave enough." 35. Maguire was very upset about Uozuo's order, but there was no way he could do it. He was afraid of death, and Uozuo was too strong. Lin Chi is silent. Uozuo, who is this? Reluctant to kill a woman, even asking for it from Ghost Dance Suji. Lin Chi became interested in this somewhat special ghost, who doesn't kill or eat women, nor did he participate in the killing of the town. As far as Lin Chi knew, ghosts like to kill. Not only did he not shoot himself, but he also restricted other ghosts, which surprised Lin Chi even more. "Uozuo, what kind of ghost are you? Then the 4 of you are not together? I see you are the only one." Magui seemed to like talking to people, he explained, "Yes, Uozuo came early but he didn't make a move. After the 4 of us arrived here, we had a discussion. One of us attacked from one direction. Otherwise, the town is not small, and some people might escape. This will reduce the number of people who escaped." Lin Chi laughed loudly, "Then it's just right for me to join, and I can help you kill a few more fish that slip through the net." Maguire also smiled, "Indeed, come on, let's kill together to our heart's content, there are not many opportunities like this." For Lin Kai's joining, Maguire is quite happy. Uozuo doesn't work hard, there are only 4 of them, and many people may escape in the chaos. If the last adult is not happy, and Uozuo is Shangxian, the adult will not kill him easily, but it is very likely that he will kill a few of them casually. Lin Kai's smile widened even wider, his mouth full of ferocious fangs were exposed in the air. "Yeah, let's kill as much as we want. Ask for votes and investment. If you are interested in the Demon Slayers Haiba Exchange Group 8741535599, please add it." Chapter 28 Killing Ghosts. Magui beckoned to Lin Chi, "Let's go, why are you still standing there?" With his hands behind his back, Lin Chi replied, "Wait a little longer." Maguire was a little strange, "What are you waiting for? Hey? What's behind you?" Lin Chi smiled ferociously, "Of course it's waiting for me to take out the weapon." The howling wind blew up, and the black cutter appeared out of thin air in Lin Kai's hands. With a turn of his body, he drove the black cutter to chop towards Magui's neck. The sudden appearance of the murder weapon surprised Magui. "What's going on?" Magui's hands and feet were lying on the ground, but at this moment, he jumped up like a frog, leaped high, and jumped directly above Lin Kai's head, avoiding the black cutter who cut at his neck. "What are you doing?" The black cutter missed the first strike, but Lin Chi attacked again. His lower body was rooted, but his upper body bent backwards, looking at the Maguire who was leaping above him. Under Lin Kai's movement, the black cutter swung a round of half-moon slash from bottom to top, fiercely slashing directly into the Maguire's spine. There was black ghost blood dripping onto the ground. Maguire said angrily, "What the hell are you doing?" He endured the pain and opened his mouth to spit out. A long tongue came out of Ma Gui's mouth. It was wet and sticky, with dense barbs on it. "It's disgusting." Lin Kai's body turned over, the arc blade got stuck in Ma Gui's body, and he slapped the ground heavily. This strength drove Ma Gui, causing his attack to lose its aim, and he was photographed on the ground with a scream. "Oh!" Click click. With a loud bang, Ma Gui's half of his body was dented and flattened, and large pieces of bones were also shattered. Why are you attacking me?" He still doesn't understand Lin Kai's outburst. He obviously had a very happy chat just now. Why did this guy suddenly turn his face? Although the code of conduct of ghosts is very erratic, but this is the order of that adult, and he didn't even take it into consideration. Lin Kai's face was extremely ferocious. He raised his hand, and the black cutter raised it again. Bam! Boom! Bam! Without cutting or hacking, Lin Chi just slapped Ma Gui back and forth on the ground heavily. And the Maguire, whose body was cut open by the axe blade, had already lost the ability to resist under this fierce attack. He tried his best to recover his body, but under Lin Kai's merciless destruction, there was little effect. You can't kill me. Wait for my companion to come over, you just wait to die. They'll be over here soon." Lin Kai's burning head calmed down a bit. Yes, there are still 3 ghosts waiting for him to kill, so he can't waste too much time on Maguire. "Thanks for reminding. However, you are wrong about one thing. It's not that I can't kill you, I just want to vent." Lin Chi attacked first, and when he smashed half of Maguire's body, he could easily behead him, but he didn't. His eyes were red at that time, and he just wanted to smash Maguire into minced meat. Ma Gui spit out blood, and laughed with the corners of his mouth. "Ignorant boy, you have a sun-wheel knife, how do ghosts kill ghosts? Want to attack me until the sun rises? But by then, my companions will have torn you to pieces." Lin Chi raised the corner of his mouth and showed a smile. "Really?" Stretching out his hand and pushing forward, the black cutter directly pulled the Maguire from his chest and abdomen to his head, splitting him in the middle. But Maguire's flesh and blood squirmed and sewed frantically, and he, who had already been turned into 2 halves, said frantically, "See, it's useless, without the sun-wheel knife, you can't kill me." Lin Chi shook his head, and looked at the miserable-looking Ma Gui with pity. "I just want to draw out the axe blade, and give you a final blow." Ma Gui's eyes widened. "You." 36. The light of the cold axe flashed past, and Ma Gui's head fell down. His smile disappeared, and instead he screamed in horror. Your axe, why is it like a sun-wheel knife?" Maguire could feel that he could no longer recover his body, his consciousness gradually sank, he was going to die. Lin Chi said, "Hey, I wanted to call it the sun-wheel axe at first, of course it's the same as the sun-wheel knife. Go, if there is an afterlife, don't be a ghost anymore." Maguire's broken body has turned into black and red ashes in large areas, and his resentful eyes have gradually become serene, as if recalling his memory as a human being. After giving you a grateful glance at Lin Chi, Ma Gui closed his eyes, and Lin Chi seemed to be able to see a figure made of white light break away from the ferocious ghost body and fly to an unknown place. Like Black Spike. Will a distorted mind become normal when a ghost dies? At this moment, Lin Chi opened his chi feathers, trying to absorb Maguire's body. But to his surprise, Chi Yu didn't send a message. When facing Heilanja before, Chi Yu impatiently absorbed Heilanja as if he hadn't eaten in 30 days. But it feels very negative to Lin Chi now. Lin Chi was helpless, and then he took the initiative to control Chi Yu to absorb all the black and red ashes. Although Chi Yu disdained it, he always wanted to eat ghosts to maintain his physical fitness, and even strengthen his physique. After absorbing the ghosts, Lin Chi clenched his fists, the ghost body became stronger again, and he felt a sense of fullness, his body could no longer eat ghosts in a short time. Just like ghosts' cannibalism has a limit, Lin Chi also has an upper limit for eating ghosts. He needs to fight to consume, and transform the energy from ghosts into his own power. Of course, it's impossible to completely absorb. This conversion process will waste 10% of the energy, but after all, it will strengthen him a lot. But Lin Chi frowned slightly again, because the imaginary memory didn't come, and Chi Yu seemed to filter out Maguire's memory. Chi Yu, what is your criteria for choosing to absorb? No one answered, and Chi Yu had no way of responding. The usage of blood ghost technique needs to be pondered by oneself. Lin Chi doesn't know much about Chi Yu now, so he can only understand it slowly. There are 3 more ghosts, I have to hurry up. We can't let them destroy this town. Yuozuo sat on the top of the tree, using his blood ghost technique to sense what happened in the town. Yuozuo's blood ghost technique is called destruction and killing. Destructive killing is based on the destructive killing, compass needle which senses the special fighting spirit of the human body, and derives a series of precise, rapid, and powerful martial arts strike series moves. As for vindictiveness, even a newborn baby exists, and can clearly reflect a person's state, but it is difficult for humans to perceive it, and the core of Yuozuo's blood ghost technique is to perceive vindictiveness. He closed his eyelashes trembling slightly. Over there are 2 battle chi entangled together, hey? The Maguire's chi has disappeared. Yuozuo slowly opened his eyes, it seems that there is a member of the ghost killing squad. I don't know whether he is strong or not, and whether it is worth my shot. Yuozuo already knew about Maguire's death, but he didn't care about it, but continued to perceive the grudge with great interest, wanting to see how far he could do it. That grudge is not weak, but it is not as good as Jiukao and another ghost, but grudge is not the only criterion Yuozuo uses to measure combat power, he expects Lin Chi to have a better performance. At this time, a gentle wind swept over. Yuozuo raised his eyebrows, dodged to avoid it, and then looked at the person coming. Interesting. Chapter 29 Butterfly Flying. Now, the 3 ghosts in Shikiao town are raging crazily. Except for the women, they are ordered by Yuozuo. They kill anyone they see, they don't eat people, they just kill crazily. The small town, which was originally quiet and peaceful, now seemed to have turned into a purgatory Shura field. People were awakened from their sleep by the screams, and ran away crazily. Somewhere, an oil lamp was knocked over and the house was set ablaze. The fire was getting bigger and bigger, and the area reflected was now full of red. On the mountain, Butterfly saw the burning fire in Shikiao town, and it immediately felt that something was wrong, and rushed down quickly. When she was about to enter the town, she saw a ghost sitting on a tree, facing the burning town. I don't know how many people have died. Thinking of the enthusiastic townspeople who received her, Dai couldn't hold back her patient anger. She jumped in the air, and the sun wheel knife wiped Yuozuo's neck. But to her surprise, the ghost reacted, and twisted its body into an exaggerated angle, avoiding Butterfly Ninja's Hikari knife. Oh! Yuozuo punched Butterfly Ninja with a backhand, but Butterfly Ninja folded her hands to resist, but she was still knocked down by the huge force from the top of the long cypress tree. This is... Yuozuo did not pursue, but stood condescendingly on the treetop and watched Butterfly Ninja quietly. Dai reluctantly raised her head to see Yuozuo's appearance, her heart sank. The eyes of this ghost were covered with dark blue tattoos, but Butterfly Shinobi still saw 3 words in his golden pupils. In the pupil of the right eye is written the word Shangxian, and in the pupil of the left eye there is the word 3. 12 ghost months, the 3rd of the winding, the fighting ghost. Dai Ren's heart sank more and more. He thought it was an ordinary ghost, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be Shangxian-san. With this ghost, not only can't even the people in the town be saved, even she herself might die here. I'm too weak, sorry. Looking at the burning Shikiao town, Dai Ren's heart became more and more heavy, but she still had a gentle smile on her face. She didn't want her sister to see her pressure. What she was facing was the first quarter moon. Uozuo leaped lightly and jumped down from the treetop. 37. Ghost Killing Squad. Butterfly took a deep breath, clenched the sun wheel knife in his hand, and became very nervous. Her elder sister died at the hands of Tong Mo, the second of the Shangxian. Butterfly Ren is very clear about the power of winding. Demon Slayer Squad Chongju, Butterfly Ninja. No matter how big the gap between the two is, Butterfly Shinobi can't let Uozuo go down the mountain and hurt others. Butterfly held the sun wheel knife obliquely, and did not rush straight to Uozuo, but danced lightly and nimbly among the trees like a butterfly flying. She wanted to find the flaws of Uozuo. But Uozuo remained motionless. The pillar of the Demon Slayer team, the new bug pillar. By the way, the replacement speed of your pillars is really fast. I can't even remember who you are. He doesn't kill women, so he won't kill Butterfly Ninja, but it's okay to play with her. After all, there are other ghosts performing the tasks of adults. But don't be careless when facing Zhu. Uozuo withdrew his grudge perception from the small town, and concentrated all on Dai Ninja in front of him. Butterfly endured the anxiety. Uozuo stood there without any movement, but in Daidiaren's eyes, Uozuo was like a thick and majestic mountain, and she couldn't see any flaws. However, Uozuo can afford energy consumption, she can't, so she can only take the initiative. I hope the wisteria flower poison will be useful to him. Quickly put the sun wheel knife into the scabbard and then pulled it out, making a strange creaking sound. At this time, the most violent and poisonous type of wisteria flower poison hidden in the scabbard has evenly spread the entire sun wheel knife. Breath of worms, dance of butterflies, teasing. The breath used by Butterfly Ninja is called the breath of insects, which is a derivative of the breath of flowers and a further branch of the breath of water. Insect breath has no type, but is named after dance. Due to the lack of strength of Butterfly Ninja, she couldn't cut off the ghost's head with strength. In order to be able to kill ghosts, she studied a lot of pharmacy and toxicology. In short, Butterfly Ninja gave up the orthodox breathing method, and created the breath of insects through the combination of high-speed stabbing skills and toxins, so as to make up for the lack of ninja wrist strength enough to cut off the ghost's head. Her stabbing is faster and stronger than Breath of Water's strongest stabbing technique Shizuku Ripple Stabbing, enough to pierce rocks. But the butterfly dance is not a piercing, but a light and fast 5-strike slash, with the main purpose of scratching the ghost's skin and sending the wisteria flower poison into its blood. In Uozuo's eyes, Butterfly Ninja seemed to have turned into patches of purple butterflies, flapping their wings and flying over him. And in this beautiful and charming group of butterflies, there are hidden 5 clever slashing strikes towards Uozuo's body from different directions. If it can cut through his skin, then there is still a chance. When Butterfly Ninja was coming, Uozuo turned his body sideways. His position remained unchanged, but his left leg rested on the ground, and his right leg rolled towards Butterfly Ninja with a momentum of 10,000 weights. Destroyer, foot pose, flashing group of lights. At this moment, several violent kicks kicked Butterfly Ninja, the air was kicked up, like a flash burst, and there was a shocking sonic boom. The butterfly phantom was kicked away in an instant, revealing the Butterfly Ninja inside. She was slashing towards Uozuo with a knife, and the distance was already close at hand. The Rylun knife was in contact with Uozuo's heavy leg. However, Uozuo not only stopped all the stabbing attacks, but also kicked Butterfly Ninja in the abdomen with an extra kick. Butterfly spat out a mouthful of blood and was kicked far away. But the Rylun knife also left several scars on Uozuo's legs. It broke his skin. Uozuo's ability is all in his fists and feet, and his every move carries destructive damage, but he doesn't want to kill a woman, he has already released a lot of water, otherwise, Butterfly Ninja might have fallen down with this leg. Everyone on the top of the string is extremely terrifying, especially the top 3 on the top of the string. They all have the strength to kill ordinary pillars in seconds. Only when several pillars restrain each other can they have a chance to kill them. When flying backwards, Butterfly Ninja picked up a handful of dust with the sun wheel knife, blocking Uozuo's view. Breath of insects, dance of the bee's teeth, true drag. The dust gradually dissipated, and Uozuo retracted his legs, but in his field of vision, he lost the trace of Butterfly Ninja. Destruction and kill Luo Needle. The formula unfolds. Uozuo stomped his legs heavily, causing the whole ground to shake. Under his feet, there was a 12-cornered snowflake array with him as the center. In his compass perception, a wave of vindictiveness was falling above his head at an extremely fast speed. Up there! Uozuo's blood ghost technique made his attack and defense very precise and flawless, so the reaction of Butterfly Ninja was clear in his perception of fighting spirit. And Butterfly Ninja took advantage of the falling momentum, and at the same time used the powerful thrust of the dance of the bee teeth, like a poisonous bee showing a sharp needle, in an attempt to violently pierce the skull of Uozuo and inject the toxin directly into his brain, kill it with poison. But Uozuo moved. He didn't look up at Butterfly Ninja, but his attack and dodge were extremely accurate. Destruction kill, foot style, crown first cut. He kicked his body up from bottom to top, while avoiding Butterfly Ninja's bee-tooth dance, he also aimed at Butterfly Ninja's head and kicked it precisely. Uozuo controlled his strength, and he was going to kick Butterfly Shinobi unconscious. He won't kill a woman, even if the opponent is the pillar of the Ghost Slayer squad. But just when Uozuo was about to kick Butterfly Shinobi in the head, he felt his heart beating violently, and something spread along his leg violently, along the blood vessels, and rushed to Uozuo's heart. The butterfly resisted Uozuo's kick, flew out with the force of the shock, and landed lightly. But Butterfly Shinobu was still worried. She didn't know how much wisteria flower poison could do to Shangxian. Winning 3. Now you have been poisoned by my wisteria flower, how do you feel? The more you move, the faster the poison will spread, and the faster you will die. Butterfly Ninja had just landed, but without any hesitation, she continued to rush towards Uozuo, and her words were just to shock Uozuo's mind. The other party is the third of the upper strings, an extremely terrifying ghost, dare not be underestimated or let go. Happy National Day, everyone! 38. It's a new month, friends with investment qualifications, let's invest. Chapter 30 The Snake Ghost. Breath of insects, dance of the bee's teeth, true drag. Taking advantage of Uozuo's stiff body, Butterfly Ninja once again stabbed Uozuo's head with the strongest and fastest thrust. Only by breaking Uozuo's skull and injecting a large amount of wisteria flower poison into Uozuo's brain can Dai Ninja have a chance to kill him. And Uozuo felt the stiff and painful body, he looked down at his legs, it turned out that, at some point, the small wounds that he thought should heal, festered in large swaths. Visible to the naked eye, the blood vessels in his body had turned black, and the toxin had spread from his legs to his heart during his strenuous exercise. But at the beginning, Uozuo didn't feel anything unusual. The toxin, which paralyzed his perception at the beginning, spread to the heart, and then exploded in the most violent manner. But in the face of the extremely fast thrust of the dance of the bee teeth, Uozuo was not flustered. Instead, he chuckled, "Insect pillar? Very interesting attack, very interesting poison. I, Uozuo, would like to call you a strong man." Just as Lin Chi killed the Maguire, he saw flames rising from the center of the town, and there were screams one after another, which made his heart sink. The other 3 ghosts had already started to move. Lin Chi held the black cutter tightly, and ran towards the direction where the screams were most frequent. Not long after, more than a dozen townspeople, both men and women, ran towards this place in a panic. Lin Chi hurriedly hid in the shadow of the house on one side, and reminded aloud, "Go east, there are no ghosts in the east, run quickly." Someone shouted to Lin Chi who was in the shadows, "What about you? Let's go together, those ghosts are too scary." Lin Chi responded, "No, you guys should leave quickly, don't get in your way, I'm a member of the ghost killing squad, you don't have to worry about me." A dozen or so people fled towards the east, and shouted as they walked, "Everyone who can hear it, run to the east. There are no evil ogres in the east." Then, as if they suddenly remembered something, they shouted to Lin Chi, "My lord, what is your name? Thank you." "Is my name Taboo?" Lin Chi replied, Chi Yu of Ghost Killing Team." After finishing speaking, Lin Chi walked out from the shadows, and ran towards the ghost with his back to them without any response from the audience. Everyone showed gratitude, the back illuminated by the flames was so tall at the moment, they would never forget it. After running past a dozen houses, Lin Chi stopped. At this moment, in front of Lin Chi, there was a snake ghost with a body like a boneless snake, wrapping around a person's neck. His mouth opened wider and wider, as if there was no limit, until half of his face turned into a bloody mouth, and this huge mouth was full of sharp teeth like files. Under his fangs was a tearful little boy. It was Ji Yang. In the face of life and death, Ji Yang didn't seem to be afraid. He didn't look at the terrifying snake ghost, but looked at the ground aside. On the ground, the corpse of the old man Chang lay there, his neck twisted into an unnatural angle, and he had already passed away. Lin Kai's eyes were about to burst. "You bastard! Blazing feather, burning feather!" The gorgeous blazing white wings spread out and slammed towards the snake ghost. 3 feathers that seemed to be burning went straight to the snake ghost's head. Under the threat of the burning feather, the snake ghost shrank its head and avoided the burning feather, but it failed to bite Ji Yang's head as he wished. At this time, Chi Yu's crazy instigation and acceleration made Lin Kai's speed reach the peak, and the distance of tens of meters almost passed by in a flash. The snake ghost only felt his neck tighten and his eyes darkened, and Lin Chi grabbed his neck tightly and pulled him off Ji Yang's body. Because Ji Yang was entangled by the snake ghost, Lin Chi didn't dare to hit the snake ghost directly with the black cutter, so he took the opponent's head with his hands and tore the snake ghost off first. As soon as he pulled the snake ghost away, Lin Chi slapped his wings down, and his body was raised by more than 2 feet. He squeezed the snake ghost's neck, pressed his body down, and violently pressed the snake ghost to the ground. "What are you doing?" The snake ghost vomited blood and struggled to speak. Originally, Lai Xin was delighted to see a little boy with thin skin and tender flesh, and was going to eat him in one bite before continuing to kill, but he never wanted to kill Cheng Yaojin halfway. In particular, the snake ghost actually found Lin Chi, but the other party looked like a ghost, so the snake ghost didn't take him to heart, but prepared to enjoy the food on its own. Being attacked by Lin Chi made the snake ghost very angry. After Lin Chi pressed the snake ghost into the ground, due to the length of the black cutter, he was too close to the snake ghost to swing his axe. He had no choice but to send the black cutter back, and then Lin Chi held the snake ghost's slender neck tightly with one hand, and the black cutter with the other hand, approached the axe blade and lowered the axe shaft, and chopped down towards the snake ghost's neck. The snake ghost kept struggling, but the hand that clamped his neck was as hard and powerful as if made of steel, and he couldn't break free at all. Not wanting to experience the pain of beheading, the snake ghost opened his mouth and spat out, and the 2 sharpest fangs came out. The tips of the fangs were blue-black, and they were full of poison at first glance. These 2 poisonous fangs were extremely fast, and directly nailed Lin Kai's right hand holding the axe blade, causing Lin Kai's right hand to go numb, and then his entire right arm lost strength, and the black cutter also fell directly beside the snake ghost, failed to cut off the snake ghost's head. Seeing the fangs shooting at Lin Chi, the snake ghost struggled more violently, his neck suddenly became longer, and after half a circle, he opened his bloody mouth and bit towards Lin Kai's left hand holding his neck. Lin Kai's left hand hurt, and the snake ghost's fangs directly bit through Lin Kai's muscle and skin, and bit into Lin Kai's arm bone. Lin Kai's eyes almost burst into flames. This ghost killed that poor old man Chang when wanted to swallow Ji Yang, who was only a few years old, alive. It was really cruel, and Lin Chi was furious. Blazing Feather Skyward Blade. The Chao Tian Blade is the powerful attack that killed He Lanja. By closely arranging the incandescent feathers that are as hard as iron and with sharp edges, a huge 3-meter-long incandescent knife is formed. There was a despicable light in the snake ghost's eyes. He didn't dodge or dodge, but injected the venom hidden in the oral glands into Lin Kai's body in large streams through the fangs that pierced Lin Kai's arm. Don't worry, I will win when you poison me. Behead it, just behead it, it's not a sun-wheel knife, I'm not afraid of it. Finding that the snake ghost had no intention of loosening its fangs to avoid it, Lin Chi smiled cruelly, and the sky-facing blade formed by the chi feathers spread out sideways, and then directly connected to his arm horizontally, and chopped off the snake ghost's head. The snake ghost's head flew high, and his eyes were full of astonishment. This feeling. I'm going to die. How could it be? How could it be? How could you kill me? 39. Lin Chi was a little surprised, unlike He Lanja and Maguire, who finally returned to human nature without feeling pain, and death was more like a relief. The snake ghost's voice was full of resentment and madness, and the voice was also full of fear of death and hatred for Lin Chi. In these intertwined negative emotions, the snake ghost gradually turned into black and red ashes. This time, there was still no desire to devour Chi Yu. Chapter 31. Lin Chi took the initiative to absorb part of the black and red ashes to make up for the physical strength that was consumed just now. Since the ghost body was saturated again, it was difficult for him to absorb the remaining ashes, so he let it dissipate. The skyward blade cut down again, this time towards Lin Kai's blackened right arm. With a click, Lin Kai's right arm fell down, blood dripped onto the ground, and a few wisps of black smoke rose. After Lin Chi turned the Chao Tian blade into a normal Chi Yu, he only felt a little soreness in his wings. Arranging the feathers tightly to form a sky-facing blade does not consume energy, but it makes Lin Chi feel very tired. He looked at the snake ghost that had turned into ashes and was dissipating, and sighed. You look like a snake, and you expect me not to know that you are poisonous. In your next life, don't be an evil ghost again. This kind of alien ghost, the general ability can be seen from the appearance. Lin Chi concentrated his energy on the wound, and then made 2 puffs, and new arms had grown from the broken place. After dealing with the snake ghost, Lin Chi picked up the black cutter that fell on the ground, smiled kindly at Ji Yang, and walked towards him slowly. However, there was no joy of being saved in Ji Yang's eyes. He looked at Lin Chi, as if he had seen the most terrifying monster in the world, and his suppressed emotions finally broke out. Don't come here. Lin Chi paused and fell silent. Before, he hid in the shadows to avoid the townspeople, and it was also out of this consideration. With all his strength, Lin Chi couldn't control his appearance at all. He didn't even need to think about it. Right now, his face must be full of bulging blue blood vessels, his eyes were blood red, and there were ferocious fangs in his mouth. With this appearance, one can tell that he is a ghost at a glance. Ji Yang's disgust and fear towards him seemed to be engraved in his bones, even though Lin Kai's actions just now obviously saved him. From Ji Yang's pupils, Lin Chi saw his appearance at the moment. He was a little silent and depressed. Flee to the east. Lin Chi tried his best to slow down his tone, and said softly to Ji Yang. But Ji Yang just covered his ears and closed his eyes, squatting on the spot shivering, without any reaction. This kid's heart is broken. Lin Chi had no choice but to knock Ji Yang unconscious with a knife in his hand, and then placed him in a relatively safe and hidden corner. It is impossible for him to escape with Ji Yang, and Ji Yang's mental state is very unstable, unable to communicate and persuade, and he refuses to move, that's all he can do. There are 2 more ghosts waiting for him. Lin Chi could feel that not far ahead, those 2 ghosts were moving together, wantonly hunting and killing humans. Spreading the rust-colored wings from behind, Lin Chi gripped the black cutter tightly, and flew towards the enemy at top speed. Even if it is difficult to face 2 ghosts at the same time, he will not back down. The male human corpses that can be seen everywhere on the roadside made Lin Chi feel sad, but in an instant it turned into anger against ghosts. The fire in his heart became more vigorous, as if it wanted to come out through the body. Fairy is a ghost with a cold and hard metal glow all over his body. His body seems to be made of metal. He is huge and nearly 3 meters tall. Stretching out 5 fingers, Duqiao directly crushed an adult's head, put the head in his mouth casually, and ate it like chewing an apple. Behind him, there are headless corpses, a miserable scene. On the other side, there is a ghost whose body mostly retains a human form, Luo Yunao. Luo Yunao's appearance looks like a thin, tall, middle-aged man, but his face is so pale that it seems to be covered with thick makeup, which is frighteningly white. He smiled at Duqiao and said, "Duqiao, you made this place so disgusting." Duqiao let out a sound, and spat out the bones left in his mouth. "It's not as good as that guy in Yuozuo, because he is better than us, he won't let us eat women. Damn it, my favorite food is young women with thin skin and tender flesh." Luo Yunao fanned the flames and said, "What are you afraid of? Duqiao, your body is so special. I believe that as long as you eat more people, you will become stronger. This time to destroy the town is an opportunity. The corpses all over the ground depend on how much you can eat. If you eat more, you will be stronger. When you become stronger, you can launch a bloody battle against Yuozuo, and becoming the top 3 is just around the corner. If Duqiao, a big alien ghost, really launched a bloody battle against Yuozuo, he would definitely die." However, Luo Yunao was still viciously instigating him, looking forward to seeing the scene where Duqiao was crushed into powder by Yuozuo. He was happy to see it. Fairy glanced at Luo Yuling, stretched out his big hand abruptly, and directly crushed Luo Yuling's head with the whistling wind, but he didn't attack again, and let Luo Yuling recover by himself. "A little thing like a hemp stick, trying to incite me. Do I look stupid? It's better to go directly to the sun and die in a bloody battle with Yuozuo. If you want to fuck me again, be careful that I will tear you to pieces." The strength of Yuozuo has been deeply imprinted in Duqiao's mind. He felt that even if he could eat a full 1,000 people, he would not be as good as Yuozuo. But let alone 1,000 people, it is not realistic at all to kill him by eating 100 people at once. Luo Yunao chuckled with the healed half of her head. "We've known each other for so many years, but you're still so violent, Duqiao." Their hunting grounds are relatively close to each other, so they can be regarded as neighbors. 40. But the friendship between ghosts is not so good. The way they greet each other is usually to fight, but no one can do anything to the other. This time, under the command of the adults, the 2 ghosts could barely get together. Just as Luo Yujia was still recovering his head, a huge axe suddenly spun from a distance, and slashed fiercely. As soon as Lin Chi came over, he saw Duqiao crushing Luo Yukai's head, and Luo Yukai was recovering. How could such a good opportunity be missed? The man hadn't stepped forward, but he rounded the black cutter, turned his body to inject more force into it, and then threw it towards Luo Yunao. The black cutter was spinning at low altitude, stirring up the air to form a harsh sound, but it was very fast, and Luo Yunao's body didn't react quickly. After Luo Yunao could barely react, the black cutter had already slashed into Luo Yunao's waist. Then the huge force brought Luo Yujiao directly to the wall of the burning house behind it, causing Luo Yujia to scream and suffer from the fire. It wasn't that Lin Chi didn't want to behead directly, it was because the throwing distance was a bit far, and throwing a short axe was fine. Throwing a giant axe like a black cutter was very difficult, and Lin Chi wasn't sure about hitting it directly. And since the neck is the Achilles heel, ghosts are extremely sensitive to attacks directed at their own necks. Lin Chi gave up the idea of killing Luo Yuliao with one blow, and instead wanted to injure Luo Yuliao first, so that he would not be able to join the battle group for a while. This time, I'm lucky. On the wall of the burning house in the back, Luo Yueying struggled in pain, but he was burned by the flames while repairing, and he was nailed to the wall by the black cutter, so he couldn't escape the range of the flames. This made Lin Chi heave a sigh of relief. It seemed that Luo Yu now could not pose a threat to Lin Chi for the time being. Du Cao didn't look at Luo Yu now, who was made miserable by Lin Chi because of his headshot. His eyes showed a fierce look, and he said to Lin Chi, who was walking slowly, "Who are you?" Lin Chi smiled, revealing his white and sharp fangs. "I am your uncle. Ask for votes and investment." Chapter 32. Du Cao's eyes instantly filled with hostility, his eyes were blood red, he jumped up and jumped over a distance of tens of meters, and punched Lin Chi on the head. Lin Chi shrank his pupils, and felt a strong pressure from Du Cao. This alien ghost was more than 3 meters tall. Lin Kai's height could only reach the opponent's chest and abdomen. What's more, he was not that thin and tall, but extremely strong, with burst muscles and tendons on his body. In front of Lin Chi, he looked like a little giant made of steel and iron. Just Du Cao's fist is half the size of Lin Kai's body. If this is confirmed, it will definitely be hammered into melon skin. Lin Chi gasped, his legs tensed and exerted force, and at the same time, the 2 pairs of wings flapped forward. His body swept back, dodging Fairy's punch. Boom! When Du Cao's heavy punch hit the ground, Lin Chi only felt the ground shake violently. Looking towards Du Cao, he found that the ground was sunken by his punch and turned into a big hole. Du Cao pulled his fist out of the pit, and smiled viciously at Lin Chi. "I'll beat you to death with this punch the size of a sandbag in a while." Lin Chi stopped his body, and couldn't help but reply when he heard this inexplicably familiar words. "Really? I also want to be beaten to death by you, or to kill you alive." He was very cautious at first, but after feeling the attack from the fairy, he was not as nervous as before. Huge size, huge strength, but correspondingly, fairy's agility is very poor. And when the strength is not strong enough, the martial arts in the world can only be fast. Lin Chi is much faster than him. Blazing feather, burning feather. With the thought of Lin Chi, 4 flaming feathers shot out from Chi Yu. Fairy didn't dodge or dodge, but stretched out his giant palm and grabbed all of Lin Kai's burning feathers in his hand. With a little force, he crushed the burning feather into flaming ashes. It seemed that he was a little surprised that the attack was so weak, and then he grinned, "I thought it would hurt a little, but unfortunately I didn't feel anything." "Is it so weak? Can your attack break through my defense?" He stretched out his hand, scattered the ashes formed by the burning feathers on the ground, then pointed at Lin Chi, motioning him to look. Lin Chi glanced at it. Indeed, in the giant black and blue palm, there were only slight burn marks on the skin. This ghost is really very strong in defense and strength. But Lin Chi curled his lips, chuckled, and then looked at Luo Yumei, who was nailed to the fire wall by the black cutter. Du Cao subconsciously followed Lin Kai's gaze. "I saw that in the orange flame, there was a blazing color that was very conspicuous." A burning feather of Lin Chi was nailed into the center of Luo Yunao's eyebrow at this moment, and it was shining slightly. Luo Yunao, who was still struggling and howling, was silent now, and his whole body was gradually burnt black by the fire wall. Originally, although Luo Taro was nailed by the black cutter, but he struggled crazily, and his body recovered better than the flame burn. Lin Chi was afraid that Luo Yunao would break free before the battle with the fairy was over, and then the 2 ghosts would attack, and he would be in danger. Therefore, the 4 burning feathers he threw were just a feint attack, and their power was very small. When he was focusing on grabbing the burning feathers at the fairy, Lin Chi also shot more powerful and faster shots at Luo Yunao secretly. A burning feather of His real purpose has always been to cause more serious harm to Luo Yuluo. The burning feather also has the special energy in the blazing feather that can cause additional damage to ghosts. Although the amount is small, it is directly nailed into the brain. In addition, Luo Yunao is being burned continuously, so Luo Yunao directly lost the ability to resist. This guy is not dead yet. As long as the fire stops, he will definitely recover slowly. But this time, no matter whether he wins or loses, should be enough to end the battle. At this time, Liu Cao also knew Lin Kai's intentions, and he became a little annoyed. Although he didn't like being teased, he didn't like being teased even more. Whether it is a human or a ghost, the reaction after being tricked is quite similar. Liu Cao beat his chest with his fists. Why do you think I don't care about Luo Yugui? I just want to kill you by myself. He had been fighting with Luo Yunao for a long time, and there was no friendship between them, only hostility. He was happy to see Luo Yunao being hacked by a burning axe, and he didn't want to rescue him first. 41. Moreover, Fairy has confidence in himself. Lin Chi was ready to do his best. He exhaled first, then took a deep breath. God of Fire Kagura. The blue veins and blood vessels that had already exploded almost doubled in an instant, as if they were about to explode completely. The current Lin Chi can feel a majestic power brewing in his body at a glance. The feeling of being torn all over came again, but the pain was much weaker than before, and Lin Chi could maintain the breathing method for a longer time. Moreover, Lin Chi could feel that the saturated energy in his body was also rapidly disappearing, and at the same time, it was rapidly transforming into his own power. The power that God of Fire Kagura bought temporarily seems to be consuming the energy in his body, and then the temporary power gradually becomes permanent, which truly belongs to Lin Chi. On Liu Cao's wine-tank-sized forehead, a pair of thick brows frowned. This is breathing method. In his 100 years of career, he has eaten many people, and of course, he was also attacked by members of the ghost-killing squad. But Liu Cao's body was extremely hard, even if ordinary ghost hunters from the ghost-killing team slashed at his neck with a sun-wheel knife, they couldn't break his skin at all. However, Watanabe really felt a death crisis. That person, after using a strange rhythmic breathing method, used a strange sword move. The power of the sun-wheel knife suddenly increased, and directly cut off half of Fairy's neck. Fortunately, it was only half of the neck. Before being completely beheaded, Fairy's giant hands had already crushed the man's bones in time. However, because of this, he has a deep memory of the breathing method. Blazing Feather Skyward Blade. The blazing feathers were closely juxtaposed into a huge blazing knife. Lin Chi stepped on the ground fiercely, and at the same time, the rust-colored wings accelerated, and he took the initiative to attack towards the fairy. When Fairy saw Lin Chi rushing forward on his own initiative, he didn't react in surprise. What he hated most was the enemy running around like a flea. The main reason is that he is very confident and proud of his strength and defense, but when it comes to agility and speed, Fairy can only retreat obediently. When Lin Chi got closer to his attack range, he punched Lin Chi on the head, and the wind pressure brought by this fist messed up Lin Kai's hair a lot. Lin Chi didn't want to try a fist the size of a real sandbag. With a low figure, he quickly dodged the giant fist, and at the same time reversed the sky blade, and slashed towards the elbow of the fairy. Lin Chi wanted to cut off the opponent's forearm first. This alien ghost's body is so hard and strong, it must be difficult for him to recover as quickly as an ordinary ghost after being injured. But Lin Chi was disappointed. This thing is really hard, it can't be chopped at all, even if the recovery ability is poor, it must be able to injure him. Even the god of fire, Kagura, can't be hurt after his physical strength has been enhanced. The touch from the Chao Tian blade made him feel a little powerless, as if he had hit an iron stone. Indeed, when the Chao Tian blade touched the fairy's elbow, it was like chopping steel, and a lot of sparks came out, but although the visual effect was good, the skyward blade could only stay on the surface and could not penetrate at all. The situation is getting a little bad. Ask for votes and investment. Chapter 33. I don't feel it, can you use more force? More force. Du Cao looked at Lin Chi below him, showed a disdainful and sarcastic smile, and then kicked Lin Chi. Lin Chi turned his body sideways, narrowly avoiding the pillar-like thick legs of the fairy. Want to kick me? Lin Chi said that he would kick back. In an instant, his waist was exerted, his spine tensed, and his body stood upside down, with the lower body on top and the upper body on the bottom. At the same time, Lin Chi pressed his arms on the ground like springs, and kicked Fairy's face with his legs together. What is this trick called? Oh, right. Look at my 9 heavens thunder petals. Lin Chi kicked Du Cao's nose, tilted Du Cao's nose, made a cracking sound, and the bridge of Du Cao's nose broke. Du Cao let out a cry of pain, tears streaming down his face, then he covered his nose with one hand, and grabbed Lin Chi with the other. Although he would recover soon, but after the nose was hit, tears fell down uncontrollably, making Du Cao even more ashamed and angry. But at this moment, he had a flash of inspiration, and he had a plan. I'm not afraid of cutting knives, but my defense against blunt attacks is a bit weak. But even so, I can't do anything about it. Lin Chi felt that after Du Cao was kicked and hurt, his movements became slower. This big guy is really a tough guy. It seems that he can only be beaten by me, and he can't return it. He deftly slipped away from under Fairy's arm, turned to the back of Fairy, and then kicked Fairy's knee hard, but it felt like he had kicked an iron pillar, and his feet hurt, but he didn't kick the Fairy. What the hell, even this is so hard. Even a strong person who regularly exercises would fall to his knees if his knees were kicked behind him by a thin person. Lin Chi has a bit of a toothache now, feeling like a mouse trying to pull a turtle. At this moment, Du Cao's body was still slowly turning around to catch Lin Chi, and Lin Chi jumped up nimbly, stepping on Du Cao's big hand, and jumped up high. Such a slow guy, there are too many flaws. With a thought, the sky-facing blade on the right slashed fiercely at Fairy's neck. However, there was the sound of metal colliding with each other, and the Chao Tian blade drew sparks on Fairy's neck, but did not hurt him. At this time, Du Cao smiled smugly, "Boy, you don't have enough combat experience." Lin Chi secretly thought it was not good. When he succeeded in the dark wolf tooth, he also had such a smug smile. It is really a reincarnation in the law of heaven, and the heavens will spare no one. Hiss, cunning villain. He was confused by Fairy's deliberately slowing down movements. Indeed, although the opponent's agility was relatively poor, it shouldn't be so bad. 42. Lin Chi only felt that he seemed to have lost his mind just now, and he was a little anxious because he couldn't chop the opponent with the sky blade. But no matter what, Lin Chi has to pay the price for his mistakes. The movement of the Fairy suddenly became faster, the mouth that could swallow a human head opened wide, biting fiercely towards Lin Kai's blazing wings, and at the same time, the somewhat dull arms were also a little faster, and the giant metal hands directly grabbed Lin Kai's calf was caught. Fairy pushed hard, and there was a clicking sound in his palm. Chi Yu was bitten, but Lin Chi didn't feel anything, because Chi Yu was made up of the energy of the blood ghost technique, not an entity. But his calf is really painful now, the feeling of being directly crushed by all the bones is very uncomfortable. As soon as Du Cao bit Chi Yu, he was about to bite it off with all his strength, and then quickly opened his mouth and let go of Chi Yu. These wings are a bit hot. Du Cao was furious. He grabbed Lin Kai's leg and made a round forward from behind, preparing to smash him to the ground, and then jumped up and stomped hard on him a few times. However, he only felt that his hands were light, and his body staggered under the strong force, but he didn't see Lin Chi being smashed to the ground as he wished. Because there was only one severed leg in his hand, and most of it was dissipating into black-red ashes. Fairy turned around and saw that Lin Chi was standing not far away, and his broken leg had almost recovered. Lin Chi chuckled, "Sure enough, he's still an idiot." He managed to catch me. I thought there was something big going on. It would scare me. Han, has your mind turned into a lump of iron? The merciless sarcasm wanted to make Cao even more angry and hoped that he would lose his mind, but Lin Chi was still quite afraid. If it wasn't for the fact that Fairy didn't know Chi-Yu's characteristics, his mouth was scalded by Chi-Yu and his attention was a little distracted, and Lin Chi took the opportunity to cut off his caught leg with the sky-facing blade formed by Chi-Yu on the left, then he would be really dangerous up. The battle between ghosts and ghosts may last for a long time, but as long as the opponent catches a weak spot, it can end quickly. Fortunately, Lin Chi turned the crisis into safety, but such an obvious trap cannot be entered again. Lin Chi said that the fairy was Han, but he was actually reminding himself that it was indeed very dangerous just now. Now the situation has reopened, but Lin Chi is a little helpless. Even his current strongest attack, the skyward blade, can cut through the neck of Fairy. What should we do? But the other ghosts have also been wiped out. As long as he is stopped, it should be fine. When the sky is about to dawn, he will naturally retreat, which is enough for the surviving townspeople to escape. Lin Chi immediately retreated. The body of the fairy was unbelievably hard, although it seemed that the defense against blunt objects was a bit weak, but Lin Chi was good at cutting and slashing. It's okay if the black cutter is in hand, but the black cutter must be used to restrain another ghost. In that case, go and kill the other ghost first. I really can't help this guy. Du Cao was already furious when Lin Chi called him Han. He was originally proud of his body shape and steel-like defense, but after being called Han, he felt a little frustrated for no reason. Bastard, I'm going to tear you apart. Lin Chi looked impatient. Come on, and tear me apart, hurry up. Can't you change your rhetoric? Han. Du Cao was suddenly furious. You, bastard. He slammed on the ground, directly pushing the ground out of two deep pits, and there were gravel flying around. One can imagine how powerful it was. The huge body also got up surprisingly fast, and the iron fist hit Lin Chi again. Realizing that words are useless but would make him angry, Du Cao decided to directly attack Xiao Bibi. But what surprised him this time was that Lin Chi didn't lean over to fight with him relying on his agility as before, but turned right and ran towards the wall of fire where Luo Yuling was. Hey? What is he trying to do? Du Cao was a little dazed. He didn't understand why Lin Chi was going to Luo Yunao all of a sudden. Now Luo Yunao has no fighting ability, but ghosts can't kill ghosts, unless they use the sunshine of the next day. Lin Kai's actions are meaningless to Du Cao. Instead, he wanted to see what Lin Chi wanted to do, so he stopped. Lin Chi was very surprised. He thought he would be stopped, and it would be more troublesome to kill Luo Yunao, but he didn't expect Du Cao to ignore him and watch him approach Luo Yunao directly. If I had known this, I would have killed the other ghost first. This is really, teammate pig. Chapter 34 Anxiety. Lin Chi approached Luo Yuja, stretched out his hand to hold the burnt red axe shaft of the black cutter, and pulled it out together with Luo Yuja's scorched black body. With a flick of the axe blade, Luo Yuja's body fell to the ground. He was not burned by the flames, and the scorched black on his body surface and body was rapidly falling off and fading away. He is recovering. Seeing Luo Yunao who was recovering, Lin Chi muttered in his heart. In your next life, don't be an evil ghost again. This sentence, Lin Chi would say to every evil ghost killed by him. Ghosts are terrifying, but at the same time they are also miserable and empty creatures. He feels the same way. I just hope that there will be no more ghosts in this world in the future. Lin Chi raised the axe. Without any hesitation, Heike cut off Luo Yunao's head directly. Du Cao sneered beside him. You ran over just to chop off his head. If you can't kill him, what's the point? However, Du Cao's sarcastic smile gradually froze and disappeared. In his eyes, Luo Yunao's body did not recover, but dissipated into black and red ashes. Luo Yunao, the ghost who had been fighting with him for decades, died. Lin Qi is Qi Yu, which absorbs part of the black and red ashes. How about it, does it make sense? He is really not afraid of opponents like gods, but teammates like pigs. It stands to reason that no matter how meaningless the opponent's actions are, he should block them. Even if he can't think of what the enemy thinks, it must be beneficial to him, so he should stop it. Not only did Du Cao not deliberately obstruct him, he even stopped attacking Lin Qi, wanting to see what he was doing. 43. Luo Yunao is a supernatural ghost who can use blood ghosts. He is good at different directions from Du Cao, but his strength is actually comparable to that of Du Cao. But now he couldn't even use the blood ghost technique, so he was killed by Du Cao directly. If it wasn't for Du Cao's assist, Lin Qi wouldn't be able to kill him easily. Fate is so impermanent, Luo Yunao would never have imagined that his final death would be so aggrieved. Du Cao was terrified and furious. That axe of yours is a sun-wheel knife. The words were a bit incoherent, but Lin Qi understood that Du Cao was surprised that Luo Yuling was beheaded. He chuckled, Tai Han Han, thank you so much, if it wasn't for your help, how could I cut off his head so easily? After finishing speaking, Lin Qi spread out his four wings and was about to leave this side. The fairy was too hard to cut, so he couldn't do anything about it. Under Lin Kai's intentional provocation of ridicule, the ghost seemed to be very angry, and it should have chased him, and then Lin Qi was going to hang him deliberately, saving him from chasing the fleeing townspeople. However, it is counterproductive. Du Cao stood aside, his face turning blue and then pale, but under Lin Kai's somewhat disappointed eyes, he suppressed his anger and regained his reason. It had to be like this. Lin Qi gave Du Cao too many surprises. He could breathe, and he had a giant axe that looked like a sun knife. He had to be rational, otherwise he might really be beheaded by Lin Qi. But when Du Cao saw Lin Qi spread his wings, the direction was not him, as if he was about to run away. Yeah, I can't catch him, but he probably doesn't have the sword skills of the swordsman of the Demon Slayer squad, and he can't kill me either. After Du Cao's anger was suppressed, seeing that Lin Qi was about to run away, he no longer had the thought of chasing after him. He turned around directly and strode towards the fleeing townspeople. Eat more people, and be stronger, so he won't be teased like today. And this is exactly the situation that Lin Qi is most unwilling to see. He never thought that Du Cao would not come to chase him. Their battle did not last long, and the speed of the townspeople must not be too far. Although the speed of the fairy is slow, it is much faster than ordinary people, and it will not take long to catch up. Lin Qi was helpless. Why couldn't he meet all kinds of villains in the books he had read before, who owed a fee for IQ, and who would blow up as soon as they were teased? There are too many variables in a real battle, and the opponent will not act according to his wishes, and the plan will never keep up with the changes. He sighed, stretched his wings and accelerated towards the fairy. Heike threw it over again, roaring and chopping at fairy's forehead. Sensing the sound of the wind behind him, Du Cao turned around and punched Heike into the air, and Lin Qi caught Heike in his hands when he returned. Hey? What do you mean? To be honest, Du Cao is a bit wronged now. From fairy's point of view, he was happily eating people, but Lin Qi came up to fight with him out of nowhere. Everyone is a ghost, there are so many people who can eat in front of you, why do you have to fight back and forth? Du Cao finally let go of his killing intent towards Lin Qi, intending to let him slip away without chasing him. But Lin Qi turned back and turned around to attack him. Fairy is now grievance plus anger, a very complicated emotion is entangled. Lin Qi pointed the axe blade at the fairy, and said in a deep voice, "Go west, I won't disturb you, let's go." To the west is the direction the fairy came from. There are only dead people there, and the townspeople are fleeing to the east. Du Cao froze for a moment, then thought of some possibility. Could it be that you want to protect those humans? Lin Qi didn't speak, but pointed the cold axe blade at the fairy. When fairy saw this, he suddenly laughed loudly, "Ha ha ha, you want to protect humans? Protect our food? You bastard, what's going on? Ha ha ha. Not only will I not go west, I will also wring off some people's heads in front of you, and then eat happily." Before Liu Kao could finish speaking, Lin Chi incited his four wings and rushed over at an extremely fast speed. Fairy didn't care, turned around and chased after the place where the townspeople escaped. "Anyway, the other party can't do anything to me, so let's eat people." Lin Kai's speed was very fast, and he caught up with the fairy within 2 steps. He made a black cut from behind, but he didn't cut the fairy's neck with the arc axe blade. Instead, he hit fairy's pillar-like leg heavily with a thick axe shaft, and at the same time, the terminal on the other side of Hike intercepted fairy's leg with a curved straight blade. Lin Chi pulled hard, trying to pull down the fairy, but the strength of the fairy was too great, and he rushed forward with Lin Chi, but he couldn't pull it. Fairy grinned while running, "You can't touch me, and you can't stop me, just watch those humans die. It's funny that ghosts want to protect humans." Lin Chi gritted his teeth, turned Hike upside down, and at the same time rushed forward with all 4 wings. He jumped more than 3 meters, and slashed at the eyes of the fairy from the left side of the fairy with an arc-shaped axe blade. The position of the eye, Lin Chi doesn't believe that he can't cut it. But Liu Kao was already prepared. He stretched out his left giant palm, and instead of attacking Lin Chi, he protected his face. His face is indeed more fragile, especially his eyes, which need to be protected. Sparks flew, and Lin Chi quickly drew back the axe to avoid being caught by the fairy. He frantically attacked the fairy, but he could only set off a handful of sparks, unable to cause real damage. What should I do? If this continues, he will catch up with the person in front. At this time, Lin Chi suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and smiled sinisterly. He didn't believe that even that part of the fairy could be as hard as iron. Although it felt a bit sinister and despicable, Lin Chi didn't care about it, and he had to use everything to fight. When it fell to the ground again, Lin Chi wiped it with both hands, and Hike immediately flipped over. Then he didn't use the axe blade, but Hike was horizontal, using the whole axe, from the bottom up between the 2 legs of the axe, towards the fairy smashed between his legs. Extreme Household Teasing Axe. Ask for votes and investment. Chapter 35. Liu Kao only paid attention to the defense of his face, and didn't pay much attention to his lower body. By the time he felt the whistling wind, it was already too late. Lin Chi swung the axe with all his strength, and hit his target hard. 44. Liu Kao's entire face instantly turned red and twisted. "How can you be so despicable? I will tear you apart." Lin Chi felt something was wrong. This feeling was wrong. Although he hit the target, he didn't feel the touch he should have. Suddenly, a thunderstorm exploded in Lin Kai's mind. This feeling, this ghost, couldn't be a female ghost. This is really, really offensive. Lin Chi was a little ashamed. He really didn't expect the other party to be a female ghost. His voice was deep and hoarse, and his appearance was even more appalling. "I really couldn't tell." In his subconscious impression, the female ghost should be enchanting and charming. Looking at Du Cao's green face, fangs, and bloody mouth, plus arms thicker than his waist, Lin Chi really had no idea at all. Facing this ghost, let me see who dares to say that he has a bold idea. Fu Cao was furious, but but she naturally ignored Lin Chi. Although it hurt, she didn't hurt much. And the immunity of ghosts to pain is very high. If you want to protect human beings, then I will definitely eat them. I want to watch you suffer. After Liu Cao's body stiffened due to the pain, she moved again. Her left hand was still protecting her face, while her right hand was grabbing at Heike. Lin Chi backed away in time, and with the power of the fairy, Heike would definitely not be able to catch him if he was caught. At this time, Fairy continued to rush eastward in a posture of running while defending closely. Lin Kai's eyes turned red all of a sudden. he was very anxious now. If you don't do anything, Fairy will soon catch up. Lin Chi didn't care about the fact that the other party was a female ghost. He jumped up again, and slammed Liu Cao's head with the axe. Cutting is useless, so hit it with a blunt side. It's a pity that the skull of the fairy is extremely hard, and the surface of Haike's axe hit it as if it hit an iron stone. The huge shock caused Lin Kai's tiger's mouth to crack, and Haike almost fell out of his hand. No way, the black cleaver is too light to wield an effective blunt strike. Haike looks fierce and aggressive, but the weight is not worthy of its appearance, let alone Lin Kai's strength. It is okay to strike with a sharp axe blade, but it is difficult to hit people with the shaft or face of the axe. It is a lot less power. How to do? It can't be cut, it can't be smashed, it can't be stopped. Lin Chi became more and more anxious, and felt that his brain seemed to explode. But the more anxious I am, the more I can't think of a solution. At this time, he heard the familiar voice again. Where Lin Chi couldn't see, Tangaro was looking at him worriedly. When Lin Chi became anxious, Tangaro whispered in Lin Kai's ear, "When the river is flowing, don't be impatient, calm down, spin, spin." In the world of Ghost Slayer, a person will turn into a soul after death, and the soul can choose to go back, but because of worrying about the obsession of the family, it will always stay by the side of the relatives and is unwilling to go to bliss and liberation. But the dead are gone, the living are like this, there is an invisible boundary blocking them, and the living cannot see the soul. But when the emotions are extremely outburst or the mind is in a trance, this invisible boundary will become weaker. For example, in life and death battles, or in deep dreams, it is possible to receive ravings from the souls of relatives. The same is true for the dream of sunflower branches. Now, Lin Chi heard Tangaro's voice again. Although the voice was very weak, like a candle in the wind, he still heard it clearly. The restless mood also became calm because of this. Phew, calm down, being irritable and anxious will not solve the problem, but will make you unable to think. After Lin Chi regained his composure, he couldn't help feeling guilty for his innocence. He was still too immature, and thought he could fight brutally. However, under certain circumstances, he still couldn't completely control his emotions. In the previous battle with Black Spike, although he was at an absolute disadvantage, he still maintained his sanity. But this time, it was not his own disadvantage, but the fear that someone would die tragically again, and that sense of powerlessness made him so impatient. The starting point is worrying about others. Lin Chi is not shaken by his own life and death, but he can't bear to see innocent people being killed by ghosts. This is a good intention, but impatience is still unacceptable. However, people are growing up gradually, and Lin Chi will also become a truly powerful ghost-slaying warrior who has experienced many battles through repeated training. Rotation. By the way, why didn't I think of this? There are actually many methods, but most of the time it is difficult for me to realize it. After a little bit of advice from others, I can suddenly realize it. Lin Kai's eyes flashed, he understood what to do. Haike was not suitable for his next move, so he inserted the bottom of Haike into the ground, and Lin Chi moved, using the move he just thought of. Blazing Feather Chow Tien Blade Daoluan Lei. The wind picked up, and the chi feathers on both sides were arranged into sharp blades facing the sky. Lin Kai's legs were interlaced, his body kept spinning, and there was a whistling sound of the air being stirred. The skyward blade stretched out straight, with the sharp edge on the outside, and with Lin Kai's extremely fast rotation, it turned into a round blazing knife wheel. Liu Cao also noticed Lin Kai's movements. This similar movement reminded her of the knife that almost cut off her head. How come? Liu Cao stepped on the ground vigorously, stopped his body suddenly, and became very nervous. This situation can no longer be ignored. The blazing knife wheel formed by Lin Kai's extremely fast rotation suddenly spun up from the ground and cut towards her neck. Wherever it passed, the airflow was split by the extremely fast cutting, revealing a white path behind the incandescent knife wheel. After the blazing knife wheel passed by, the surrounding air scrambled to fill the passage EPUB, forming a very interesting scene. Du Cao's eyes were full of madness, and she knew that this blow might be the decisive game for both sides. If the other party cut off her head like this, and then used the weapon similar to the sun wheel knife to make up the knife, then she would be dead. The black and blue metallic light on the body surface became darker and colder, and her big hand grabbed towards the blazing knife wheel. 45. Now, it depends on whether Lin Kai's attack is stronger or Fairy's defense is stronger. As soon as the blazing knife wheel came into contact with the black and blue metal giant hand of the fairy, a large number of sparks burst out like a rain of fire, and the sound of sizzling and crackling could be heard endlessly. However, unlike the previous attack that was ineffective, the tiger's mouth at the fairy became red, and then it was suddenly split open by extreme speed. A large amount of black blood flowed out, and an unpleasant smell came out of the high-temperature wound. Fairy stomped hard, then backed away. Her hands are the hardest in her body. In the past, she blocked countless attacks and crushed many people's heads with these ruthless iron hands. But this still couldn't stop the cutting of the blazing knife wheel, and Du Cao instantly wanted it. However, the blazing knife wheel chased after him, following the retreating figure at the fairy, approached very quickly, and soon approached again. Fairy lowered his head and folded his arms to protect his neck, trying to block the blazing knife wheel from cutting. But when the pain came, the blazing knife wheel was only slightly blocked, and it cut off both of Fairy's arms. Her skin is the hardest, but the muscles and bones in her body are not so strong, so she is more afraid of blunt weapons. If Lin Kai's black cut can be heavier, it can definitely be used to fight her. But the black cut is too light, Lin Chi can only face the toughest skin defense of the fairy. Fortunately, he is going to win. Chapter 36 Maiko. Click. The blazing knife wheel cut off both of Fairy's arms, and it continued to move, passing directly across Fairy's neck, bringing a tinge of blood. Behind the fairy, the blazing knife wheel slowly disappeared, revealing Lin Chi, who was a little dizzy. After shaking his head, he turned around and saw the fairy where the head fell. Du Cao's eyes were full of fear of death. It turns out that your wings can also be like the sun blade. Why, ghosts can kill ghosts. While speaking, she was gradually turning into black and red ashes and disappearing. Lin Chi sighed, and said that sentence again, in the next life, don't be an evil ghost again. However, when Du Cao heard this sentence, an inexplicable look lit up in his eyes. No, in my next life, I will be a ghost. I only hate myself for not eating enough people, not being strong enough. After speaking, the fairy was completely turned into black and red ashes, without any sound. Lin Chi was stunned. When ghosts die, most of them will return to human nature. But this ghost, even if it returns to human nature, is still deeply proud of being a ghost. Lin Chi would not be surprised even if her reaction was the same as that of a snake ghost, complaining and cursing, because in the face of death, even if one returns to human nature, there will indeed be great fear, and not everyone can let go of it easily. Are you proud of ghosts? What has happened to you in the past? Lin Chi didn't feel angry for this sentence, on the contrary, he felt very sad. This ghost? No, what kind of unfair treatment did this girl experience when she was a human? He felt that anyone who had embraced a little bit of warmth as a human would not be proud of being a ghost. This time, Chi Yu took the initiative to convey the desire to devour. Come on, let me see what happened to you. After stopping the breathing of Kagura, the god of fire, Lin Chi felt that his body had been strengthened a lot compared to before, and his physique was stronger. Most of the saturated energy has also dissipated, and he is eager to know the past of the fairy. The black and red ashes fell into the blazing feathers like a bird returning to the forest. At the same time, streams of black memories flooded into Lin Kai's mind like stagnant water. Look, that monster has come to school again. Yet, I'm ashamed to be called Miizi, She looks too ugly. Shh, keep your voice down, it would be bad if she heard her, she's as big as a wild bear, won't she slap you to death? Hehe, what are you afraid of? I've never seen her dare to hit someone, but it's fine if she hits someone. Then she can be fired, and I don't have to see this ugly guy again. Wait, you mean wild bear? I suddenly had a good idea. If it works, I won't have to see her again. Really? I don't want to see this monster anymore. What a good idea. Let's hear it. With a lot of cynicism, Maiko walked into the familiar cold school. In this era when people's height is generally relatively low, she was already nearly 2 meters tall in junior high school, and she was extremely strong. She is born with a weird physique, but her heart is like a little girl, eager to be understood by others, and eager to be hugged. So, with a huge body, even if she is strong enough to knock down all those who bully her, Maiko still controls herself and does not want to hurt others, which makes her the target of everyone's bullying. Ever since she was a child, the word Maiko heard the most is monsters. And even her biological parents never treated her well. When her father was drunk, he would often beat her and scold her, saying that he was so rich and so respected, how could he give birth to such a big monster, which would embarrass him. The mother watched from the side without stopping. Maiko could only be beaten and scolded silently, not fighting back, just letting the darkness in her heart ferment and grow. To this day, she seems to have seen a ray of gentle sunshine dispelling the darkness in her heart. That's a smile. A boy who was very popular at school approached her, grinning and said, "Is Maiko? Do you want to be my friend?" Maiko's seat is at the farthest corner of the class. Due to her size, she occupies 3 seats by herself. Hideki. 46. The boy named Hideki is handsome and fair. Miiza knows him, she can often see Hideki chatting and laughing with a group of people, very happy. Miiza envies him very much. Hideki smiled as beautifully as sunshine. Maiko was stunned for a moment, and did not speak out of nervousness. Maiko couldn't hear what Yingshu said, and there was only one thought in her mind, his smile is so warm. After that, Hideki often went to find Maiko when she had nothing to do, and Maiko began to confide her heart to Hideki from the initial nervousness and reluctance to speak. Hideki, I really want to be like you, to be recognized and accepted by everyone. Except for you, no one wants to make friends with me with my appearance. Tell me, am I ugly? I really want to be like you, Hideki. Yingshu smiled gently, are you stupid or not? The appearance of a person is not important, the key is here. Hideki pointed to the location of his heart. I can feel, Maiko, you are a cute little girl in your heart. Don't say anything in the future, if you look ugly. Everyone is unique, and don't try to be someone else. These words were like sunshine in the first month, completely dispelling the haze in Miiza's heart. She smiled happily, thank you, Yingshu. You're my best friend. At this time, Hideki seemed to think of something suddenly, and said to Maiko, by the way, let's go to the mountain to play. I'll call some classmates and let's play together. They will definitely accept you slowly. Maiko was taken aback for a moment, no. It's better. Everyone hates me. Yingshu said with a smile, you have to believe in yourself, and you have to give others a little trust. I believe that if everyone can really understand you, they will definitely not hate you anymore, and they will all be willing to be friends with you. After all, Maiko, your heart is so kind and beautiful. Maiko nodded heavily and made up her mind, yes. I'll listen to you. After school in the afternoon, Hideki called 5 or 6 classmates, and they brought Maiko with them. Maiko was still very nervous at the beginning, but along the way, Hideki kept persuading her, and explained to the students around her how good Maiko's heart is, and she should not only judge people by their appearance. The people around seemed to accept Maiko, and they also started talking to Maiko with a smile, expressing their kindness in various ways. Miiza felt unprecedented happiness. She felt that she seemed to be surrounded by sunshine. Such a warm feeling was unprecedented. Chapter 37, The Fairy. A group of people talked and laughed, and under the leadership of Hideki, Maiko, and the others gradually walked into the forest. Hideki stopped, and following his gaze, Maiko saw a dark cave. Yingshu said with a smile, "Go there, we brought food, we can eat, drink and chat there." Seeing the hole, Maiko was a little uneasy. She could tell it was a bear den. Maiko grabbed Hideki and stopped him. "Hideki, that's a bear cave, we can't go in." At this time, Hideki's face outlined the old smile. "Bear cave? It doesn't look like it. Why don't you, Miiza, go in and take a look for us?" Maiko was a little scared and was about to refuse, but the people around agreed, "Yeah, we really want to go in and play. If it's not a bear cave, then we're running for nothing." Since Miiza proposed it, then Miiza, go in and have a look. Yingshu said with a smile, "Maiko, good friends, don't let others down, I believe in you, go and see for us. We all expect you to protect us, don't let everyone down." "Good friend, yes, we are good friends and we cannot let them down." Miiza strengthened her confidence and walked into the bear cave. After a while, a giant bear bigger than her in the cave also looked at her. "There are bears. Let them run quickly." At this time, what Maiko cares about is not her own safety, but her friends outside. There was a roar from behind, and Miiza ran out of the cave in a hurry, but when she just got out of the cave, she was tripped by a rope and fell to the ground. This rope, just now obviously didn't. There were still a few gravels on the ground, and the sharp parts were just facing Miiza's legs, piercing into the flesh, causing Miiza to feel unceasing pain. She shouted, "Hideki, run, there are bears inside." At this time, several friends, including Zhe Yingshu, had already run back for a long distance. While running, they laughed loudly, "Look at her, haha, I laughed to death. Yet, naively thought we would be friends with her, and didn't see how monster she was. How can we be friends with monsters? Hideki, you did a great job. You really acted like an innocent hero. Ha ha ha, it's amazing. That monster believed it. Everyone is unique, haha. When she gets eaten by a bear, we won't have to see her in school anymore." These voices are full of malice, like a devil's grin, so sharp and piercing. At this time, Maiko had understood everything. She seemed to be a little suffocated, her heart ached and it was difficult to breathe, and then she became calm. How can people's hearts be so evil? Those words that are joking seem to be killing people and killing people. 47. It turns out that Yingshu and you are friends with me. Do you just want the giant bear to kill me? Why, I obviously did nothing. I have been suffering in silence, and I have not resisted the bullying. Could it be, do you want me to die that much? It's just that I look a little different from you, and I can't choose this. Just because of my appearance, in your eyes, am I not qualified to live? The dark haze dispelled by the sunlight instantly swelled into an unimaginable monster, and only this monster remained in Maiko's heart. Never long for sunshine again, never long for warmth again. For myself, I shouldn't expect these extravagantly, weakness will only bring pain. The giant bear chased out from the hole, opened its bloody mouth and rushed towards Maiko on the ground. Miiza's face was as calm as a pool of stagnant water. For the first time, she clenched her fists tightly. That giant fist, which was as big as an adult's head, carried surging power, and with one punch, the giant bear's head was blindfolded, and his head ached. The giant bear was a little dazed. This prey didn't seem easy to mess with. It felt a little flustered, so it hurried back to the cave in a desperate manner. Maiko stood up regardless of the thigh that saved the blood, and then frantically chased after the fleeing people. The few people were joking and running away slowly, but after seeing Miiza's aura even worse than that of the giant bear, they were not afraid at all. Because Miiza's image in the past was submissive, they were used to it, but what they didn't know was that Miiza was no longer the weak heart she used to be. She is going to kill these people. This monster, I didn't expect even bears to be afraid of her, it really is a big monster. Instead, they stopped running. Facing the giant bear, a few of them knew how to run away. But in front of Miko, who was able to defeat the giant bear, they were all smiles. It has become a habit to oppress each other, and they never thought that Miko would resist. After Miko approached, one of them raised his head to look at Miko. Obviously he was in the lower position, but he used a condescending tone. Hey, monster, I said you are quite powerful, you can even beat a bear away. This time, Miko did not avoid silently, she calmly lowered her head. It should have been like this a long time ago, I have been weak for too long. After saying that, under the terrified gazes of Hideki and the others, Miko slapped the man on the head. Click! Without any resistance or struggle, the man's body fell limply, his head sunken. Within a few breaths, regardless of the humble begging, Miko killed them all, leaving only Hideki. Miko looked at him silently, without saying a word. So scary. There were big streams of cold sweat on the top of Hideki's head, and he forced a smile, which was still the familiar arc of Miko, but it was twisted by fear and made him feel stiff and ugly. Miiza, we are good friends. I was just led on by them, not on purpose. Please let me go. Miiza shook her head, I keep you, not because I miss you, I just want to torture you. Hideki showed fear on his face. What? Miiza, you are not such a person, please let me go. Yes, I was not such a person, but you carved me into what I am today with your sharp knives. Miko pinched Hideki by the neck and threw him to the ground. Then he crushed Yingshu's legs with a few feet, and walked towards the bear cave with his legs. Fear overwhelmed the pain of a broken leg. Hideki cried and begged, no, please don't do this, I was really wrong. Miko replied, where did you go wrong? Yingshu froze for a moment, I was wrong. I was wrong, yes, I was wronged by being tricked into bullying you, let me go, let me go. I don't even know where I am wrong, and I still come to beg for mercy. You are wrong to completely erase the only glimmer of hope in my heart. The most terrible despair is when someone pulls you out of the darkness. You just saw the light and felt the warmth, but that person pushes you into a deeper abyss of darkness. If I had never seen the light, I would not be afraid of the dark. The deepest darkness is no votes, no support. Crazy hint. Chapter 38 The Mysterious Fire God Kagura. Compared to me, you are the real monsters, the dark and ugly monsters must die. Miko threw it vigorously, and threw Hideki straight into the bear cave. He heard the sound of chewing and Hideki's screams from inside. Miko felt her blood beating, she was enjoying Hideki's pain. At this time, bursts of applause sounded. Miiza looked up, and there was a seductive and handsome man in a black dress and a white hat. He was standing on the top of a tree, looking at Miiza with interest. Giwasuji Ryukin clapped his hands and said with a light smile, sure enough, it is right to travel around the world, otherwise we would not be able to see this good show. Very well, you did a great job. Miko asked calmly, who are you? What do you want to do? Giwasuji said, I just want to make you stronger, use it for me. As soon as Miiza's eyes blurred, the man disappeared. At the same time, she felt a pain in her neck, and there was an extra bloodstain there. A few wisps of blood dripped from Giwasuji's blood. Roar! Not long after, there was a beast-like roar in the silent forest. Miko disappears completely, replaced by a powerful alien named Fairy. My lord, thank you for your gift. 48. Now, I understand the true meaning of life. Destruction, killing. The white light formed the figure of Miko, who was more than 2 meters tall. She stood quietly beside Lin Chi, her eyes were calm and empty. Lin Chi sighed slightly. You should know that the world is not only the darkness you see, but also has many beautiful places. Miizi interrupted calmly, but the so-called beauty you mentioned, I have never experienced it. All I have seen is darkness. After the words fell, she gradually disappeared, and she didn't have the desire to talk to Lin Chi. In my next life, I will be a ghost. Because the people I saw were more vicious than ghosts. Lin Chi stood silently. Whenever he thought he understood ghosts and people, there would always be something new to refresh his conception. After killing the ghost, the memory of the ghost also made Lin Kai's understanding of the world more and more profound. While killing ghosts, it was also a training for his soul. Meiko, although I know you won't accept it, I still want to say sorry to you on behalf of them. Sometimes, the evil thoughts in people's hearts are indeed scarier than ghosts. But please don't forget the shining point of human nature because of this. Your compassion and gentleness that you are powerful but do not want to hurt others is exactly the beauty I see from you. Now, I accept your memory, accept your power, and you are a part of me. Just look at the world through my eyes. My eyes are your eyes. He is willing to let me, a monster, be part of him? In Chi-Yu's white world, lies and deceit do not exist. Meiko can feel that Lin Kai's words are sincere. Meiko's dissipating body paused, and her voice trembled slightly. Okay. I trust you once, trust others again. But I will never forgive those who hurt me. Give me another chance, I will only choose to shoot earlier. My power is given to you. Let me see the beauty of this world through your eyes. Lin Chi nodded solemnly, and solemnly promised, this is our agreement. I will firmly remember that if one day you see the darkness that hurt you in me, I would like to go to in the sun. I apologize to you with my life. If one day, he really wants to become someone he doesn't want to be, then Lin Chi will use the rest of his rationality to willingly walk towards the sun and return to the embrace of his family. Meiko's voice became smaller and smaller, gradually disappearing. It's a deal. With a volume that Lin Chi couldn't hear, Miiza murmured softly, when it's flowing? If I had met you earlier, maybe I wouldn't have become what I am today. The white light dissipated, and the real world returned to Lin Kai's vision. What happened to Miiza made Lin Chi sigh endlessly. She is a miserable person who has been teased by fate. This world only shows her dark side to Miiza. She can only watch the bright sunshine, but cannot feel it personally. Ordinary people's life is always full of joys and sorrows, but Meiko is really unfortunate, she only has pain and sorrow. To her, people are worse than ghosts. Lin Chi has never experienced Meiko's life, nor can she really feel how hopeless and helpless Meiko is. But comparing his heart with his heart, he knew that Miiza at that time must have felt that the whole world was abandoning her and excluding her, suffering and despairing like Lin Chi who had just turned into a ghost. Therefore, he can't be selfish and stand on his own ground to persuade Miiza to return from her wrong path. He is not qualified to do so. Except that one day, after learning about the beauty of the world, Meiko can say that she wants to become a human again. No one is qualified to judge her right or wrong, and everyone is unworthy. Many people, when faced with the suffering of others, think that they already understand the other person, give advice, or persuade them to persevere, but in fact, this is a very bad behavior. If you haven't experienced it, how do you know how desperate the other party is? How can you hope that the other party will stick to what you think in your heart? After all, no matter how painful the experience is, it is just a sad story for the listener. Meiko, is this the power you bestowed on me? Thank you very much. From now on, let's work together. Feeling the increased strength in his body, Lin Chi punched the ground, and a deep pit appeared on the ground, but Lin Kai's hand was not damaged at all. The strength has increased a lot. Lin Chi picked up the black cutter, only to feel that it has become lighter. More solar knives are needed to strengthen it. He stretched out his sharp nails and scratched his arm again, feeling as if he had grasped an iron stone. A handful of sparks burst out, and his skin was now as hard as iron. After perceiving the changes in his body, Lin Chi found that the inside of his body had also strengthened a bit, but it was much worse than the steel surface. Lin Kai's steel body is not as good as Maiko's, but Lin Chi feels that as his basic physique grows stronger, his steel body will become more indestructible. After all, Maiko's physical foundation is much stronger than him. He sensed his back again, but no new wings grew. It's because of the blood ghost technique. Maiko's ability is considered passive and can be directly handed over to me. The blood ghost technique is related to the obsession and physique of ghosts. If I want to use their blood ghost technique, I must need a carrier related to them. This carrier should be the other newly grown wings. Chi-Yu is Lin Kai's own blood ghost technique, and its special attributes are inseparable from the fire god Kagura he used. And other abilities are all derived from Chi-Yu. After beheading more ghosts and using Chi-Yu more times, Lin Kai's understanding of Chi-Yu became deeper and deeper. But there are still many doubts, such as Chi-Yu's selective absorption. Not all ghosts will be absorbed by it. It is not actively absorbed, it can only restore some physical fitness and increase energy reserves, unlike Hanja and Miizi, who can obviously increase his physique or give him vampirism. Moreover, Chi-Yu's sunlight attribute is also outrageous. He felt that if he accidentally cut himself with the sky-facing blade, he would definitely be terribly cold. Kagura, the god of fire, is undoubtedly related to flames. If he awakens pure flame wings, Lin Chi may not be confused by accident. But Chi-Yu is too special, it has the energy of sunlight that even burns itself, it can kill ghosts, it can swallow ghosts, this ability cannot withstand scrutiny at all. 49. Father, the god of fire Kagura you passed on to Tangaro and me is really not easy. Chapter 39. Lin Chi stopped the god of fire Kagura breathing method, only to feel his body relax suddenly, and his footsteps were a little swaying. My body, the temporary enhancement of Kagura, the god of fire, after consuming the energy in my body, part of it remained and became my permanent strength. If this is the case, as long as the energy can be converted into strength quickly, Lin Chi feels that he has to try to maintain Kagura, the god of fire, but that feeling is really unbearable. But he believed in himself, sooner or later he would be able to maintain Kagura, the god of fire. Because of this use, the heart-piercing pain has been weakened a bit. If you use it often, I will gradually get used to it. Lin Chi decided to leave the town. He had just gone through a battle, so his body was too excited at the moment, and his spirit was also a little nervous. It was a bit troublesome to keep his body calm and regain his human appearance. So be it. I'm going west to save the past and scare them. I'm so hard. It is hard for Lin Chi to forget Ji Yang's terrified eyes. People's fear of ghosts is deeply rooted in his heart. Human beings are very strange, and they will maintain an inexplicable love for things that are human-like but not human-like. Such as plush toys, some normal dolls. But when this similarity reaches a certain level, people begin to fear, and the appearance of ghosts is at the peak of human fear. This fear doesn't go away until it's completely resembling. To be honest, although Lin Chi understood Ji Yang, he was still a little wronged. After all, he fought against the evil spirits for this town, and he didn't even care about his own life, but he got such terrified eyes in exchange. Lin Chi is not a saint either, he will try his best to remain calm and rational during the battle, but if he withdraws from the battle, he will also feel sad because of this treatment. Oh, there is no way, and we can't blame them. All the dissatisfaction turned into a sigh in the end. Lin Chi didn't blame others. This is the normal state of the world. He has no power to change it, and neither can anyone else. I just want to have a clear conscience and be worthy of my own heart. Lin Chi turned around and walked towards the west, first passing the place where he fought with Miizi and Luo Yunao, and then came to the road where the two ghosts came. Along the way, Lin Chi was silent and sad because he saw corpses all over the ground. Some townspeople escaped, but many other townspeople died at the hands of the ghost, and he was powerless to recover. After all, he was alone, and he was powerless. It's just, Butterfly Ninja, where are you? If it was Butterfly Ninja, with her speed and ability, these 4 ghosts would not be able to make waves at all. But the town has already lit such a bright flame, and the momentum is considered huge in the Black Night, but Lin Chi has never seen the figure of Butterfly Ninja. Could it be that she has already left, so no idea what's going on here? Slowly, Lin Chi walked out of the town, stepped into Lanli Mountain, and was about to go down the driveway in another direction. But just entering Lanli Mountain, Lin Chi only felt that the surrounding environment was a little strange, and the scene in front of him also made him stunned. In Lin Kai's field of vision, there were tree debris and potholes all over the ground. It was like a scene of violent demolition, which was horrible. What's the situation? The familiar smell. Before, there was a faint sound of fighting, and the trees over there seemed to be falling down. Someone must be fighting. Lin Chi saw a broken sleeve on the ground, and a butterfly-shaped pattern could be seen on it. If Lin Chi remembered correctly, Butterfly Ninja's Haori was covered with patterns like butterfly wings. He put the broken sleeve in front of his nose and sniffed. There was a familiar fragrance. This cut-off sleeve is indeed forbeared by Dai Dai. In addition to the fresh scent of Butterfly Ninja's body, Lin Chi also smelled 2 scents of fresh blood. Although he had never smelled it before, he reckoned that one of the better smells was the blood of Butterfly Ninja, while the other smelled pungent. Nose ghost blood. In addition, there is a thick and powerful smell. Is this the Master Yuozuo that Maguire said? Butterfly Ninja seems to be fighting him. That's right, Butterfly Ninja didn't leave. It's not that she didn't want to save the people in the town, but she was dragged by Yuozuo. Lin Chi didn't care whether he would be exposed, and immediately spread his 4 wings and prepared to gallop forward to help. But he suddenly slowed down again, frowning and thinking. There is the blood smell of Butterfly Ninja, and the blood smell of Yuoza. But the blood smell of Butterfly Ninja is much stronger. Does this mean that Butterfly Ninja is at a disadvantage? He doesn't know exactly if he is at a disadvantage, but to be able to stand in a stalemate with Butterfly Ninja for so long, leaving her with amazing strength at her wit's end, that ghost must also be super strong, not to mention that Butterfly Ninja is very likely to be at a disadvantage. Lin Chi was in a bit of trouble. He didn't know the specific strength of Butterfly Ninja, but Lin Chi clearly understood that Butterfly Ninja could instantly kill him. Even if he has a steel body now, Lin Chi still feels that he will be killed instantly. What should I do? Butterfly Shinobi is already stronger than I imagined. How strong is Yuozuo, who might suppress her? Is it really useful for me to go up? According to Maiko's memory, Yuoza could break her into pieces with 1 punch. It's not that Lin Chi doesn't intend to help Dairen, those charming 2-color eyes are deeply imprinted in his mind, how could he not help? He just felt that although hesitation would lead to defeat, decisiveness would also be in vain. He rushed forward decisively, but decisively gave Yuozuo his head. He really needs to hesitate a bit, and needs to come up with a method that can really help Butterfly Ninja. The momentum of the battle over there is still going on, which shows that Butterfly Ninja can still persist. Butterfly Shinobu, hold on a little longer. No way, if Lin Chi rushed directly to help Butterfly endure, the final result would probably be crushed by Yuozuo's casual punch, and then he would not be able to have any impact on the battle situation. What should I do? Where are my strengths? How do I make use of them? How do I escape with Butterfly Ninja in the end? This is similar to the question of who am I, where am I, and what am I going to do, which is Lin Kai's self-examination. If you want to find a way, you must first understand your own strengths and weaknesses before you have the opportunity to use an appropriate method. 50. When recalling the battle with the 4 ghosts, a point that has always been of great help to Lin Chi came to his mind. This point is Lin Chi himself. He is a ghost, and ghosts will have a strong sense of vigilance against the swordsmen of the ghost-killing team, but they will relax a lot when they are also ghosts. For example, that Maguire is about to call Lin Chi brothers and sisters. Killing the Maguire and the Snake Demon all had reasons for them to relax their vigilance because Lin Chi was a ghost. Even the easy killing of Luo Yugui was because Miiza took it for granted that ghosts could not kill ghosts. Ghost. I didn't expect that it was the identity of a ghost that I could rely on at this moment. Being a ghost is the biggest guarantee for Lin Chi to face Uozuo head-on. Just, when you see me as a ghost, how will you react? Lin Chi is very concerned about Dai Dai Ren's attitude, and he still has a little fantasy hope for this strong and gentle girl. I just hope you don't treat me as an enemy. Sighing slightly in his heart, Lin Chi walked towards the direction where the battle sounds came from. Chapter 40 Appearance. Butterfly endures, right? If you want to become a ghost, join us. You are considered a strong man, become a ghost, and spend eternity chasing stronger power. Uozuo said slowly to Butterfly Ninja. After this period of fighting, he has already recognized Butterfly Ninja. With a weak human body, it is already very good to be able to fight him to this extent. Therefore, Uozuo wanted to persuade Butterfly Ren. He felt pity for this person. He obviously had good fighting skills, but it was difficult to fully arouse them because of the human body. If she can become a ghost, she will definitely become stronger, and may even be stronger than herself. Butterfly Bear, become a ghost. Gain stronger strength, and then fight with me again. Now you are really too weak. You should be able to feel that I have released a lot of water. Butterfly leaned on the thick tree trunk and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Uozuo, the third of the strings, the ghost of fighting. It's really powerful, she can't beat her at all. After knowing that the other party won't kill her, Dai Dai tried to get rid of him and go to the town to help, but was stopped again and again. She also tried desperately attacking but not defending, but Uozuo still blocked all her attacks. This guy needs at least 3 pillars who are good at fighting together to be able to kill him. Relatively speaking, Butterfly Ninja is not very good at fighting. Mr. Ghost, I would like to thank you for your kindness in advance. However, the appearance of the ghost is too weird and ugly. I don't want to be so ugly. Besides, I don't want to part with the warm sunshine. When I think that I can only hide in the shadows during the day, I'm afraid. Uozuo grinned, as expected of being the pillar of the ghost-killing squad. I have killed some of your pillars for hundreds of years. Every time I want them to become ghosts and become one of us, but all the pillars reject me even if it is death. I respect your determination. I don't kill women and don't eat women, but if my lord knows that I didn't do anything when I met the pillar of the ghost-killing team, then my lord will be furious. So, I am going to break a part of your spine in a very measured manner, making you lose the ability to fight, but there is no danger of your life. My technique is so good it won't cause you pain. If it was possible, Uozuo would actually let the butterflies go, but adults can read their hearts, and the pillars of the ghost-killing team have always been the targets that adults want to eradicate, and he dare not let them go. Don't want to kill me, want to abolish me, this ghost named Uozuo really surprised her. Butterfly couldn't bear to show any expression of fear, and a gentle smile like sunshine was still hanging on his face. Really, then you come. He said to let Uozuo come over, but Butterfly resisted and took the initiative to attack. She will not admit defeat. Sometimes, if you can't beat it, you still have to fight. Breath of worms, dance of centipedes, belly of centipedes. Butterfly stepped on the ground violently, leaving a deep hole in the ground with every step, and earth and rocks flew everywhere. At this time, Butterfly Ninja seemed to have turned into a huge snake centipede, with unpredictable steps as if bending and rolling in all directions. Under extreme speed, the human figure had disappeared from Uozuo's vision. She wanted to approach Uozuo with this speed and erratic steps, and try to inject wisteria poison into his neck again. The wisteria poison injected through the skin of Uozuo's legs before had spread to his heart. However, Uozuo had a very strong control over his body. He forced all the wisteria flower poison out of his body by controlling blood flow, muscle peristalsis, etc. Uozuo shook his head. Dinan's move made his eyes shine, because even he couldn't see the speed clearly. But the vindictiveness that Sabotage Kill Luojin felt was so clear, like a candle in the dark, it was hard to ignore. Destroyer, fragmentation, 10,000 leaf shining willows. Uozuo sensed the source of fighting spirit and punched the ground violently. With his punch as the center, the impact of the invisible force instantly shattered the surrounding ground layer by layer, forming visible cracks like the veins of willow leaves, which spread rapidly. In particular, Uozuo accurately predicted the foothold of Butterfly Ninja, and the impact contained there was astonishing. With the strength enough to crack a rock with the dance of a butterfly enduring a centipede, it couldn't suppress the shock wave, and was sent flying high. 51. Bang! Butterfly Shinobu fell to the ground, and the shoes and pants of the Demon Slayer team uniform, from the solace of her feet to her thighs, had turned into flying fragments and scattered on the ground. The white and slender legs were also exposed, but the wounds and the blood flowing on them were so dazzling. Butterfly Ninja no longer had the strength, and the severe pain in her legs made it difficult for her to move. Not only was there a bloody injury on the outside, her leg bones were also broken a lot, and both legs lost feeling, as if they didn't exist. In the battle just now, she used a lot of energy-consuming moves, and the last centipede dance had drained her last bit of energy, but it was still easily resolved by Uozuo. Uozuo sighed, "Why are you doing this? Your move just now is very strong, I have to take it seriously, so I can't completely control the strength, and I don't want to hurt you like this." Butterfly Ren lay down on his back and looked at the night sky. "Mr. Ghost, you are a good ghost. If you have never eaten people, I would be very happy to be friends with you." Uozuo smiled instead. "As a ghost, there is no one who doesn't eat people, and besides, I'm not interested in becoming friends with you. I just don't want to kill women, and I want to fight the strong. Don't worry, your pain will end soon, and it's not bad to be an ordinary person in the future." Uozuo walked forward slowly, intending to crush a part of Butterfly Shinobi's spine. Dai couldn't bear the sadness in her heart. She knew that Uozuo hadn't lied to him, and he really wouldn't kill her. But after she was crippled, she couldn't slay ghosts with her own hands, and could only become a support staff of the hidden killing squad, watching the bloody battles of the ghost killing squad. But as Uozuo gradually approached, she suddenly heard a somewhat familiar voice. Lin Chi slowly walked out from the shadow of the forest, with outstretched wings, green face, and fangs, showing Uozuo that he was a ghost. Feeling the oppressive force from this ghost like a giant beast, Lin Chi forced himself not to go to see Butterfly Ninja. He was afraid that if he cared about it, he would be in chaos. "Master Uozuo." Hearing this voice, Butterfly Shinobi opened his eyes wide in surprise. Although it was a little different, Butterfly Shinobi still recognized it. At this moment, Lin Chi walked between Uozuo and Butterfly Ninja, and Butterfly Ninja could only see his back and wings. These two pairs of wings are so beautiful. However, when the Zayaman is busy, you are a ghost. Chapter 41 Escape. Lin Chi bent down slightly and lowered his head, not wanting to expose the changes in his expression to Uozuo's eyes. Uozuo had a calm expression, wanting to see what Lin Chi was going to do. "But, why is this ghost's vindictiveness somewhat familiar, but it seems that I just felt it, maybe it is a bit like someone I met in the past." He didn't do too much thinking and identification, because such weak people are not worthy of his thinking. "Master Uozuo, please kill Butterfly Shinobu." Behind Lin Chi, Dai Ren's eyes darkened. Sure enough, he is also an unsaved evil spirit. He was deceived by him before, and he didn't recognize his identity. Otherwise, he would definitely be beheaded. Uozuo's golden eyes lit up, and he said in a deep voice, "Are you ordering me? Kneel down. In front of me, the weak have no right to stand." Lin Kai's tone just now made Yi Wozuo a little uncomfortable. Lin Chi gritted his teeth, "Master Yi Wozuo, I have something to say." Yi Wozuo snorted coldly, "I said, kneel down, don't let me say it a second time, what's the matter, just kneel down and talk about it." The opponent's oppressive force was constantly attacking Lin Kai's mind. Lin Chi gritted his teeth and persisted. "Sorry, Lord Yi Wozuo, I will only kneel down to that adult." "This brat has quite a backbone." Yi Wozuo showed appreciation, but then there was a fierce light flash. He couldn't bear to deal with women, but for men, he would not show any mercy, and the dignity of winding should not be violated. This ghost needs punishment. Oh! Without seeing any movement, Lin Kai's entire body was punched into minced meat by Yi Wozuo. There is no obstacle to the newly strengthened body. The so-called steel body is just like tofu in front of Yi Wozuo. It hurts, so painful. Consciousness seemed to be cut into countless parts, and this was the first time Lin Chi suffered this kind of injury. Slowly, the flesh and blood on the ground condensed into Lin Kai's head. Other parts of his body were still recovering, but the recovery was not fast. After all, he was beaten like this. Yi Wozuo said, "Just now it was a punishment for your disrespect for winding up. Now, tell me, what do you have to say?" Lin Chi still underestimated the ferocity of ghosts even if they didn't agree with each other. While trying his best to recover his body, he said with the only remaining head, "That adult ordered me to inform you that you must kill Butterfly Shinobu and not let go of the pillar of the Demon Slayer squad. I hope my guess is correct, Butterfly Shinobu, you are the pillar of the Demon Slayer squad." Yi Wozuo frowned and asked, "How does your lord know that Butterfly Ren is here?" "Guess it right." When the main drama started, Lin Chi didn't dare to relax. He turned his head, looked at Butterfly Ninja with terrified eyes, and then said to Yi Wozuo, "I was originally a ghost on Lanli Mountain. Besides me, there is a guy named Black Spike. This Shikiao town is our hunting ground. But Butterfly Ninja came and killed Black Spike. Because I'm the pillar of the ghost-killing squad, I thought I was invincible, and I couldn't find any other master Shangxian, so I hid in other towns and spread the news. Later, someone sent by that adult found me and said that I was familiar with the way to Lanli Mountain, and asked me to come to you. You must kill Butterfly Ninja, otherwise you will bear the consequences." Behind Lin Chi, Butterfly Ninja was silently listening to the general ghost's conversation. After hearing Lin Kai's answer, Dai Dai was stunned, because his mouth was full of lies and there were many loopholes. 52. This is cheating Yi Wozuo. What does he want to do? At this time, Dai Dai Ren suddenly had a hint of understanding in his heart. "Are you trying to save me?" Although she didn't know Lin Kai's plan, Dai Dai Ren decided to cooperate with him, and she was unwilling to have her fighting ability disabled. She smiled very cooperatively, "So it was you, a little brat, you ran away because you were far away. I didn't expect that I would be killed because of you. It's ridiculous. Yi Wozuo, with Oni Wusuji's order, do you still want to let me go? Is that so? This is indeed the style of an adult. He is always not stingy with his murderous intentions towards the pillars of the Ghost Slayer squad." Yi Wozuo frowned. He was a little annoyed by what Dai Ren said to Lin Chi, and he didn't have time to think about the loopholes in Lin Kai's language. He is now caught in a struggle between principles and orders. With Oni Wusuji not in front of him, his binding and deterrent effects are much less, and Yi Wozuo hesitates for a while. If the adults didn't know at first, then he abolished Butterfly Ninja and let him go. Although it would cause dissatisfaction from the adults, but that level is acceptable. After all, he also abolished a pillar. But now that my lord knows the existence of Butterfly Ninja and ordered her to be killed, it will be troublesome. If I disobey the order, my lord will not just be dissatisfied. Having followed Gewasuji for hundreds of years, Uozuo deeply knows the character of adults. He can allow Uozuo not to kill women, but he will never allow Uozuo to disobey his orders. What Uosuji wants is absolute control and domination. Anyone who dares to disobey him will die, even if he is the third. Uozuo's facial expression changed back and forth. Several times he raised his hand to dine in under Lin Kai's nervous gaze, and then struggled to put it down again. The atmosphere in the forest was so quiet that Lin Chi also slowly recovered his body amid Uozuo's struggle. He showed a hesitant expression, as if he wanted to say something but dared not say it. Seeing Lin Kai's expression, Uozuo said, "If you have anything to say, just say it." Lin Chi lowered his head and responded, "Since Lord Uozuo, you are not willing to kill a woman, but that Lord's order cannot be disobeyed. It's better, why don't you hand over Butterfly Ninja to me? She has no ability to resist now, and when Master Uozuo stays away, I will help you end her life, out of sight and out of mind. Please rest assured, I will not eat her, nor will I make her feel pain, I will let her die without pain. You don't have to kill her yourself, you shouldn't be so entangled." Uozuo thought about it in his heart. In this case, he really doesn't need to be too entangled. He doesn't kill women, but he doesn't know why, it's just that he has an extreme unwillingness deep in his heart. But for other ghosts killing women, although he still dislikes it, he can accept it. There is no way, with the order of Mr. Wien, he can't let the butterfly bear it. Otherwise, he might be the one who died and lost his life, so how could he enjoy fighting the strong, and how could he continue to pursue power? That being the case, let this kid kill Butterfly Ninja, Uozuo doesn't want to do it himself. He said, "Little devil, take her somewhere else and kill her. Remember your words, don't eat her, and don't make her feel pain. Otherwise I will throw you into the sun with my own hands and turn you into ashes." Being able to kill the pillar of the Ghost Slayer team, this may be the pinnacle moment in your life. Work hard to become stronger, and strive to surpass this pinnacle. Lin Chi backed away slowly. "Thank you, Mr. Uozuo, for your reminder. Then I'll take my leave. I hope to see you again in the future." After finishing speaking, Lin Chi flapped his four wings fiercely, turned around and hugged Butterfly Ninja in the posture of a princess, jumped up and moved quickly among the treetops, and left towards the distance. Seeing Lin Kai's receding back, Uozuo turned back. "I don't know what's going on in Shikiao town. It's been so long, it should be dealt with, let me feel it. Ask for your tickets." Chapter 42 Pursuit. The 12 snowflake formations at the foot of Uozuo lit up again, and then cast their perception to Shikiao town. In the next second, Uozuo's expression became puzzled. What happened? The fighting spirit of the four ghosts, all dissipated. When I focused the Luo needle perception on Butterfly Shinobi, they were all killed. Is it because of the unknown vindictiveness I felt? Hey? How is that unknown grudge similar to that brat's grudge just now? Think carefully about the difference between the two grudges. The brat's grudge seems to have been strengthened and changed from the unknown grudge. Although the difference is not small, after careful distinction, Uozuo confirmed that the fighting spirit of the ghost just now is the same person as the fighting spirit that killed Megui. There was anger rising in Uozuo's golden pupils, and then his expression became ferocious. "No one has been able to deceive me like this. You are the first." The ground suddenly exploded, and Uozuo's figure had disappeared. In the direction of Lin Kai's escape, there were countless explosions, and Uozuo chased after him at top speed. "Don't think that you can easily escape from my palm." Lin Chi hugged Butterfly Ninja and galloped under the moonlight. Dai watched Lin Kai's side face carefully, observing every detail so meticulously that he refused to let go. There was an incomparable silence between the two, only the sound of the wind kept ringing in their ears. Lin Chi was a little nervous. He didn't know how Butterfly Ninja would think of him. Would he be the same as Ji Yang? Even if he was rescued, he still hated ghosts. 53. But Dai Ren didn't make a sound, just kept looking at him, making Lin Chi wonder what she was thinking. Maybe she is thinking about how to deal with me. At this time, Butterfly Ninja broke the silence. When the river flows. You must be that ghost, the ghost who buried the human corpse in the cave of Lanli Mountain. Lin Chi looked down at Dai Dai Ren. She was still smiling gently as always, and her voice was pleasant, like raindrops gently falling on a banana leaf. Butterfly Shinobu didn't seem surprised that he was a ghost. Lin Chi said, "Yes, it's me." Dai Dai stretched out his hand reluctantly, and stroked the bulging veins on Lin Kai's face. "Then it makes sense, no wonder you slipped away in the middle of the night. Are you afraid of me?" "Actually, I have also guessed in this regard, but your human form is well maintained, and you have concealed it from me." Unexpectedly, Dai Dai Ren seemed to have no prejudice against him, even though she was a ghost hunter and he was a ghost. "Just, afraid of you, how could such words be said?" Lin Chi explained, "No, I just went to drink some wine, I didn't expect to be drunk, I'm not afraid of you." Butterfly suppressed a smile, "Is that so?" She didn't continue to speak, with a thoughtful look in her eyes. After a few breaths, Dai Dai endured looking into Lin Kai's eyes, and there was an extremely complicated emotion in her two-color eyes. Lin Chi couldn't understand. "Let's be good friends when it's flowing." Lin Chi, what? But before he could think about the meaning of Butterfly Ninja's words, Yuozuo's erratic laughter came from behind. "Little devil, dare to deceive me in the name of an adult. Did you run away?" Lin Chi turned back fiercely, "What? I saw Yuozuo constantly stepping on the giant tree in the forest." When he stepped down, the trunk where his foothold was located seemed to bear an unbearable weight, making a crackling sound, and then directly broke and exploded. Yuozuo's body is really strong, he concentrated his explosive power on his legs, and everything he passed exploded. How did this guy react so quickly? Lin Chi didn't know that Yuozuo's blood ghost technique could sense other people's vindictiveness. Otherwise, he would never choose what he did just now. Fortunately, after absorbing the four ghosts, Lin Kai's grudge was strengthened and changed, and during this process, Yuozuo was fighting Butterfly Ninja. Yuozuo's compass perception is concentrated on Butterfly Ninja, and the most important point is that Yuozuo failed to distinguish the source of his vindictiveness in time because Lin Kai's fabricated false orders interfered with his mind. No ghost would dare to ignore Oni Wusuji's orders, even if they were fake, they would subconsciously listen to them as if they were real. After discovering that it was Lin Chi who killed Magui and the others, Yuozuo instantly realized that he had been deceived, and immediately turned on the runaway mode with all his strength to chase Lin Chi. In order to get away from Yuozuo as soon as possible, Lin Kai's four wings are used to accelerate him backwards to the greatest extent. However, the distance between the two is getting closer. "Yuozuo, is it so scary to wind up? His speed is so fast, even my four-wing acceleration can't match him. What should I do? If this continues, I will be chased." When Lin Chi was thinking about how to get rid of Yuozuo, Butterfly Ren suddenly said, "Don't you have wings? Fly up, Yuozuo can't fly, and he can't do anything if you fly." Lin Chi smiled awkwardly, "Well, I don't know how to fly yet, I can only use my wings to accelerate." "It's so embarrassing, with two pairs of wings, you can't fly, it's so embarrassing." Lin Chi can't help but blush, fortunately, it's covered by the blue-faced fangs. A narrow look flashed in Dai Dai Ren's eyes, and then deliberately showed an expression of sudden realization, "So that's the case, I thought you wanted to hug me for a while." "Lin Chi, no." Butterfly caressed Lin Kai's forehead with her fingers, itching. "The cheeks are fairer under the moonlight." She said softly, "Put me down, Yuozuo will come to find me first, and you will have a chance to escape." Butterfly Ninja has many questions that she wants to ask Lin Chi, but judging from the current situation, she has no chance. "Ghost named Zayaman Chuanliashi, I really want to be good friends with you, but unfortunately, it's too late now. Lin Kai's face darkened. What did you say? Let me just leave you like this, it's impossible. Butterfly asked, aren't you afraid of death? Lin Chi replied, of course I'm afraid, no one is really afraid of death, but being afraid doesn't mean you have to avoid it. Even if your whole body is trembling with fear, you can't easily admit defeat. It's fine if it's an ordinary person, Lin Chi will definitely not sacrifice his life for it, but this is Butterfly Ninja, the person who fascinates him, and he doesn't want to let go. Yi Wozuo's voice was already very clear, and Lin Chi could even see the joy in Yi Wozuo's eyes when he turned his head. It can be foreseen that if caught by him, Butterfly Ninja can say that without the order of Guiwu Suji, Yi Wozuo would not kill her, at most, she would be abolished without pain. But Lin Chi is in danger, Yi Wozuo will not be soft on men, not to mention that Lin Chi just tricked him. Little ghost, you are the first to cheat the prey from me. Stop it, give me the Butterfly Ninja, I appreciate your courage, so I won't kill you, and let you follow me in the future, how about it? Yi Wozuo didn't think that Lin Chi was saving Dai Dai Ren, he believed that Lin Chi was the original ghost here, and this town was his hunting ground. He only felt that this ghost was really brave, not only using special means, maybe using his blood ghost technique to kill the 4 ghosts who invaded his hunting ground, but also dared to deceive him by pretending to be an adult's order. Ghosts can kill ghosts, and low-level ghosts may not be able to imagine it, but ghosts of Yi Wozuo's level understand that ghosts can indeed kill ghosts with special methods. Adults don't need sun-wheel knives and sunlight, killing ghosts is as easy as eating and drinking. If Yi Wozuo had the heart, he could destroy the ghost's recovery ability and kill him, but it would just take a little more effort. 54. Chapter 43 Let's Fly. In Yi Wozuo's understanding, Lin Chi wanted to cheat Butterfly Ninja out of his hands and then eat it. The pillar of great breathing, its flesh and blood is indeed a great tonic for ghosts. In short, Yi Wozuo thought about it, but he never thought that there would be ghosts who want to save human beings. This is his blind spot in thinking. Lin Chi didn't reply. If he stopped, it meant that he had handed over the right of life and death to Yi Wozuo, and Yi Wozuo would hold all the initiative in his hands. At that time, he could only hope for the other party's mercy. And do ghosts really have compassion? This is impossible. It's hard. Yi Wozuo will catch up soon. After much deliberation, Yi Wozuo is getting closer and closer. It would be too late to be caught by him if this went on like this. Under the emergency, Lin Chi made a desperate decision. He is going to fly. Chi Yu, Black Spike. I believe in your strength, I believe in myself, take me to fly. Regarding the use of Chi Yu, Lin Chi has always used it to boost, or use his body to drive Chi Yu, using it as a weapon. But if you want to fly, you need to use the blazing feathers to drive your body. Lin Kai's 4 wings were originally flapping backwards to provide him with boosting force, but as Lin Kai's thoughts changed, the direction of the flapping of the 4 wings changed, and they turned to diagonally downward and began to move violently. Lin Kai's body slowly flew forward and upward, but he landed on the top of the tree after flying not very high, and then he flew up again with 4 wings, and so on. Yi Wozuo behind saw Lin Kai's movements, feeling uneasy. This kid, if he could fly, he would have flown a long time ago. Why did he start now? He can't really fly, can he? Dai Dai watched Lin Chi silently, and also noticed Lin Kai's movements. Can he do it? Butterfly Shinobu has never seen a ghost that can fly. As he landed and took off again and again, Lin Chi only felt that his movements of waving his wings became more and more proficient, and he felt the wind. The invisible airflow passed by the 4 wings and turned into wind. Lin Chi slowly relaxed his mind, no longer being chased and killed by Yi Wozuo. All his mind was focused on sensing the rhythm of the wings waving and the trajectory of the wind. The wind surrounds Lin Chi, he only feels that the wings are becoming more and more light and proficient, and the time and distance of flying are getting longer and longer. With the last flapping of its wings, Lin Chi completely flew up like a giant four-winged bird. He hugged the butterfly and jumped up, flying higher and higher. The crisis brought about by Yi Wozo also fluttered its wings and became invisible. Looking down at Lanli Mountain, Lin Chi felt that his entire heart was much more open-minded. Flying is something that human beings have always longed for. Then Lin Chi laughed loudly, "Can't catch up with me. Yu Wozuo, goodbye." After the words fell, the vibration frequency of the four wings accelerated, and Lin Chi flew even higher, but without the obstruction of the trees in the mountains, Yu Wozuo could no longer catch up with him. The face of Yu Wozuo in the back is getting worse and worse. "Are you kidding me? I can fly, but pretend I can't fly so that I think I can catch up, haha. I remember you." Yu Wozuo is so angry that he wants to fly now, he just feels that Lin Chi is playing with him. But he has no wings, and although he has a strong jumping ability, he will eventually land, so he gave up the idea of chasing and killing Lin Chi. As soon as he moved, he stood on the top of a towering giant tree, with his toes pointing to the top of the tree, standing still, watching Lin Kai's figure gradually disappear from his field of vision. Yi Wozuo will firmly remember this figure. A lot of people in this town have escaped, and I don't know if the adults will be furious and angry. Shouldn't be too angry, after all, your lord's goal is to lure members of the ghost-killing squad. Regardless of whether the town is really destroyed, the ghost slaughter squad must show something. I hope so." Lin Chi is now happily swimming in the sky, feeling the howling wind from his ears, and the unobstructed new vision. He almost forgot that Butterfly Shinobi was still in his arms. Butterfly Ninja's purple hair was gently fluttering with the wind, her heart skipped a beat when she saw Lin Kai's radiant face. The kind of happiness like a child who just got a new toy made Lin Chi look like a terrifying evil ghost, but he didn't have any scary aura at all. Ghost face, but Dai can feel that Lin Chi has a heart. Butterfly couldn't bear to interrupt Lin Kai's happy appearance now, but she couldn't do without interrupting. "I said, if you don't let me down to stop the bleeding, I'm going to die." Although she has used breathing techniques to adjust her body, Yu Wozuo's sabotage did not hurt her lightly. Blood was still oozing from Butterfly Ninja's legs. Lin Chi. In a panic, Lin Chi quickly found the nearest mountain, and then flew down with the butterfly, but he didn't know what mountain it was. There is no reference object in the sky, and he has no navigation, he just flies around sullenly in joy. Gently place Butterfly Ninja down, and let her back against the tree trunk. Tear. Lin Chi stretched out his hand and tore off his intact right sleeve. His left sleeve was bitten by the snake ghost and torn, making it useless. He wanted to bandage Butterfly Shinobi to stop the bleeding first. "I'm sorry, I really forgot that you were still bleeding. I was so excited to fly for the first time." While talking, Lin Chi carefully helped Dai Ren bandage the wound. Butterfly couldn't help but rolled her eyes and said, "You hurt me." 55. Although Lin Chi is already very careful, he is not good at this and is still clumsy. After apologizing to Butterfly again, Lin Chi became more cautious. But not 2 seconds later, Dai said helplessly, "I'll do it myself." Butterfly leaned forward reluctantly, took the cloth strip in Lin Kai's hand, wrapped up the wound neatly, and then looked at Lin Chi. Lin Chi smiled awkwardly, "Aren't I inexperienced, and if I care about it, it's messy." At this time, Lin Chi had already controlled his body, took back all the ghost's physical features, and returned to his human appearance. "Care about me?" Feeling that Lin Chi looked a little different from before, Dai took a closer look at Lin Chi again. Under Lin Kai's somewhat embarrassed gaze, she pointed to Lin Kai's sunwheel earrings. "When the river was flowing, your earrings broke." Lin Chi, F. He stretched out his hand to touch it, and sure enough, the sunwheel earrings handed over to him by Tangaro on his right ear, the sunwheel earrings he had worn for several years, were broken in half from the middle, leaving only the sunwheel part. Lin Chi couldn't help but frown and thought about the battle just now, and then remembered the possible reason why the earring broke off. Megui, it might as well be hit by him at that time. Maguire's barbed tongue missed Lin Kai's head, but missed his head. Thinking about it now, his son earrings might have been broken because of this. Father, don't you blame me, I broke the earrings to protect everyone. Although there is only half of it left, it should still be passed on. Lin Chi took off the sun wheel earrings, and then used the ability of Dao Bing Prison to create a small iron chain to wear the earrings, and then hung the chain around his neck. The sun wheel earrings are attached to his chest, hidden under his clothes. Dai Dai endured watching Lin Kai's movements without making a sound, until Lin Chi stopped. She said softly, when the stream is flowing, let's be good friends. How many people have you eaten while flowing, and what kind of punishment should I accept to wash away your sins and become good friends with you? Recently, I have encountered some troubles at home. I am very sorry. It is difficult to find time to write a book. I may update it occasionally. I will make it up later. Chapter 44 Disagreement. When it's flowing, let's be good friends. Hearing this sentence, Lin Chi responded subconsciously, aren't we already friends? How dare I take such a big risk to save you, who would do this if I don't treat you as a friend? Butterfly raised her head reluctantly, and whistled loudly and loudly, while Lin Chi looked puzzled. But Lin Chi was stunned, because he smelled the smell from Butterfly Ninja again. He didn't understand it before, but with the smell he smelled when killing the 4 ghosts as a reference, he understood. What came from Butterfly Ninja was an incomparable sadness and anger. After Dai Ren finished whistling, her eyes were a little blurred. Her 2-color pupils were very beautiful and charming, but Lin Chi felt a little bit of danger from them for some reason, and he silently increased his vigilance. Butterfly Shinobu, what do you want to do? Please, please don't disappoint me too much. With blurred eyes, Dai Dai reluctantly opened her red lips. When the river flows, I ask you, how many people have you killed and eaten? Lin Chi clenched his fists. No, I have never killed or eaten anyone. I have only killed and eaten evil spirits. Do you believe me? Lin Kai's pupils were bright, and he looked at Dai Dai Ren with expectant eyes, hoping to hear the word believe without hesitation from her mouth. However, Dai Dai sighed slightly, when you are flowing, please tell the truth, if you don't eat people, where does your physical strength come from? Your strength is beyond the reach of ordinary swordsmen from the demon-killing team who are not proficient in breathing techniques. How can a ghost who has never eaten a human achieve this level of strength? Tell me, how many people have you eaten? This will not prevent me from becoming good friends with you, as long as a little punishment, it is enough to accompany those who died because of you. I'll ask you again, how many people have you eaten? Dai Dai endured, but did not believe Lin Chi. The light in Lin Kai's eyes gradually dimmed. The ghost-killing team's impression of ghosts cannot be easily changed. He continued to explain, I didn't lie to you, I can eat ghosts, so I can maintain my physical fitness without eating people, and my increased strength comes from eating ghosts, please believe me. The 4 ghosts who attacked Shikiao town were all swallowed by me. I protected the town. And, I really haven't eaten anyone. Hearing Lin Kai's words, Dai Dai Ren frowned slightly with her slender eyebrows. Protected the town? Could it be that he can really eat ghosts? Could it be that he has never eaten people? Ghosts that don't need to eat people have never been heard of by the ghost-killing team for thousands of years, and there has never been any relevant records. Judging from Dai Dai Ren's perception of Lin Chi, he is very rational, without the sense of chaos and violence that ghosts give people. But there are many similar ghosts, such as Uozuo, who also gives people the impression that he has principles, has himself, and has a very clear logical thinking in doing things. However, Uozuo also eats people. Because, people are the only food for ghosts, just like people have to eat, they can't survive without food, the same is true for ghosts, they eat people, no matter what they really think, they must watch to eat people to survive. But Dai Ren has an inexplicable feeling towards Lin Chi, and feels that what Lin Chi said is likely to be true. I really want to believe you when I'm flowing, but just because I believe you, it doesn't mean that others will believe you. Unsteadily, Butterfly stood up with the support of his body. I really want to be friends with you when I'm in the flow. But the premise is that you have accepted the punishment and apologized to the person you killed. Lin Kai's expression changed from hope to disappointment, and then gradually calmed down. So, you still don't believe me? 56. Butterfly smiled and shook her head. I believe in you, and I sincerely want to become good friends with you. But Lin Chi sighed. Stop pretending. I know, you are suffering, tired, and angry now. Be good friends with me? You don't mean it. Butterfly Ninja paused for a moment, then chuckled again and said, no, when it's flowing, I really hope so. Her smile still looks so gentle, but now Lin Chi sees something different from gentleness. Beneath that gentleness is an extraordinary emptiness and loneliness pretending to be brave, and the patience just like her name. Butterfly Shinobu, what kind of person are you? I can't see through. Lin Chi pointed to Dai Ren's forehead. If what you said is true, then why is your place full of sadness and anger? I can clearly smell that sadness and anger cover everything about you, and even become your code of conduct. Even though your smile has always been gentle, beautiful, and fascinated me, deep down in your heart, you must have been hating me and ghosts. So, please don't say anything about being friends with me. If you can, stop laughing and let me see the real you. The sadness may have come from something in the past, but the anger definitely has a part to me. She hates me. Even if she saved her regardless of life and death, she still retains full distrust and anger towards herself as a ghost. As the pillar of the ghost-killing team, how could he really want to make friends with ghosts? Although Butterfly Ren didn't say anything, relying on the memories of Hanja and Miizi, Lin Chi had guessed the identity of Butterfly Ren, and thought of a way to save her based on this. After all, to be able to last so long in the hands of Yu Wozuo, who else can do it but the pillar of the ghost-killing team? Hearing Lin Kai's words, Dai Ren's eyes showed sad memories, but she quickly recovered. That smile was beautiful, and there was no trace of sadness or pain in it. Butterfly stroked her eyebrows, looking a little distressed. After so long, this is the real me. After finishing speaking, she changed the subject and suddenly asked solemnly, would you like to go back to the ghost-killing squad with me? It's not that I don't believe you, on the contrary, I'm willing to believe your words. It's just that what you said is too unbelievable. Even if what you said is stealing things from the hospital's blood bank to eat and drink, I will believe it without hesitation. But, what you said about eating ghosts really makes me unbelievable. Even if what you said is true, it's beyond my understanding. So come back to the ghost-killing squad with me. If what you said is true, come back to the ghost-killing squad with me. We will conduct research and test on you. Whether your words are true or not, you will know when the time comes. I assure you with the dignity of my body, as long as you tell the truth, then you will be absolutely safe in the ghost-killing squad. The ghost who can eat ghosts, if he didn't lie to himself, then the Lord will definitely be very interested in him, and if it can be confirmed that what he said is true, I can be good friends with him without any grudges. Listening to Dai Ren's words, Lin Kai's heart became more and more calm and indifferent. Back to Ghost Slayer? Give your life to the ghost hunter to decide? Let yourself be the fish on the chopping board? If Lin Chi is willing to agree, then he has already agreed before and Yi Wozuo stopped. Going back to the ghost-killing squad with Butterfly is killing your life. Among the members of the ghost-killing team, it is estimated that out of 10 has an extreme hatred for ghosts. Butterfly Shinobu, you in front of me are the best example. That kind of hatred for ghosts has been so strong that it has become solid in my perception. Go to the ghost-killing squad, what is waiting for me is probably death. Moreover, Butterfly Shinobi, you have already failed my expectations of you. Do you still want me to trust you again? Ask for a ticket. Chapter 45 Farewell. Butterfly Shinobu, if I have no hatred, no responsibility, no burden, even if I feel a heart-wrenching loss from you, I might continue to trust you, and I bet that the Ghost Slayer squad will treat me kindly. But I can't, I have to live, and I have to cut off the head of an Amui Suji with my own hands, in order to comfort the spirits of my family in heaven, and to seek justice for those whose lives were ruined by his twisted fate. Moreover, I have to find Tangaro and give him protection. Therefore, it is impossible for me to go back to the ghost-killing squad with you, no matter how cautiously you promise. Under Dai Dai's hopeful gaze, Lin Chi said slowly, I'll watch over you until dawn, and then let's just say goodbye. I believe you, but the ghost-killing team, I don't believe it, and I don't dare to believe it. Butterfly could not bear to look forward to it, but she was also psychologically prepared for it. She said, You don't need to guard me anymore, the whistle I just called has already summoned the swordsman of the Demon Slayer squad. You go, I won't stop you, go. Lin Chi watched Dai Dai Ren's movements, pointed to her right hand, Don't stop me. Then why did you put your hand on the sun wheel scabbard? Unknowingly, Butterfly Ninja had already grasped the handle of the sun wheel. Butterfly chuckled, It's nothing, just use it to support your body. Lin Chi, really? Butterfly smiled, Of course. A strange creaking sound sounded from the scabbard, and Butterfly Ninja applied a kind of wisteria flower poison that can paralyze the ghost body to the sun wheel knife. Dai Dai Ren didn't want Lin Chi to leave just like that. Not only was the fact that he could eat ghosts worthy of further study, but also because of her sister's philosophy, which expected ghosts and humans to live in peace. Over the past few years, Dai Dai has seen too many ghosts and tried to be friends with ghosts, but the endings always end with the ghost's resistance to death. And Lin Chi is the hope that Dai Dai Ren sees. He is different from those ghosts in the past, and he may really become friends with him. 57. Just after applying the wisteria poison, Butterfly Shinobi was about to swing the Japanese sword. Her legs were the most seriously injured, but her upper body was fine. With her swinging speed, even if her body is very tired, she should be able to cut Lin Chi, and the wisteria flower poison can paralyze her, and then she will be brought into the ghost-killing team. However, Lin Chi has always been vigilant against Butterfly Ninja, and the sense of danger from her reached its peak when she put her hand on the sun wheel scabbard. Lin Chi mobilized all his strength in an instant, became ferocious, stretched his wings, and retreated at full speed. A sharp wind of the knife cut across Lin Kai's neck, but the distance was a little short, and it failed to cut his skin. Dai Dai endured taking back the sun wheel knife, looked at Lin Chi who was keeping a safe distance from her, and said with a chuckle, Your reaction is much faster than before. Before, she was able to swing the sun wheel knife around Lin Kai's neck, but Lin Chi didn't notice anything. Although he was seriously injured now, Lin Kai's ability to avoid it shows that his reaction speed is indeed much faster. Such a rapid increase in strength, is it really done by eating ghosts? Lin Chi looked at Dai Dai Ren and said calmly, I said, Are you trying to kill me? There seems to be a string in my heart, and it just broke. Butterfly Shinobi leaned on the tree trunk again and sat down. The swing of the knife just now consumed her little stamina. Her breathing was a little unsteady. Why, I just want to bring you to the ghost-killing squad. I'm not ungrateful. I didn't mean to hurt you when it was flowing, it's just that you don't trust the ghost-killing squad too much, this is not what I want to see. Your lord is discerning, and his eyeliner is all over the place. He will definitely confirm your words. Even if you are a ghost, as long as you don't eat people and are not used by Ghost Wusuji, the ghost-killing squad can accommodate you. It's just that you don't believe in the Ghost Slayer. At this time, a hoarse and unpleasant voice came from the air. Ga, ga, ga. Master Butterfly Ninja is here. Master Butterfly Ninja is here. Master Butterfly Ninja is here. Butterfly knew in his heart that this was the voice of the crow, which also meant that the swordsmen of the ghost-killing team came to support them. The whistle she blew just now was sharp and loud, covering a large area. It was to summon the nearby swordsmen of the ghost-killing squad, but it was not to deal with Lin Chi, but to call someone to rescue the town. Lin Chi looked up and found several black crows hovering above his and Butterfly Ninja's heads. When the beaks opened and closed, there were hoarse and unpleasant human voices. Looking at Butterfly Ninja, Lin Chi said, "It seems that the ghost-killing squad has come. With those people here, you should be fine. Goodbye, Butterfly Shinobu. Goodbye by fate." A lot of footsteps came from the nearby forest, and 4 or 5 swordsmen wearing the uniforms of the ghost-killing squad appeared in Lin Kai's eyes, all looking at him with vigilant and hatred eyes. One of them walked quickly to Butterfly Ninja, pointed at Lin Chi with the sun wheel knife in both hands, and protected Butterfly Ninja behind him. They thought that Butterfly Ninja was injured by Lin Chi, so they surrounded Lin Chi in a circle, not daring to act rashly. Lin Chi didn't even look at them, but stretched out his 4 wings and danced slowly. Butterfly Shinobu looked through the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer squad, and then fixed on Lin Kai's calm face. She couldn't help but speak out. "Wait!" But Lin Chi had already fluttered his wings and flew out facing the moonlight. He ignored Dai Dai Ren's persuasion, and flew away from the surrounding of 5 people. The swordsmen of the Demon Slayer squad breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. This ghost with huge wings is hard to deal with at first sight, not to mention that Butterfly Ninja was injured. The swordsman standing in front of Butterfly Ninja turned around and said eagerly, "Master Butterfly Ninja, are you okay? Did that ghost hurt you?" For some reason, Butterfly Ren felt a little depressed. She shook her head lightly, and instead of replying to the swordsman, she asked, "Are you guys just around here? A town here has been attacked by ghosts, but the ghosts have retreated, and people need to deal with the aftermath." The swordsman said, "Master Butterfly Ninja, don't have to worry about the aftermath. There are many members of the Ghost Killing Squad and Hidden Killing Squad rushing here. We are from the headquarters and have received orders from our superiors. It is said that there are ghosts attacking the town on a large scale, so I went to support it. The other pillars have already rushed over, I hope I can make it in time. Isn't it just Shikiao town? There is Uozuo in Shikiao town, the Shangxian-san, and it is estimated that there will be Shangxian in other places." However, the Lord's response was really fast, and he had already mobilized manpower to come to support. "It's almost dawn, and the other pillars should not go alone, so it's not a big problem." Butterfly raised her head reluctantly, looking at the gradually receding figure in the moonlight. "We'll see each other again when it's time to flow. I hope that by then, you will still be the same as you are today, without losing your heart." Many people who have just become ghosts hate their identity as ghosts very much, but with the growth of desires and the degeneration of their hearts, they really become ghosts. "I will report everything to the Lord, and I will definitely find out. If it is proved that you did not eat people and protected Shikiao town, then the rest of the ghost-killing team will not embarrass you. I look forward to seeing you again when we are here." After Chapter 46. Under the bright sunshine, Butterfly Shinobi came to the headquarters. She knelt on the ground regardless of her physical injuries, because in front of her was the leader of the Demon Slayer squad, the lord of all the members of the Demon Slayer squad, Yoya Yubayashiki. Yubayashiki Yoya is the leader of this generation of Yubayashiki family. His face is severely disfigured, covered with hideous and ugly marks, and his eyes are also dull and empty, but his face is calm, with a feeling that everything is under control in the temperament. And as long as I saw him, I felt an inexplicable feeling. 58. From top to bottom of his body, there is a sense of relaxation and joy, and one can't help but trust him, and is willing to entrust his life to this person. Obstetrician Shiki Yoya looked at Butterfly Shinobu, and he said softly, "Butterfly Shinobi, my child, what happened?" His voice is soft but has a feeling of penetrating people's hearts. Butterfly Shinobi only feels that the Lord Master seems to have seen through everything. Butterfly nodded and said, "My lord, I met a ghost named Zayaman Chuanliashi. He confuses me and I want your help." Uemibayashiki smiled and said, "You can make Butterfly endure your confusion, he must not be an ordinary ghost. I received your letter, is it also related to this ghost?" Butterfly endured and said, "Yes, according to what he said, he never eats people, but eats ghosts as a way to enhance his strength. The first time I saw him, he was only about as strong as a swordsman of the gang-level Demon Slayer squad. The second time, that is, 3 days later, he has at least the ability of a D-rank swordsman, and it's only high or low. Is it such a fast ascension speed?" Uemibayashiki began to think about it. A, B, C, D, E, has, G, Xin, Non, Decane. This is a class of swordsmen of the Demon Slayer squad, which surpasses the first rank and is a pillar. It can be improved so obviously in 3 days, it seems that he is a ghost with high potential, and he eats ghosts for a living. Ghost Dance Suji Wumi, would you tolerate the existence of such a ghost? Ubayashiki Yaya said, "I have investigated your previous letters, and you are the only one going to Lanli Mountain, and there are no other members of the Demon Slayer squad. Eating ghosts for a living. Did that ghost say it himself? How reliable is it?" Dai Dai reluctantly remembered Lin China's disappointed look, and said, "I believe him, but I understand that it is difficult to convince the other team members with words alone, so I still hope that the Lord will investigate. By the way, most of the townspeople in Shikiao town survived. At that time, I was helpless in the face of Shangxian-san. It was also because I killed the 4 ghosts and led the townspeople to escape." Ubayashiki nodded lightly. According to the statistics of the hidden killing team, it is true that Shikiao town had the least number of casualties. There were also traces of ghosts fighting with ghosts at the scene, and you were the only one there at the time. The ghost said it is very likely. It's true. It's hard work for you too. It's hard to face Shangxian-san alone. Fortunately, you came back alive. It seems that you are much stronger. He is also quite surprised now. It is surprising that ghosts can save people, let alone eat ghosts. This matter really needs to be taken seriously. Hearing what the Lord said, Butterfly Ninja said helplessly, "It's hard to increase my strength. This is almost my limit." Shangxian-san, named Yuozuo, the ability is an inexplicable perception and precise and powerful attack and defense. By the way, he doesn't kill women, and this principle is very firm, even he hesitated to fight for a long time under the order of Anime Suji. So it turned out that in other places, the two Zhu went together and returned with injuries. If it hadn't been for the dawn of the day, Zhu might have sacrificed again. Yuozuo, is the online 3 who doesn't kill women? Ubayashiki was overjoyed. Oniwa Suji Myokin's men hadn't changed anyone for more than 100 years, but there were many pillars who died in their hands. However, there is very little useful information about Shangxian. It is difficult to know the traces of Shangxian, and except for Zhu, they are all instant kills. Only less than half of the few pillars are able to face the reality of winding alone. It is very important to know the information about a certain Shangxian, especially Shangxian-san, so that we can use it against him in the future. At this time, Ubayashiki said in a solemn tone, "Butterfly Shinobu, my child, thank you for your efforts, thank you for your fearlessness, I am proud of you. The pillar is the jade pillar supporting the sky, the mainstay of the mainstream, the main pillar of life. The word living is taken from the imperial pillar of the shrine. According to legend, the shrine's imperial pillars can support the world, form an enchantment to resist unclean and filthy things, and suppress demons and ghosts. The ancestors named you pillars, because you are the imperial pillars, and the swordsmen of the ghost-killing team are the base to resist evil spirits and support and protect the pure land on earth. Because of your existence, it is difficult for ghosts to rampant and wreak havoc. In the history of nearly 1,000 years, there should also be a rich and colorful stroke belonging to you, but for the sake of harmony and stability of the overall situation, you have not received the appreciation and honor you deserve, and only the members of the ghost-killing squad will fight with you. Only the evil spirits know your existence. For all human beings, I thank the pillars for their swearing to death, and thank all the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer squad for their selfless dedication. Butterfly narrowed his eyes while suppressing a smile. Thank you, my lord, for your praise. This is my duty and my belief. I am obliged to do so. My children, I am glad that you risked death to fight against the savage demons. Oni Wusuji, I believe you must be wondering how I can fight against you. What I rely on is the will and belief of generations of swordsmen of the Demon Slayer squad. Humans will definitely defeat ghosts. In a conference room where there was no sunlight, Ghost Mai Suji was sitting upright on a chair at the top of a long table, and 4 Kazurus sat on either side. He looked at the 4 Shangxian and said, "You have done a good job. You destroyed the town and injured the pillars who came to support you. Now the ghost-killing team should be more nervous and fearful. However, one of you behaved poorly, which made me very unhappy." After saying those words, Gui Wusuji's figure disappeared from the chair, and when he reappeared, he was already behind Yi Wozo. Oni Wusuji put his hands on Yi Wozo's shoulders, and the expression under the brim of his hat couldn't be seen clearly. "Yi Wozuo, do you have anything to say?" Yi Wozuo took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down and said, "My lord, I was wrong, please punish me." Without begging for mercy, without explaining, Yi Wozuo just admitted his mistake. In front of adults, there can be no fluke mentality, mistakes are mistakes. Oni Wusuji took his hand off Yi Wozo's shoulder, and said softly, "They didn't have the chance to kill Zhu of the Demon Slayer, but you did, but you didn't kill her because she was a woman. Well, Tong Mo, there should be quite a few women in your place. Give 10 of them to Yi Wozuo. I want you to watch him with your own eyes and eat them all. Yi Wozuo, do you accept this result?" Gui Wusuji Wumi didn't mention Lin Kai's matter. By reading Yi Wozo's heart, he could roughly perceive that he was just a daring brat with good potential. What really annoyed Gui Wusuji Wumi was that Yi Wozuo didn't kill women. He even hesitated about his orders, even if they were fake orders. If it weren't for the winding strings, it would be difficult to cultivate. "Yi Wozuo, you are already dead." Yi Wozuo gritted his teeth. "I accept the order from the Lord." Gui Wusuji Wu gently stroked Yi Wozuo's head. "Yi Wozuo, don't let me down again in the future." 59. After hundreds of years of getting along, raising a cat and dog will also give you some affection. I cherish this affection very much. Sweat appeared, but Yi Wozuo didn't dare to wipe it off. He respectfully said, "Thank you for your attention," and Yi Wozuo promises to do his best to be used by you. Gui Wusuji waved his hand and said, Go and tell your subordinates to make them active, and attack the town more frequently. As for you guys, let's go look for the blue Bana flower. The ghost-killing team is restrained, so it shouldn't be a problem. I am a person favored by destiny. Although I am born with a weak body, I can eventually become the first ghost and live forever. No matter how many people I kill, I will never face punishment. But, Cyan Bana flower, where are you? But no matter how long it takes, I will find you, and the sun will not hinder me. I will be the ultimate creature, a god. Yubayashiki, hide your head and show your tail in the headquarters of the Demon Slayer squad, and wait for God to descend. The two people and the ghost, who are incompatible with water and fire, seem to be looking at each other from a distance at this moment, and there are lightning flashes in their eyes. Not to be outdone, both sides firmly believe that victory will belong to them. Ask for your tickets. Chapter 47 Convoy. As night falls, people have begun to return to their houses to rest, nocturnal animals have crawled out of their caves to look for food, and dangerous ghosts have also begun to haunt. Lin Chi restrained his evil spirit appearance, jumped out of the forest, and jumped onto the driveway. His eyesight was very good, and he could vaguely see a dozen or so carriages in front of him pulling goods towards this direction. The businessmen on the driveway will not stop because of the danger at night. For them, time is money, and businessmen value profits and risk their lives. The convoy was getting closer and closer, and these cars were relatively backward. They were all horses pulling some wooden trailers with layers of sacks on them, which should be goods. On both sides of the convoy, there were actually 4 swordsmen wearing the uniforms of the ghost-killing team watching their surroundings. This surprised Lin Chi, but he had nothing to worry about. After all, he didn't even recognize Zhu Dai Ninja. His identity. Lin Chi walked straight over, and in the front carriage was a somewhat chubby uncle. "Hello, may I ask how to get to Shanjiao town? I'm lost and I can't find my way home." When Jing's Heking saw this man in tattered clothes, he was a little wary at first, but when he saw that the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer squad on both sides did not respond, he became less vigilant. At least, not a ghost. Moreover, Lin Chi is not very old, and the current clothes are a bit tattered, which makes people feel sympathetic. So he invited Lin Chi. "Shanjiao town? The one next to Tiding town. I will pass Tiding town on my way, and there is Shanjiao town in front of Tiding town, you should know. You just follow us to Tiding town, you should know the next road, how about it?" Lin Chi knew about Tiding town, he had been there many times to sell charcoal before, and he knew the way very well. Moreover, he still has a memorable memory in Tiding town. "Yuan Shixu, I haven't seen you for a long time, and I don't know how you are now." The fat uncle was very enthusiastic, and Lin Chi thanked him. "It was a great help, thank you." Jing's Heking said with a smile, "It's not easy to go out, we all rely on mutual help to survive. Hurry up, you are lucky to meet us. It's not safe at night. I heard from other friends that there are wild beasts here, and they have eaten a lot of people." Jing's Heking has traveled all over the world for many years, but his luck is not very good, and his business has not done much, but he still knows some secrets. He knows the existence of ghosts, and the government is concealing the existence of ghosts, but the town of Shanyeshong or some people who travel frequently know about it. This lane is often used by people, and occasionally ghosts come and go, but recently there have been more accidents, and he also invited some swordsmen from the ghost-killing squad to help. The ghost-killing squad can last for thousands of years, so it needs a lot of funds. A large part of it is to protect those who know ghosts in order to obtain financial support. Although the government does not recognize the authenticity of the ghost-killing squad, the connection between the two is still very close, because only the ghost-killing squad can deal with ghosts. Lin Chi behaved like an ordinary person, slowly got on the truck and sat on the top. Jing's Heking said, "Little brother, what did you do before, how did you come here?" For ordinary people in this world and this era, their entire world is the area they live in, and unless it is absolutely necessary, few people will leave their hometown. If it was not forced by life, Jing's Heking would not have chosen this kind of busy life. Lin Chi said, "It's nothing, it's just that there was a problem at home and I went out to avoid it, but now I want to go back, but I forgot the way." Jing's Heking comforted, "Life is not easy, life is better than anything else, cheer up." Lin Chi smiled, "Yes, life is better than anything else. However, my family members are already dead." At this time, a child ran over and said to Jing's Heking, "Father, our little Hui seems to be sick and can't stand up." Xiao Hui is a puppy, brought by Jing's Heking to entertain the children. Jing's Heking said, "Xiao Ye, there is no way to do that. We don't have a veterinarian here. We can only see if its will to survive is firm and tenacious enough." Lin Chi asked from the side, "You brought your son with you when you went out to do business?" Jing's Heking hugged Ono in his arms, and the color of memory flashed in his eyes. "No, Ono is my adopted son. His father and I are good brothers, but when something happened, I raised him as my own son." As soon as you said it, I remembered it. Back then, it was on this road that what happened to Ono's father. It was also on that day that Jing's Heking learned that there are terrifying creatures called ghosts in this world. Thinking of this, Jing's Heking said to Lin Chi mysteriously, "Do you know who is next to you?" He was watching Demon Slayer Squad Swordsman. Lin Chi pretended to be surprised, "I don't know, but they look quite powerful." 60. Jing's Heking said, "They are ghost hunters, they are very powerful, they specialize in killing ghosts." Ghost? You know, it's the ghost who eats people at night in the story, it's all true, I have seen it with my own eyes, Ono's biological father was eaten by ghosts. But with the ghost hunter here, we don't have to be afraid. Ghost. If you knew that I was a ghost next to you, I don't know how you would feel. However, the strength of these swordsmen of the Demon Slayer squad is a bit mediocre. Lin Chi could see that their steps were not steady enough, they could even be said to be pretentious, and their eyes were not firm enough, with impatience flickering. It seems that the quality of this ghost-killing team is worrying. Uncle, if you expect them to be able to slay ghosts, you'll be dead. Such a swordsman of the ghost-killing team, even if the snake ghost can beat 10 of them, it would not be enough to fill the gap between their teeth. Lin Chi said, "Although I haven't seen it before, I've heard of it a lot. I think it's not something everyone just made up. A ghost that can eat people is really scary when you think about it." The convoy was walking slowly, and Lin Chi and Jing's Heking chatted a lot. Not long after, a small stall appeared in front of the convoy. An old man who looked about 80 or years old was wearing a shabby padded jacket, full of melons and fruits. When passing by, he said in a trembling tone, "Passer, would you like some fruit?" And Jing's Heking hesitated for a moment, then showed a clear expression, and said, "You are still there, I remember when I passed by here a few years ago, you were here." He looked at Lin Chi and said, "Back then, Xiao Yi's father bought some fruit to eat, and he was full of praise. It's a pity that he was given by a ghost the night he finished eating. Hey, let's not talk about that." Turning to look at the old man again, Jing's Heking said, "These melons and fruits still look so beautiful. I didn't buy them last time. Give me some apples and pears this time. I like to eat these." Indeed, it is winter now, and most of the melons and fruits should be mediocre in appearance, but the old man's fruits are brightly colored, and there are some out-of-season melons and fruits. But it looks good, but Lin Chi smelled the faint smell of blood. The old man who sells melons and fruits also has a violent and chaotic smell belonging to ghosts. This old man, no, this old guy, you are a ghost, he also made no secret of his greedy lust. This smell really makes me sick. Old ghost, I'm still interested in selling fruit, it's really interesting. However, the swordsman of the Demon Slayer squad still didn't respond, just glanced at them casually and didn't care. It's almost 12 o'clock in the night now, and there are fruit sellers, can't you doubt it? It's really bad food, the food makes Lin Chi a headache. Chapter 48 Uncle, eating fruit in this cold weather will hurt your stomach. It's uncomfortable and troublesome if you have a bad stomach, so don't buy it. Jing's Heking thought for a while, and what Lin Chi said was not unreasonable. Forget it, it's important to hurry. He said to the old ghost, "Old man, if there is a chance to patronize your business again in the future, let's forget it this time." In the grey and white messy hair, the old ghost's eyeballs gradually turned red, but just as he raised his head to show a fierce look, he found Lin Chi behind Jing's Heking staring at him with blood-red pupils that were more ferocious than himself. It turns out that this convoy is already being watched by ghosts, and it looks relatively strong. The old ghost lowered his head again, and the red light in Lin Kai's eyes gradually faded away. Passerby, the little brother next to you is right. Sometimes, the pain inside the body is the real pain. Be careful. Jing's Heking smiled and waved his hands, "Of course, I will pay attention, thank you for reminding me." Lin Chi looked at the old ghost from behind, and sneered in his heart. This guy wanted to remind the team that he was a ghost, probably because he was unhappy with him. The convoy moved again and walked slowly for about half an hour. Jing's Heking had already slept at the back, and a younger man named Aso was guiding the convoy. I don't know if the old ghost in the back is still setting up a stall to sell his fruit. Lin Chi rubbed his belly, pretended to be uncomfortable, and said, I'll go to the back to solve my physical problems. Aso said with a bit of concern, go quickly, remember to come here quickly, don't leave orders when it gets dark. Lin Chi got out of the carriage and trotted all the way to the back of the convoy. After the convoy couldn't see him, he ran towards the old ghost's position at top speed. In just a few minutes, Lin Chi saw him again, still sitting tremblingly behind the fruit stand, as if shivering a little because of the cold weather, which made people feel unbearable. That Ono's father must have died in the hands of this ghost. After eating his food, he was killed by the ghost that night. How could it be such a coincidence? Uncle, if you give me a ride, I have nothing to help, except for this ghost, who will avenge your brother for you. The old ghost watched Lin Chi approach step by step, his cloudy eyes looked at Lin Chi suspiciously through his messy white hair. Lin Chi stepped forward and knelt down, old guy, how do you sell this fruit? The old ghost chuckled, your own, just take it away. Lin Chi pointed to a watermelon, I don't know if the watermelon in winter is good or not. The color of this watermelon is bright, and the green is translucent. It is really attractive just by looking at it. The old ghost said, it's very sweet, if you want to eat it, take it. Ghosts can't eat this stuff again, so come and entertain me, didn't I just want to trick you? Lin Chi picked up the watermelon and looked at the old ghost, making eye contact with him. Let me ask you, is your melon ripe? The old ghost pushed his white hair back to reveal a hideous look, and grinned at Lin Chi, of course, you can try it. Lin Chi seemed to have not heard, and asked again, are you sure this melon is ripe? The old ghost was taken aback for a moment, and then the blood in his eyes gradually became thicker. What do you mean? Lin Chi chuckled, and suddenly reached out his hand swiftly like the wind, grasped the old ghost's neck, and lifted him up high. The old ghost showed anger, and his white hair became longer and wrapped around Lin Chi. Lin Chi didn't dodge, and was wrapped around his neck by the white hair. A fierce look flashed in his eyes, and the old ghost manipulated the hair to shrink and tighten, and there was a creaking sound. 61. However, no matter how hard the old ghost tried, Bai Fa couldn't directly cut off the opponent's head as usual. So hard skin, like iron and stone. We have no grievances, please let me down. White hair wrapped around Lin Kai's neck, just like real hair wrapped around an iron rod. The old ghost tried so hard that the roots of the hair almost split, but it was still useless. Lin Chi smiled and said, just now you tried to trip me up, I was very unhappy. The old ghost's eyes widened, then what do you want? How many people will I hunt for you as compensation? Hunting a few people would be an understatement. With Lin Kai's palm, the old ghost's entire neck was crushed, and the white hair entangled with him fell off limply. After gaining Mii's power, Lin Kai's two hands became the hardest and most powerful parts of his body, even harder than Hukuri's at the moment. These ruthless iron hands can easily crush ghosts. Neck. Throwing the old ghost on the ground, after his flesh and blood recovered, Lin Chi said, I want you to do one thing for me. The old ghost covered his neck, took a few breaths violently, and looked at Lin Chi with fearful eyes. What's the matter? The difference in strength between ghosts and ghosts is huge. After realizing that Lin Chi can easily kill him in seconds, the old ghost relented. I want the Japanese swords of the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer squad. Go and help me snatch them. It's okay to hurt them, but killing them is not allowed. You don't want to be watched by the ghost-killing squad either. The relationship between ghosts and the ghost-killing team is very strange, because most of the low-level ghosts fight on their own and are often surrounded by the ghost-killing team. Reasonable ghosts also have a fear of the ghost-killing team. But the first string, or even the ghost of the last quarter moon, killing ordinary swordsmen of the ghost-killing team is like nothing, only the pillar can make them feel fear. The old ghost asked suspiciously, Sun Lun Saber. Do you have an enemy you want to kill? You are stronger than me, why don't you go and grab it yourself? With the help of the Sun Wheel Knife, ghosts can indeed kill the same kind better and faster. Lin Chi cast a glance at the old ghost, don't ask too many questions, you just need to follow the instructions. There was a fierce light in the old ghost's eyes, but he was suppressed by force. Except for Oni Wusuji, the other ghosts were not convinced by each other, so they could only be intimidated by force, and they still refused to accept it. Lin Kai's purpose is to smelt the sun knife to strengthen Heike. Heike was only transformed from a sun knife, and he didn't have enough time to warm up and adapt to his rapidly growing power. And Heike also played a great role. Before that, he nailed Luo Yuling with an axe, so that he could fight with Miizi alone. Chi Yu's move can be used as a trump card, but it cannot be used normally, and the black cut must be strengthened. And you guys are so good. It's a waste to use the sun wheel knife. These four swordsmen really refreshed Lin Kai's understanding of the Ghost Slayer squad. They are better than ordinary people, and they may be against the lowest level ghosts, but slightly stronger ghosts may be able to wipe them out. However, what Lin Chi didn't know was that the quality of the ghost-killing team has indeed been uneven in recent years, with great differences. There was a problem with the selection test of the ghost-killing team, but they didn't know it yet. Your sun wheel knife, just leave it to me. The evil spirits I kill will remember a part of your contribution. Besides, you need tempering to inspire courage and fighting spirit, so let me help you. This day's round knife is considered as tuition. As a person who had been educated by socialism, Lin Chi felt that he could not rob other people's things randomly. He was doing a good deed, and he was not ready to leave his name. Boys, thank me. Chapter 49 End. Guan Yat, we can't kill ghosts in the ghost-killing team, but we are assigned here as guards. It's so boring. Uehara Yuiro was dissatisfied with his mission. What he wanted was to kill ghosts, not guards. Guan Ye glanced at him, and said in a trembling tone, isn't that good? It's scary to face ghosts. Have you forgotten those scary ghosts in the test field? I survived by hiding. Besides, our strength is so weak, it's enough for Master Yuzu to deal with ghosts. The reason we live in this world is probably to call 666 to others, the gap is too big, alas. Uehara Yuiro showed disdain, and said with disdain, cowards should stop being ghost hunters. The ghost-killing team needs people like me. So what if they are weak, who doesn't become stronger little by little? But, some people are born strong. Guan Ye slandered in his heart but didn't refute. He was indeed a bit timid, he passed the trial in a daze, and he didn't dare to face ghosts. It was rather boring to be on the road all night. Uehara Yuiro wanted to change his partner's mind, but Guan Ye suddenly looked behind him and shouted, Uehara, get out of here. The white hair was twisted together like a steel wire to form a long whip, and it was pulled towards Uehara's wrist. But Kano suppressed his fear and pushed Uehara Yuiro away, preventing him from being injured by a surprise attack. At the same time, the Japanese sword was unsheathed in front of him. However, the long whip formed by the white hair was very powerful. It was wrapped around the sun wheel knife and snatched it from Guan Yi's hands, and a few strands of white hair were also split off and wrapped around Guan Yi's ankles, throwing him hard towards the ground, and then throw the sun wheel knife into the dark forest next to it. The other swordsman heard the noise and rushed over quickly, standing side by side and nervously looking at the root of the white hair. The old ghost slowly stepped out of the shadows, opening its mouth full of fangs. The ordinary people in the team panicked the moment they saw the old ghost. There is a monster, everyone run. Jing's Heking was also awakened by the commotion. He saw the old ghost and suddenly suffocated. It was this ghost, whose head was full of living white hair, and it took away Xiao Yi's father and devoured it. Jing's Heking took a few deep breaths and shouted, "Everyone, don't run, we have ghost hunters here, and they will protect us. Running around at night is even more dangerous." Hearing Jing's Hekang's words, people became calmer and ran behind the swordsman one after another. When Uehara Yuiro saw Guanya lying on the bed and spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, his heart suddenly became angry. Breath of the wind, one shape dust whirlwind slash. Yuro Uehara took a deep breath, activated the breath of wind, felt the air filling his whole body, and the wind was also surrounding him for his use. A feeling of being able to cut everything was born spontaneously. The other two swordsmen also immediately used the breathing method, but they lost their breath under the tension, and the breathing method failed, so they could only follow Uehara Yuiro and rush towards the old ghost with a knife. Uehara Yuiro took the lead and rushed towards the old ghost at a high speed. At the same time, many rotating wind blades appeared behind him and cut at the old ghost's body first. The old ghost retracted his white hair, and then tangled with each other to form a white shield. The whirling wind blade cut to the white shield, leaving only some cracks but failed to break through. 62. The shield turned into strands of white hair again, and the figure of Uehara Yuiro appeared in the eyes of the old ghost. His attack was very fast, and there was a force of spinning and tearing on the sun wheel knife. It can be predicted that if he was hit by the sun wheel knife, his neck would be torn open like being thrown into a meat grinder. Uehara Yuiro roared, "Cut!" However, roaring does not increase output. Just when he was about to cut off the old ghost's neck with great anticipation, he suddenly felt his ankle being pulled vigorously, and he lost his balance in an instant, was hung upside down, and his head hit the ground with a bang. Yuro Uehara only felt that his mind was blank, and the last attack was self-defeating. At some point, the old ghost's white hair had already wrapped around Uehara's ankle, and then the white hair first snatched his sun blade and threw it into the forest, and then rammed Uehara towards the other two swordsmen. The sight of the two swordsmen was blocked by Yuro Uehara's body, and they had to stop to catch Uehara Yuiro. But as soon as they stepped on Uehara Yuiro's body, when they looked up, they found a large strand of white hair sweeping towards them. The two swordsmen tried their best to dodge, but they were still snatched by hair and then slammed them flying. The crowd in the rear was rioting again, and Jing's Heking was also a little stunned. Although he doesn't know how to fight, it can be seen that these members of the ghost-killing team were quickly defeated. Jing's Heking looked ashamed. "I hope this ghost is the same as last time, and don't like to kill. If it's just to satisfy the appetite, most people still have a chance to survive." When he was attacked by the old ghost last time, he only took away a few people including Ono's father, and didn't do much killing. After all, ghosts also know that sustainable development is necessary. If you kill too many, you can't finish it. Just satisfying your appetite is enough. But under Jing's Hekang's astonished eyes, the old ghost threw a few Japanese knives into the forest, glanced greedily at the swordsman of the Demon Slayer squad who was struggling to get up on the ground, and unconsciously approached a few point. But as if he had thought of something, the old ghost struggled and turned away, turning into a black shadow and rushing into the forest. Jing's Heking couldn't help but collapsed on the ground. Thankfully he didn't die. Afterwards, he stood up again, looked at the swordsman with a guilty look in his eyes with relief, without any blame or complaint, but helped them to the back to rest. "Please don't feel guilty, you should be proud, thank you for coming forward." Although they failed to defeat the ghosts, they finally stood up and stood in front of all of them. People who dare to face evil spirits are very brave, and Jing's Heking maintains respect for them, especially when the opponent is stronger than himself. This bravery is even more precious. "Brothers, cheer up, it's best if no accident happens. Move, let's get out of here quickly." The convoy set off again, much faster than before. Lin Chi in the dark saw everything about you, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart, the strength of these swordsmen is really poor. There was only one person who successfully used the breathing method. To a ghost, a person who is not proficient in the breathing method is any different from an ordinary person. The only one who knows how to breathe is still a stunned young man, and he may also know a kind of sword skill, but he is easily beaten by the old ghost. I hope that this time you can have a longer memory and some insights, and you must work harder in the future. Those ordinary people entrusted their lives to you, and you guys are really disappointing. A black shadow flashed by, and the old ghost walked over with 4 sunwheel knives, with a reluctance on his face. The swordsmen of the ghost-killing team, since they are provoked, it is best to eat them, it is much better than eating ordinary people. Anyway, he couldn't stay here any longer, soon someone from the ghost-killing squad would come to encircle him, and he would die if he didn't run away. The old ghost is rational, unlike most ghosts who are muddled. He spared his life and never made much noise, for fear that the ghost-killing team would be summoned to kill him. There's no way to provoke him now, but this guy won't let him eat, he's so pissed off. Give you the sunwheel knife, can I go? Lin Chi picked up a sunwheel knife, weighed it, and said casually, go away, don't be an eyesore. You. The old ghost clenched his fists and was very angry. He turned around and was about to leave. In the future, I must be bolder, eat more people, and gain stronger strength. If I see you again, I will wash away the shame of today. But just 2 steps away, the sound of howling wind suddenly came from behind. The old ghost hurriedly wrapped his white hair around his neck to stop him, but he felt a chill on his neck, and then he saw his headless body in a whirl. And Lin Chi was wiping the sunwheel knife in his hand. It's his blood on it. Chapter 50. You. The black and red ashes disappeared with the wind, and Lin Chi only absorbed a negligible part. The quality of these 4 sunwheel knives seems to be inferior to the previous one. Is there a difference in the quality of the Japanese knives of the demon-killing team? It doesn't matter. It's too light, I'd better use Heiki's hand. Sword Soldier's Prison Melting Soldier's Flame. Incorporating 4 balls of metal liquid into the black cut, the texture is immediately improved. This feeling, well, this is what I want. Satisfied, Lin Chi put Heiki into the sword prison space, then moved his body and caught up with the convoy ahead. Uncle, no one was hurt. Jing's Heking turned his head and saw Lin Chi, with grey in his eyes. No one was hurt, you saw that scary ghost just now, right? These ghost hunters, oh, they can't beat ghosts as professionals, what should we ordinary people do? Lin Chi smiled and said, Uncle, cheer up, life is better than anything else, that's what you said. Look at their grades, they are all just teenagers, and they must be young among ghost hunters. I believe that everyone is growing up gradually, and so will they. They will definitely be able to kill evil spirits in the future. Jing's Heking thought of his best friend who died, and himself who was so scared that he could only be dumbfounded at that time. He forced a smile, I hope so. 63. After this incident, the entire convoy became a little silent and depressing, and the speed was much faster. People just wanted to rush to their destination. Most people naively think that they will be safe in crowded places. The day after night was cloudy, and the sun did not shine on the earth as usual, so Lin Chi didn't need to find excuses to avoid the sun. At noon that day, a group of people arrived at Wanzhou Mountain. This mountain is full of upright green bamboos, and their heads soaring to the sky show the enthusiasm and unyieldingness of life. This is also a very beautiful landscape. The green bamboos on Wanzhou Mountain are very impressive. Behind this mountain is Tiding Town, and we will be there soon. Jing's Heking said to Lin Chi. The two talked a lot along the way, and they also came to a little conclusion and recognition. This is a kind-hearted and kind uncle. Wanzhushan, Lin Chi knew it, Yuan Shixu often brought him here to play. After thinking for a while, Lin Chi jumped out of the carriage and said to Jing's Heking, Uncle, I'm going to go ahead. I'm familiar with this place. The convoy is always slower. I'm kind of homesick. The road was slippery in the snow, and the speed of the convoy was indeed not much faster. Now that he knew the place, Lin Chi didn't plan to follow. Last night, Lin Chi purposely smeared his own ghost blood under the floor of the truck that would not be exposed to the sun. It should be able to dissuade many ghosts, and he can feel more at ease. There are many people, and ghosts generally do not deliberately snatch their prey. Jing's Heking didn't stop him, and he also understood the feelings of those who longed to go home. Well, do you want to bring some food? I'll prepare it for you. Lin Chi said, no need, take the shortcut on the mountain, I will be able to reach the town soon, there are friends I know there, so I won't trouble you. Jing's Heking smiled, then let's go, see you by fate. See you again. After finishing speaking, Lin Chi entered Wanzhou Mountain from the side of the driveway, and ran towards the place in his memory. One night, Zhang Kakuaka ran around the city with a look of fear on his face. He was flustered, frightened, and confused, and he didn't dare to stop for a moment. Zhang Kakuaka, who was burly and fearless at ordinary times, was terrified at this moment, because he knew that behind him, there was a terrifying ghost chasing him. Zhang Kakuaka had just negotiated a business deal, but on the way home he was attacked by a ghost, and the two bodyguards were killed instantly, leaving him to run away. The noisy and bustling city at night on weekdays has become completely silent for some reason, even if he calls for help, no one will heed him. Ikakuaka could only hear his own footsteps and breathing. His body staggered, and Zhang Kakuaka fell to the ground. The inertia of running made him slide on the ground for more than 3 meters, and he felt dizzy. Is there anyone? Help! The voice seemed to be disturbed by an unknown force. Zhang Kakuaka opened his mouth to call for help, but no sound came out. Struggling to get up, Zhang Kakuaka stood there in a daze, not daring to move. The world in front of him suddenly changed drastically, and the familiar streets and houses disappeared in an instant, turning into patches of dark and desolate land. Sharp thorns stretched from the ground, covering Jiangjiaoka's field of vision in an instant. How is this going? No one answered Zhang Kakuaka. This sudden change overturned his perception of the world. At this time, a change occurred in the thorn forest, and they moved, leaving a path in front of Jiangjiaoka. Zhang Kakuaka was terrified at first, and he was at a loss surrounded by thorns. When he saw a path appearing, he couldn't help but feel happy. But in the next second, his expression changed. Because the path is very narrow, he will inevitably be cut by thorns. But a faint voice told him that this path was his only choice. Driven by the confusion of unknown forces, Zhang Kakuaka gritted his teeth and stepped into the thorny path. In the next second, densely packed small wounds were drawn on his arms and legs. These wounds are not big, but they are densely covered, with traces of blood flowing. Zhang Kakuaka groaned in pain. The wounds caused by these thorns were not only painful, but more itchy that made people want to tear the skin. He endured the physical discomfort and continued to walk on the thorny road. Vaguely, and he didn't know if it was a hallucination, he heard a sweet laugh, but the malice contained in it flowed through his body like poisonous juice. There is an auditory hallucination. I have to go out quickly. But the path, which was already narrow, became narrower as Ikakuaka advanced. The grotesque and ferocious thorns could already pierce into his chest and cut his cheek. Drops of blood seeped out from Zhang Kakuaka's wound, but his clothes were not stained with blood at all. The thorns, as soon as the blood touched the thorns, it sank directly into it without making any sound. Zhang Jiaogang felt burning pain all over his body, and Ling Qi was no different. But his consciousness had become psychedelic. Although the pain was unbearable, he still shuffled forward slowly, feeding the thorns with his own blood. After a while, "Give up, it hurts, I can't go." Zhang Kakuaka wanted to give up, just die, he didn't want to endure these greedy thorns anymore. However, Zhang Kakuaka suddenly showed joy, because he saw that 3 steps away was suddenly full of light. I'm going out. However, he tried his best to resist the physical and mental pain, but he only took 2 steps. With a plop, Zhang Kakuaka couldn't hold on any longer, his whole body went limp without any strength, and then fell down among the thorns all over the ground. It's so desperate and painful. It's just 1 step away. There was a rustling sound, and the thorns moved. Like black snakes, they twisted and entwined with each other and crawled towards the struggling person on the ground, enveloping Jiang Jiaogong in an instant. A few seconds later, the thorns dispersed, leaving only a bloody body that had lost all skin on the ground, trembling and twisting slightly, and still breathing. At this time, there was a clear and sick voice of joy and contentment coming from the darkness. It's done! It's done! Great!